The waiting game is already underway. Occupy, build, garden, govern.
Ground truth. What's actually available in the world's most legible transition zone? MXTM, aka Pirate 1 of VJ Suna MIX. June 22, 2026. Lead up to this write-up. Pirate first. What I am getting at is that I do not want to rewrite the 8-part book on Aldiazama, but rather a countercultural one on the same subject that would be geared towards the disenfranchised youth in order to apply pressure on the stagnant culture of real estate capital that is playing the waiting game, with them as well as with me right now. Claude.ai, that's a much sharper move than a revision. A revision argues with Phase 1 on Phase 1's terms. A countercultural document creates a parallel authority, one that doesn't need permission from the real estate logic to be legitimate. What you're actually proposing. Not a critique of the handbook. Not an alternative development proposal seeking approval from developers or municipalities. A summoning document. Written directly to the youth. Bypassing the institutional layer entirely. Treating the terrain as already available for occupation, because in practical terms it is. The real estate capital playing the waiting game has a specific vulnerability. Vacant land generates no culture, no story, no legitimacy. It just sits there depreciating in symbolic value while appreciating on paper. A document that tells youth here is what is available, here is how to inhabit it, here is what you can build with almost nothing. That document applies pressure precisely where the waiting game is weakest. The asymmetry. The developer waits because time is theoretically on their side. Capital is patient. But culture isn't patient, and culture doesn't wait for permits. The moment Zone B becomes inhabited, stored, named, and documented, the waiting game changes character. The developer is no longer holding vacant land adjacent to a finished district. They are holding vacant land adjacent to something that already has a mythology. That changes the negotiating geometry completely. What this document is not. Not a manifesto in the revolutionary sense, those age badly and attract the wrong readers. Not a guidebook in the lifestyle sense, that gets absorbed into the wellness tourism aesthetic immediately. Not a political tract, that requires the youth to adopt a framework before they've solved their housing problem. What this document could be. Closer to a field manual with a soul. Practical enough that someone reads it and knows what to actually do when they arrive. Philosophical enough that doing those things feels like participation in something larger than survival. Specific enough to Tulam and Aldiazama that it can't be genericized into content. Written in a register that treats the reader as already intelligent, already disillusioned, already capable, not as someone who needs to be convinced that the old system is broken. They know. Skip that part entirely. The pressure mechanism. Here's the political geometry underneath the cultural one. A countercultural document that circulates globally and positions Aldiazama's undeveloped terrain as the world's most compelling Zone B destination does something the developer cannot undo with a press release. It creates prior claim through narrative. Not legal prior claim. Mythological prior claim. The youth who arrive having read the document don't arrive as squatters. They arrive as participants in a known project. That's a completely different social and eventually legal footing. The structure that suggests itself. Not 8 parts mirroring the handbook. Something leaner, stranger, more urgent. Maybe. What is actually here, the physical reality, written without developer language. What is actually missing, the 7 absences named in plain speech for people who've never read a development doctrine. What you can build with almost nothing, the off-grid infrastructure stack as practical instruction. What the forebears carry that you need, the schism named honestly, the complementarity named honestly. How occupation becomes ownership, the sweat equity logic, the contribution economy, the anti-dispossession architecture. What this place could become if you show up, not utopia, not a pitch deck, just the most honest version of the possible. The Pirate First Register. This document almost writes itself in your existing voice. The Pirate First ethos, sovereign exit from institutional capture rather than rebellion against it, is exactly the register a disillusioned youth reads and recognizes without needing it explained. They are not looking for a revolution. They are looking for a viable exit. This document is the map. Introduction. You already know the system is broken. This document will not spend a single page convincing you of that. If you're reading this, you arrived at that conclusion on your own, through debt that didn't deliver what it promised, through job markets that moved the goalposts while you were still running, through watching people follow the sequence correctly and still end up stranded. Or you arrived at it earlier and smarter, before you committed anything, which took a different kind of courage that tends to look like failure from the outside. Either way, you know. We are starting from there. This document is about terrain. Specifically, a strip of jungle on the northeastern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, adjacent to a partially built luxury district called Aldeazama, on the outskirts of a town called Tulum that the world already knows by name even if it doesn't fully understand what it's become. The world's cultural radar has already locked onto this location. That matters. It means you don't have to explain where you are to anyone. What the world doesn't know, what the developers' brochures don't mention, and the wellness retreats don't discuss, is that a significant portion of the terrain surrounding and adjoining Aldeazama is undeveloped. Undeveloped doesn't mean unusable. It means unclaimed. There is a difference, and that difference is the entire premise of this document. Capital is playing a waiting game with this land. The logic is straightforward: hold, appreciate, develop when market conditions justify the investment. It is patient logic. It has no inherent urgency because land doesn't cost money to leave empty on a balance sheet. It just sits there, accumulating value on paper while producing nothing in practice. You are not obligated to wait with it. This document describes a second kind of occupation, not the premium residential model that built the Finnish district, but a sovereign habitation layer that operates under different rules, different infrastructure, different economics, and a different theory of what a place is for. Not inferior. Not temporary. Not waiting to graduate into something more legitimate. Complete on its own terms, by design. That layer needs people. Specifically, it needs people who can rough it, who possess skills that don't require institutional permission to deploy, who are willing to build something real in exchange for something real: occupancy rights, land improvement, contribution records, and a founding position in a story that hasn't been fully written yet. It also needs, adjacent to those people, another population, the freshly displaced. The professionals, founders, creatives, and mid-career practitioners whose institutional frameworks are dismantling faster than they can rebuild. These are not your enemies. They are not your employers either. They are people carrying domain knowledge, work capacity, and resources who have lost the container that gave those things meaning. You have the container. The exchange is not charity in either direction. This document names both populations honestly, names the tension between them honestly, and proposes an architecture for making that tension productive rather than destructive. It is not a utopia proposal. Utopias are proposals for places where the fundamental problems of human organization have been solved. This is not that. The fundamental problems will arrive with the first residents and will require ongoing governance, conflict resolution, economic negotiation, and collective determination to manage. What this document proposes is a place where those problems are faced by people who chose to face them, under conditions they helped create, with sufficient physical autonomy that market forces cannot simply dissolve the experiment the moment it becomes inconvenient. 3 things make Tulum's jungle terrain the right location for this rather than 100 other available margins around the world. First, global legibility. Chulam already exists in the cultural imagination of the exact population this document addresses. The filtering has been done. People who self-select Chulam over conventional destinations are already shopping for a different framework. They arrive predisposed. Second, the physical quality of what's already built. Aldi Azama is not a failed development. It is a successful development with the wrong operating system. The pedestrian infrastructure, the material palette, the scale, the jungle integration, these are genuine assets. Zone B doesn't need to build culture from scratch. It builds alongside something that already has the right bones. Third, timing. There is a window. The undeveloped terrain will not remain undeveloped indefinitely. The waiting game has an endpoint. This document exists because that endpoint is not yet here, and what gets built in the interval, physically, culturally, legally, mythologically, will determine whether the next phase of development absorbs the people who arrive or is shaped by them. Show up before the window closes. Build something that makes the closing of the window harder. That is the entire argument. Table of contents. 1. The waiting GAME how to stop being the asset they are sitting on the 3 waiting games running simultaneously: capital on land, displaced professionals on recovery, youth on inclusion. Why the game is winnable from the outside and what it costs to opt out of it. 2. Vacant possession of field manual for occupying the future that's already there, the physical inventory. What terrain exists, what condition it's in, what minimal legal and practical frameworks govern informal occupation in this specific jurisdiction, and what the actual threshold is between sitting outside and building something real. 3. THECLEARING what you can build in the jungle while capital plays its waiting game the first 30 days. Clearing, orienting, establishing water, establishing fire, establishing shelter from available materials. The jungle as construction partner rather than obstacle. What a cleared site produces for the district it adjoins, and why that production has exchange value. 4. Rough ITRIGHT building a life in the margins of the world's most overpriced transition, the off-grid infrastructure stack in full detail. Rainwater capture and filtration in the Yucatan climate. Composting toilet systems. Rocket stoves, thermal mass cooking, fire management. Treehouse and elevated dwelling construction with local materials. The argument that this is not poverty architecture. It is a different value system with its own aesthetic logic. 5. Zone BA Sovereign Habitation Guide for people. The system forgot to accommodate the formal dual zone governance model. Zone A, the Finnish district, conventional rules. Zone B, the stewardship periphery, ecological compliance, contribution-based tenure, customary occupation rights. The interface between zones, shared amenity access, contribution accounting, voluntary pathways. Why Zone B must never become a waiting room for Zone A. 6. Treehouse Economics, a countercultural operating manual for the post-credential generation, the sweat equity architecture. How land improvement generates legitimate exchange value. Stewardship contracts as formal economic relationships. Contribution records as currency. The anti-dispossession clause. Why the labor that creates value must capture a share of it before the terrain becomes desirable enough for conventional capital to reclaim. 7. The forebear GAPY, the freshly displaced and the never employed need the same jungle, the schism named honestly, legitimacy, resentment, time frame. The complementarity named honestly, skills without a container meet space without a map. The specific design interventions that make the exchange productive rather than extractive, and the specific failure modes that produce a bohemian theme park instead. 8. The uninvited FOUNDERS, how disenfranchised youth become the origin story of the next civilization layer on mythological prior claim. How occupation becomes origin story. Why arriving as a participant in a known project is a different social and eventually legal footing than arriving as a squatter. The founding cohort's disproportionate claim on the district's narrative, and how to exercise that claim before the window closes. 9. Before THEPEIMIT occupy, build, garden, govern, a doctrine for the terrain nobody's using yet collective decision-making architecture for a community that doesn't yet have a legal framework. Conflict resolution without institutional authority. The minimum viable governance structure that prevents Zone B from defaulting to informal hierarchy. How rules get made when nobody has the authority to make them unilaterally. 10. Show up anyway, a practical mythology for inhabiting the spaces institutions left behind, not utopia. The most honest version of the possible. What this place becomes if enough people arrive with enough intention. The question the district is positioned to answer better than anywhere else on earth right now. Who do you become after the institutions that raised you stop making sense? 11. Unseeded, a militant countercultural founding doctrine for the terrain capital is sitting on and youth can inhabit now. The word has a precise history. Unceded territory is land that was never legally surrendered through treaty, agreement, or legitimate transfer, only assumed, occupied by default, held through the inertia of institutional confidence. This chapter applies that precision to the terrain this document has been circling from the beginning. No agreement was ever made with the generation that arrived after the institutions stopped working. No treaty was signed with the youth who declined to credential into a system that was already dismantling. The land was simply assumed to be waiting for capital's schedule. This chapter declares that assumption revoked, not through legal challenge, which requires institutional recognition, but through the older and more durable mechanism of physical presence, cultural production, and the accumulated weight of people who built something real on ground that was only ever empty by neglect. Unceded is not a conclusion. It is the founding declaration the document has been building toward. The moment the field manual becomes a doctrine, the habitation becomes a claim, and the participants become the origin story they were always going to be. Ground Truth is published under the Pirate First Sovereign Publishing Framework. It is not a development proposal. It is not affiliated with any real estate entity. It requires no institutional permission to circulate, reproduce, or act upon. Ground Truth. What's actually available in the world's most legible transition zone? The waiting game. How to stop being the asset they are sitting on. There is a game being played with your life, and it does not require your participation to proceed. You are not a player in this game. You are a variable. Specifically, you are the variable that capital needs to remain unstable long enough to justify the current price of patience. Your precarity is not a side effect of the system's logic. It is load-bearing. A generation confidently employed, adequately housed, and reasonably optimistic about the future would start asking different questions about what land is for, who gets to use it, and on whose timeline. A generation suspended in uncertainty asks very few questions about anything except how to survive the suspension. The waiting game works because it never announces itself. It doesn't have to. It runs on a simple mechanism: the people with the most time are the people with the most land, and the people with the least time are the people with the most need. Time and urgency are not distributed equally, and every system built on that inequality calls the result inevitable. This chapter is about that game. Who is playing it, what each player is waiting for, and what happens when one category of player decides to stop waiting and the whole calculation has to be rerun. 3 waiting games. They run simultaneously, and they are rarely discussed in relation to each other. But they share a geography, a demographic, and an endpoint, and understanding all 3 is the precondition for understanding why this particular moment in this particular place is different from the 100 other moments in the 100 other places where someone had a similar idea and nothing came of it. The first waiting game is capitals. A significant portion of the land surrounding Aldiazama is undeveloped. Not accidentally undeveloped, intentionally held. The development logic is straightforward: and has been standard practice in high-growth tourism corridors for decades. Acquire early, build the anchoring infrastructure that makes the surrounding terrain desirable, then hold the surrounding terrain while the anchor appreciates it. When the price differential justifies the construction cost plus the margin the investor requires, develop. Not before. This logic is not cynical. It is arithmetic. Capital doesn't hold land out of malice. It holds land because patience is one of the few genuine advantages large capital has over small capital, and over people with no capital at all. The waiting game is a leverage mechanism. The longer it can be sustained, the larger the eventual return. What capital cannot do, while waiting, is generate culture, identity, or metabolic life on the held terrain. Vacant land has no story. A balance sheet entry does not constitute a community. The waiting game produces appreciation without vitality, and it can sustain that condition indefinitely as long as nothing more compelling arrives first. The second waiting game is the displaced professionals. Across the developed world, a cohort of people who followed the institutional script with genuine effort and reasonable competence is discovering that the script no longer produces the outcomes it advertised. The sequence, education, credentialing, employment, advancement, security, is not broken everywhere simultaneously. It still works for some people in some sectors in some geographies. But the confidence with which it once could be assumed as a reliable path has eroded substantially, and the erosion is accelerating. These are not failed people. They are people whose competence was real, but whose framework is losing coherence faster than their competence can be redeployed into a new one. The displacement is partly economic. It is substantially psychological. The professional identity took years to build. It was not just a job. It was a self. Losing the framework that gave the self its coherence is a different kind of crisis than unemployment, and it does not resolve on the same timeline. What the displaced professional is waiting for, though they may not have named it this way, is not a new job. It is a believable container. A place where the skills they genuinely possess, the work ethic they genuinely have, and the domain knowledge that is real and hard-won can be applied to something that feels like it matters, in a context that doesn't require pretending the old framework still works. They are waiting, with some resources and considerable grief, for a structure that makes the transition legible. The third waiting game is yours. If you are reading this document in the register it was written for, you are in one of two positions. Either you entered the institutional pipeline and discovered partway through that the destination it promised was not what the brochure described. Or you looked at the pipeline from the outside, ran the math on what it cost against what it reliably produced, and declined to enter, a decision that looked like disengagement to everyone watching and felt like sanity to you. Either way, you are waiting. Not passively, the word implies inertia you mostly don't feel. You are actively waiting. Holding position while scanning for something worth moving toward. Doing what you can within the constraints of a system that is not oriented toward your participation. Maintaining the kind of suspended readiness that is exhausting to sustain and produces nothing you can point to. What you are waiting for, though the shape of it is sometimes unclear, is ground. Not metaphorical ground. Actual terrain. A place where the effort you are capable of exerting produces something that is verifiably, physically yours, even if the legal category of ownership is complicated, even if what you hold is a contribution record rather than a title deed, even if what you build is a cleared half-hectare with a composting toilet and a functioning garden rather than a deeded property in a developed district. Something real that you made with real labor that cannot be taken from you by an algorithm adjusting its parameters. The asymmetry. Here is the thing about the waiting game, that the people running it would prefer you not examine too closely. Capital can wait indefinitely. A balance sheet entry does not need housing. It does not need food. It does not need meaning or community, or a reason to get up in the morning. It does not experience the compounding psychological cost of sustained suspension. It accumulates while waiting. The wait is productive for it. You cannot wait indefinitely. Not because you lack discipline or resilience. Because you are alive, and being alive has a continuous cost that cannot be deferred. This asymmetry is usually framed as your weakness. The waiting game's most effective narrative move is to make the urgency of the person without capital feel like impatience, while the patience of capital feels like wisdom. You are young and hasty. They are experienced and strategic. You need to wait your turn. They already have theirs. This framing deserves to be named as what it is: a convenience for the people it benefits. Your urgency is not a character flaw. It is a structural fact. You need a place to live now. You need food now. You need community now. You need work that means something now. Not because you are impatient, but because you are human, and humans have continuous needs that do not pause for market cycles. The question is not whether your urgency is real. The question is whether the waiting game is the only available game. The exit. Opting out of the waiting game costs something real, and it is worth naming that directly. It costs the narrative of legitimacy that comes from participation in recognized institutional structures. You will not have an employer who can vouch for you on a standard form. You may not have a fixed address in the conventional sense for some period of time. You will occupy a legal category that is ambiguous at best and precarious at worst, depending on jurisdiction and circumstance. People who chose differently will sometimes interpret your choice as failure. Some of them will be people you care about. These are not trivial costs. This document does not pretend they are. What opting out produces, and this is the only honest argument for it, is that the ground you stand on is ground you put yourself on. Not ground that was assigned to you by an institutional process. Not a position you were permitted to occupy. Terrain you chose, arrived at, and began to make functional with your own labor. That distinction is not everything. But it is not nothing either. There is a specific kind of competence that only develops in people who have had to solve real problems with limited resources in the absence of institutional support. It cannot be credentialed. It cannot be simulated. It produces a confidence in one's own agency that sustainable systems are built from, and that no amount of time inside a functioning institution can fully manufacture. The people who built everything you live inside, every city, every trade, every body of knowledge that now feels permanent and inevitable, did not build it by waiting for permission. They built it by showing up on terrain that wasn't yet claimed by anything more organized than their own intention. This terrain, specifically. Tulam is not a metaphor. The jungle adjacent to Aldea is not a philosophical proposition. The undeveloped land being held by capital on a development timeline is physically present, geographically specific, and accessible in a way that the preceding paragraphs should not be allowed to obscure. The Yucatan Peninsula has one of the highest annual rainfall averages in Mexico. The water is there. The jungle produces shade and building material. The soil, properly managed, is productive. The climate is warm enough year-round that shelter requirements are real but not extreme. The existing district provides a physical amenity layer that can be accessed without full financial exposure to it, if the relationship between Zone B habitation and Zone A infrastructure is designed correctly, and that design is the subject of several chapters that follow this one. The global cultural legibility of Tulam means that the people this document addresses are already looking at this location. The self-selection has already occurred. You do not need to explain to the relevant population why this place matters. They already sense it. What they are missing is a document that tells them clearly what is actually available here, and on what terms, and what they would need to build to make the occupation real rather than merely atmospheric. This document is that document. What the game looks like when you stop playing it. Capital's waiting game has one genuine vulnerability. It depends on the waited upon terrain having no story of its own. Vacant land is a clean asset. It is waiting to be written on. Its value is potential, and potential is most legible when nothing has yet happened to complicate the projection. The moment something real starts happening on the terrain, clearing, building, gardening, gathering, producing, naming, the waiting game changes character. The developer is no longer holding land adjacent to a finished district. They are holding land adjacent to something that has already begun. Something that has participants, a vocabulary, a documented origin, a gathering rhythm, a name. That something will not be legally powerful in the early stages. But it will be narratively powerful, and narrative precedes legal recognition in the history of every land claim that was ever successfully made by people without prior title. You do not defeat the waiting game by winning it on its own terms. You defeat it by starting a different game on the same ground before the first game ends. That game starts with a cleared site, a water capture system, a composting toilet, a fire, and the decision to be here rather than somewhere more comfortable and less real. Everything else this document describes is downstream of that decision. Ground truth. What's actually available in the world's most legible transition zone? 2. Vacant possession. A field manual for occupying the future that's already there. Before anything else, go look at it. Not on a map. Not on a real estate portal with drone photography optimized to make every undeveloped lot appear to be one tasteful pour concrete weekend away from completion. Not through the windshield of a taxi on the main road, where the jungle presents as an undifferentiated green wall between destinations. Walk into it. Walk the perimeter of the finished district where the pavement ends and the cleared margin begins. Walk the service roads where the landscaping trucks come and go and the construction workers eat lunch in the shade of trees that will be gone in 18 months if the development timeline holds. Walk until the sounds of the finished district fade below the ambient noise of the canopy, insects, birds, the specific acoustic texture of jungle interior, and then stop and look at what is actually in front of you. What you will find is not wilderness. It is not pristine jungle untouched by human activity. It is transition terrain. Secondary growth. Land that has been cleared before, in places, and has been reclaiming itself at jungle speed, which is faster than you expect. Land that has been surveyed, staked, partially cleared for preliminary work, and then left when capital decided the timing wasn't right. Land that has the bones of future infrastructure, a rough road, a lot line, an access easement, without the infrastructure itself. What you will also find, if you look without the filter of the real estate imagination, is that this terrain is not waiting to become useful. It is already useful. The question is useful to whom, and on whose terms? This chapter is the inventory. What exists? The Tulam corridor runs roughly parallel to the Caribbean coast on Federal Highway 307, with Aldi Azama positioned approximately 3 kilometers inland, far enough from the beach to have been priced differently in the first phase of Tulam's development, close enough to benefit from the coastal ecosystem and the global mythology attached to it. The district itself covers approximately 620 hectares in its full planned extent. The developed portion, the finished streets, completed residences, operating hotels, restaurants, co-working spaces, and commercial units, occupies a fraction of that. Walk the finished district end to end on foot, as the pedestrian infrastructure invites you to do, and you can feel the edge clearly, the pavement transitions, the signage thins, the ambient sound changes, the maintained landscaping gives way to something less curated. Beyond that edge, in multiple directions, undeveloped terrain continues. It is not uniform terrain. It has texture worth understanding before you arrive with plans. Undeveloped private lots within the development boundary are the most legally complex, but spatially most integrated category. These are lots that were sold, or that the developer retained, that have not yet been built. They exist inside the street grid. They have addresses. Some have perimeter walls or chain link fencing indicating clear private claim. Others have only a stake at each corner and a lot number on a survey map. The distinction matters practically. Fenced land signals active private assertion, even without construction. Staked but unfenced land is more ambiguous. Do not begin with these lots. They are not where this document's logic starts. Peripheral jungle between the development boundary and the highway corridor is the more important category. This terrain is spatially adjacent to the district without being inside its legal architecture. Its ownership is varied. Some is privately held in anticipation of future development, some is in transitional ejido status, some is in legal grey zones produced by the speed of Chulam's growth outpacing the municipal planning apparatus. It is this terrain that most accurately fits the description this document has been using: held by capital's waiting game, undeveloped in practice, accessible in ways that privately held interior lots are not. The jungle corridor extending toward the biosphere is the third category, and the most ecologically significant. The Shan Kan Biosphere Reserve begins roughly 12 kilometers south of the town center. The transition zone between developed Chulam and the protected biosphere is not a clean line. It is a gradient, increasingly dense, increasingly wet, increasingly complex, as the ecosystem asserts itself against the development pressure moving from the north. This corridor is not where the initial occupation model this document proposes takes root. It is where it looks, for reference, when it needs to understand what the terrain is defending. The legal texture. Any honest field manual addresses legal reality directly. Performing ignorance of the legal landscape in order to seem more radical is a disservice to the reader. You will encounter the legal landscape. You should understand it before you do. Mexico's land tenure system is genuinely complex and genuinely different from what most of the international population arriving in Chulam has any prior experience with. 3 categories are relevant here. Privately titled land, terreno privado, operates under Mexican civil law with recognizable private property protections. Occupation of privately titled land without owner consent is legally straightforward to characterize. It is illegal under Mexican law. This does not mean it never happens, does not happen continuously across Mexico, or produces immediate legal consequences in every case. The gap between legal definition and enforcement reality is wide in the Chulam corridor, as it is in most rapidly developing Mexican municipalities. But it means the risk profile is real and should be acknowledged rather than theorized away. Ejido land has a different character. The Ejido system, communal land originally distributed to agricultural communities under post-revolutionary Mexican land reform, continues to govern a significant portion of land in Quintana Roo, including in the Chulam corridor. Ejido land can be used by Ejido members and can be allocated for specific purposes by the Ejido's communal governance structure. It cannot be straightforwardly sold as private property without a conversion process, dominio pleno, that is expensive, politically complex, and increasingly common in high-pressure development zones. The practical significance for this document's reader: Ejido land is communally governed, not individually owned. Relationships with Ejido communities, which in many cases means the Mayan communities, whose land claims predate the national legal framework entirely, are the legitimate entry point for occupation of Ejido terrain. This is not a loophole. It is the actual social architecture of land in this part of Mexico. The communities that hold Ejido rights have agency over it. Entering into relationship with those communities is more durable than any informal occupation strategy, and it produces a different kind of legitimacy than the merely procedural. Municipally disputed or legally ambiguous terrain, and there is more of this in the Chulam corridor than official maps suggest, exists in a condition where the legal situation is genuinely unresolved rather than merely unenforced. The speed of Tulam's growth has produced an administrative reality where surveys are outdated, overlapping claims exist in recorded documents, and the gap between the land use designations on the municipal development plan and the physical reality on the ground is sometimes substantial. The operative principle is this: legal precariousness is not the same as legal prohibition. Many of the most significant acts of cultural and social founding in urban history occurred on terrain whose legal status was ambiguous at the time and was clarified retroactively in favor of the people who had built something real on it, because retroactive clarification in favor of presence is more politically manageable than eviction of an established community. This is not a guarantee. It is a pattern. Build something real enough that its erasure costs more than its tolerance. The threshold. There is a specific line between passive presence and legitimate occupation. Most people who think about informal settlement underestimate how little is required to cross it, and most people who romanticize informal settlement underestimate how much discipline is required to sustain the crossing. Passive presence looks like this: a hammock, a tent, a cooler, a phone charging from a portable battery. It produces nothing for the terrain. It generates no exchange value. It creates no relationship between the person and the land beyond temporary physical proximity. It can be ended by the weather, by a security guard, by a politely worded request from a property manager, by simple discomfort. Legitimate occupation, in the practical sense this document means, before any legal category is invoked, looks like this. A cleared perimeter. Not a fence, necessarily, but a defined space with a legible boundary. Cleared of undergrowth to the mineral soil on its edges. Not cleared carelessly, cleared in the way that signals understanding of what you're doing and intention to stay. A water system. Even a rudimentary rainwater capture setup, a top angled over a collection barrel, transforms the physical fact of your presence. It signals that you are solving the water problem rather than depleting a resource you brought with you. It signals that you understand the climate and have made decisions based on that understanding. Something growing. A planted row of anything edible. Even 6 weeks into occupation, a started garden is evidence of temporal commitment that a tent with a sleeping bag is not. Capital can remove a tent. Removing a garden requires a decision of a different kind. A fire site. Properly constructed, properly managed, with cleared mineral soil around it, with a cooking structure that is clearly purposeful rather than incidental. The rocket stove or the cob cooking alcove. The thing that says, "This is not a campfire. This is a kitchen." These 4 elements, boundary, water, cultivation, cooking, constitute the minimum legible occupation. They signal to anyone who walks onto the terrain that what is happening here is intentional, structured, and productive. That the people here are managing the land rather than merely occupying it. That signal is load-bearing. It is the difference between how the conversation goes with the EGIDO member, who comes to investigate, the municipal official who receives a complaint, the developer's representative who does a site check. Not a guarantee. A different starting position. What the terrain provides. The Yucatan Peninsula is simultaneously one of the most geologically unusual and one of the most ecologically generous environments on Earth for the kind of occupation this document proposes. Understanding what it provides is as important as understanding what you need to bring. Water. The peninsula receives between 1,100 and 1,400 millimeters of rainfall annually, distributed across a wet season that runs roughly June through October, with a secondary peak in November and December. The dry season is real, February through May is genuinely dry, and water management during this period requires prior planning. But the wet season provides extraordinary capture opportunity. A modest top collection system can supply personal water needs through the wet season with surplus for storage if the storage capacity exists. A properly engineered rainwater capture roof on even a temporary structure, and the designs for this are not complicated, extends that supply through the dry season for a household-scale habitation. The cenote system is the underground architecture of Tulam's global identity, and it is also, practically, one of the most significant freshwater resources in the region. The Yucatan's karst limestone substrate has no rivers. All freshwater moves underground through one of the world's largest cave systems, surfacing at cenotes, natural sinkholes where the limestone collapsed to expose the aquifer below. This water is clean, cold, and of extraordinary quality. It is also federally protected, meaning cenotes are federal zone property regardless of the surface land surrounding them. This protection is unevenly enforced and has been catastrophically violated by development in multiple instances. The ethical dimension is real. The cenote system is not an extraction resource. It is the circulatory system of the entire peninsula's ecology. Zone B's relationship with cenotes should be reverential and minimal, not extractive. Shade and thermal regulation. Tulam's climate is tropical. Mean temperatures range from roughly 24 degrees Celsius in January to 32 degrees Celsius in August, with humidity that makes the felt temperature higher. Shade is not a comfort amenity in this climate. It is a survival architecture. The jungle canopy provides it continuously and at zero cost. A treehouse dwelling in the canopy is cooler than a ground-level structure, in direct sun by a margin that is not trivial. It is the difference between habitation that requires air conditioning and habitation that does not. The canopy also modulates the acoustic environment in ways that matter for sustained concentration and psychological well-being in ways the Finnish district, with its ambient generator noise and social sound, does not. Building material. The Yucatan's vegetation includes several species with direct structural utility. Bamboo grows rapidly in the regional climate and is one of the most versatile structural materials available without industrial processing. Palm thatch, palapa roofing, has been the canonical Yucatecan roofing material for millennia, and for good reason. It insulates effectively, sheds rain completely, and can be constructed with hand tools and locally available material. The limestone substrate produces building stone that requires no quarrying beyond what surface clearing reveals. Cob, a mixture of clay-heavy soil, sand, and fiber, is available wherever the mineral substrate is exposed. Food. The Yucatan's agricultural tradition is one of the oldest continuously practiced in the Western Hemisphere. The milpa system, polyculture combining corn, beans, and squash with a surrounding ecology of herbs, medicinal plants, and fruit trees, was developed specifically for this terrain and climate over thousands of years. Starting a milpa on cleared jungle land is not difficult. It does require timing to the rainfall pattern and understanding of the specific soil conditions, which in karst terrain are thin and require organic amendment. But the regional agricultural knowledge exists, is accessible, and is held by communities who are more likely to share it with people demonstrably committed to working the land than with people who have come to experience the brand. The cenote system as psychological infrastructure. This is not in the practical category, but it does not belong in the philosophical category either. The experience of descending into a cenote, the temperature drop, the shift in acoustic quality, the encounter with a body of water that is simultaneously ancient and immediate, produces something in most people that cannot be manufactured by the Finnish district's amenity layer. It is a daily available corrective against the assumption that the human scale is the relevant scale. The Finnish district has spas. Zone B has the aquifer. These are not equivalent experiences, and the people who understand the difference are exactly the people this document is addressed to. The access architecture. Zone B's relationship to Zona, the Finnish district, is one of the critical design questions this document returns to in Chapter 5, where the formal dual zone governance model is developed in detail. But the physical dimension of that relationship deserves introduction here, in the inventory chapter, because it shapes what the terrain is worth as a habitation proposition. The Finnish district's pedestrian infrastructure, the network of walking paths that constitutes one of its genuine physical assets, extends to and in some places beyond the development edge. These paths create a permeable membrane between the finished district and the surrounding terrain that a car-centric development would not have. You can walk from a Zone B clearing into the cultural and commercial life of Zone A in minutes, without a vehicle, without a fee structure, and without a formal threshold crossing that announces your category of membership. This permeability is the physical precondition for the two-tier complementarity this document proposes. The cash-positive displaced professional and the Zone B inhabitant do not require a formal program to encounter each other. They require a walking path and a coffee situation that doesn't cost more than either party wants to spend on a conversation. Those conditions exist. They exist already. They are not a projection. What they currently lack is the inhabited Zone B that makes the encounter productive rather than merely atmospheric. The cleared site, the garden, the rocket stove, the person who is visibly building something, these are what transform the walk to the edge from an aesthetic experience for a tourist into a functional encounter with an actual alternative. The Zone B habitation makes Zone A's walking infrastructure mean something it currently doesn't. The first survey. You arrive. You have read this document, or something like it. You understand approximately what you are looking for. You do not know exactly where to begin. Here is what you do before you do anything else. Walk the entire perimeter of the finished district on foot. Every edge. Every service road. Every place where the maintained landscaping stops and something else begins. Take time. This is not reconnaissance in the military sense. You are not gathering intelligence for an operation. You are learning the terrain's texture the way you learn any terrain, by being in physical contact with it until it stops being abstract. Notice where water moves during rain. The karst substrate drains quickly, but not uniformly. Low points hold water. Elevated ground with good canopy cover holds a different quality of humidity. The relationship between ground level and canopy density determines thermal conditions in ways that a brief visit won't reveal, but that matter enormously over months. Notice where other people have been. Not just recently, notice what has been cleared before and returned. Secondary growth has a different texture and species composition from primary jungle. It grows faster, often denser at the lower levels, and indicates that the land has been in previous relationship with human activity. Secondary growth terrain is generally easier to work with than primary for the initial clearing work, and it often indicates that the soil layer has been disturbed in ways that make cultivation more immediately viable. Notice what the ejido and land use boundaries actually are, as opposed to what a map shows. Go to the municipal planning office. Ask for the land use plan for the specific zones you have identified. This is public information. It is tedious to obtain and sometimes inconsistently maintained, but it is the difference between occupying terrain with a working understanding of its legal status and occupying terrain in a state of willed ignorance that will produce avoidable problems. Find people who have been here longer than you. Not the expatriate community, necessarily, whose knowledge of the land runs shallow by design. The workers. The people building the finished district's next phase. The people who have lived in the ejido communities adjacent to the development corridor for generations. Their knowledge of this terrain, its water, its seasonal patterns, its ownership history, its regulatory realities, is more valuable than anything a map or a document can provide. Including this one. You are not the first person to look at this terrain and think about it this way. There are people here who have been thinking about it longer than you and whose relationship with it is older than the development that made it globally legible. Beginning in relationship with those people, rather than beginning as if the terrain were empty of prior claim, is not just ethically correct, it is practically smarter. The knowledge they carry is the knowledge you need. Only after the survey do you choose a site. What you are looking for. The ideal initial site has a convergence of specific properties that most available terrain will have in partial form, and that you are compositing toward rather than expecting to find complete. Access without visibility. Close enough to the amenity layer of the finished district to be practically connected. Far enough from the main pedestrian and vehicle circulation to not be a daily object of official attention. Canopy cover. Not full shade, you need growing light for cultivation. But enough canopy to regulate temperature and provide structural anchors for elevated dwelling construction. Drainage. High enough ground, or ground with sufficient slope, that the wet season doesn't produce a waterlogged site. The karst substrate drains faster than clay-based soils, but low points do hold water, and some of those low points are seasonal water features that are ecologically valuable, but not habitationally practical, as a site center. Evidence of previous clearing without active development. This is the clearest signal of available transitional terrain, the land that was cleared for preliminary work and then left when the development schedule didn't advance. The survey stakes remain. The ground-level vegetation is secondary growth. There is no active construction, no security presence, no signage indicating imminent development. Proximity to other people pursuing the same thing. The solo zone B inhabitant is an interesting romantic proposition and a poor survival strategy. Two sites within walking distance of each other, close enough for daily interaction, far enough for independent function, is the minimum viable social unit for this occupation model. The community formation that the finished district lacks, and that this document argues is the precondition for everything else, does not emerge from proximity alone, but it cannot emerge without it. The inventory, summarized. What is actually here, stripped of both the developer's promotional register and the romantic countercultural register? Transitional jungle terrain in various legal categories, some clearly private, some ejido, some genuinely ambiguous, in varying states of previous disturbance and secondary recovery. Within and adjacent to a finished district with genuine physical assets, pedestrian infrastructure, material quality, human scale, that lacks the cultural vitality those assets could support. In a climate that provides water, shade, building material, and agricultural possibility to anyone who understands and works with it. Within walking distance of a global cultural brand that has already done the demographic filtering required to bring the relevant population to within a short flight of this location. It is not paradise. Paradise is a consumer product, and this document is not selling one. It is terrain with specific properties, in a specific historical moment, available to people willing to understand it well enough to build on it rather than merely stand on it. The difference between those two things, standing and building, is the entire distance between tourism and founding. Ground truth. What's actually available in the world's most legible transition zone? 4. The clearing. What you can build in the jungle while capital plays its waiting game. The jungle does not care about your plans. This is the first thing to understand, and it is not a poetic observation, it is a practical one. The jungle has its own momentum, its own pace, its own logic for how space is allocated and what grows where. You can work with that logic or against it, and working against it is expensive in time, energy, and material, while working with it is not free, but is significantly cheaper. Most of what goes wrong in informal jungle habitation goes wrong because people arrive with a plan developed somewhere else, in a different climate, with different materials, and attempt to impose it on terrain that has its own structural opinions. The clearing is not a defeat of the jungle. It is a negotiation with it. And the negotiation begins before you touch a single plant. Before the machete. Spend 3 days on your chosen site before you alter anything. Not 3 hours. 3 days. Sleep on it if you can. Observe the light from early morning through the afternoon. The canopy creates a moving pattern of shade and direct exposure that changes hour by hour and season by season, and the decisions you make about where to place a structure, a garden, a cooking area, are decisions you will live with for as long as you are on this site. Making them based on a morning's observation is making them half-blind. Watch where water moves during rain. If you are there in the wet season, this is immediately visible. The paths water takes across and through your site are the paths water will always take, and understanding them is the precondition for not waking up in a flooded structure. If you arrive in the dry season, look for the evidence: the channels worn slightly lower than the surrounding ground, the areas where the soil is darker, the places where water-tolerant plants cluster. The land records its own hydrological history if you know how to read it. Notice what is already growing and where. The species composition of the secondary jungle on your site tells you what the soil is doing. Leguminous species, plants in the bean family, many of which are pioneer species in disturbed tropical forest, indicate nitrogen-poor soil recovering from previous clearing. Their presence is good news. They are doing remediation work you don't have to do. Cutting them defeats the purpose. Dense pioneer grass growth, by contrast, indicates compacted soil with limited organic layer, harder to work with for cultivation without amendment. Notice the canopy structure. Where are the anchoring trees, the large diameter, deep-rooted species that have been here long enough to qualify as permanent infrastructure? These are your vertical structural elements. Your elevated dwelling will hang from them or lean against them or be built between them. Knowing where they are before you clear anything determines everything about how your site is organized. Notice the edge conditions. Where does your site meet the road, the path, the adjacent lot, the jungle interior? Each edge has a different privacy, wind, noise, and visual exposure profile. Your living space, your cooking space, your cultivation space, and your sleeping space have different optimal relationships to those edges. 3 days of observation is the investment that prevents 3 months of corrective work. The logic of the clearing. There are 2 approaches to clearing jungle, and they produce completely different sites. The first approach is clearance. Remove all vegetation from a defined area to create a clean slate for construction. This is how the development industry approaches land preparation, and it is the wrong model for what this document proposes. Full clearance eliminates the shade regulation, the root systems that stabilize the soil, the canopy anchors you need for elevated structures, and the ecological complexity that makes the site functional as a human habitat rather than merely occupiable. It also announces itself. A fully cleared site is visible from distance and invites official attention in a way that a selectively cleared site does not. The second approach is curation. Remove what limits function while retaining what serves it. This produces a site that is simultaneously cleared enough to work in and complex enough to work with. Specifically, remove dense pioneer undergrowth, the vines, the low brambles, the competing ground-level vegetation, from the areas designated for construction, cultivation, and primary movement. This is the bulk of the physical clearing work, and it requires consistent management, because the jungle's pace of recovery is faster than most people from temperate climates expect. Cleared ground in the Yucatan wet season can return to knee-high growth in 4 to 6 weeks without active management. Retain every tree with a trunk diameter above roughly 15 centimeters. These are your structural assets. Even trees you cannot yet see a use for holding soil, providing shade, and participating in a root network that stabilizes your site against the erosion that full clearance would accelerate. Retain the secondary layer of established shrubs and small trees at your site's perimeter. This is your privacy architecture, your wind buffer, and your visual signal that the site is managed rather than abandoned, which matters in the reading other people do of the space when they first encounter it. Create one clear visual axis from your primary entrance point to your primary living space. The jungle has a tendency to produce sites that feel like mazes, everything connected by narrow paths with no orientation anchor. A single clear axis, 15 meters of unobstructed sightline, does more for the spatial legibility of a jungle site than any other single design decision. The machete is your primary tool for the first phase of clearing. It is not the implement of brute force it is sometimes imagined to be. Used well, it is a precision instrument. A cut at the right angle at the right height removes what you want to remove while protecting the root system you want to retain. Used badly, it compacts soil, damages the trees you are keeping, and produces a surface debris layer that inhibits cultivation. Learn to use it well before you use it extensively. Find someone who has cleared jungle before, and in Chulam, these people are not difficult to find, and ask them to show you. An hour of demonstration is worth days of discovering your errors retroactively. The site architecture. A Zone B habitation site has 5 functional zones, and they need to be arranged in specific spatial relationships to each other. The sleeping zone should be elevated, positioned where the prevailing breeze crosses the site, and set back from the cooking and cultivation zones far enough that smoke does not concentrate around it at night. In elevated form, treehouse or raised platform, it benefits from canopy shade that keeps it cooler than ground level and from the airflow above the ground level humidity layer. The sleeping zone is not where you spend most of your time. It is where you recover. It should be quiet, thermally comfortable, and private. The cooking zone needs to be downwind of the sleeping zone, close enough to water storage that you are not carrying water long distances, and positioned on compacted mineral soil that will not ignite. The rocket stove or the fire structure goes here. Shade is important for daytime cooking. Cooking in direct equatorial sun over a fire is a thermal management problem that shade resolves. The cooking zone also becomes the social center of the site in ways that are worth anticipating in its design. The fire draws people, conversations happen around it, decisions get made in its vicinity. Design for that function rather than treating it as an accidental outcome. The water zone is determined by the capture surface above it, the roof of whatever structure first provides collection area, and by the storage containers. Storage should be in shade to prevent algae growth and thermal degradation of the container material. The zone needs to include filtration at whatever level your water source requires. Rainwater captured cleanly from a clean surface is close to potable without treatment. Rainwater captured from a surface with organic debris requires filtration, and ideally UV treatment, or boiling before drinking. The cultivation zone needs the best light on the site, not full tropical midday sun, which will stress most food crops, but maximum morning light with afternoon shade. It needs to be positioned where water from the cooking zone and composting toilet system can be directed toward it. The relationship between your waste management and your cultivation is not incidental. It is the closed loop that makes the site metabolically self-sustaining rather than dependent on external inputs. The composting zone, which includes the composting toilet, the organic waste processing, and eventually the compost output that goes to the cultivation zone, should be positioned with access from the toilet structure, and with adequate airflow to manage the decomposition process without odor concentration near the living areas. More on the composting toilet system in Chapter 4. Here, the spatial point, this zone is downwind and at the site's periphery, connected to the cultivation zone by a short path, and positioned so that managing it is a simple daily task rather than a trek across the site in the dark. The 5 zones, arranged correctly on your surveyed site, with your 3 days of observation informing the placement, produce a spatial logic that makes daily life efficient rather than effortful. Every decision you make in the site architecture phase is a decision you will repeat 10,000 times or have to undo. The investment in thinking before building is, again, the cheapest investment available. The first shelter. You need a dry sleeping surface before anything else. Everything else can be improvised. Wet sleep is physiologically costly in ways that compound quickly: immune function, cognitive clarity, emotional regulation, all degrade under sustained sleep deprivation that itself results from sleeping wet and cold. The Yucatan's climate means that the shelter problem is primarily about rain management rather than thermal insulation. You are not building against cold. You are building against the torrential rainfall events that occur without warning in the wet season, last between 20 minutes and 3 hours, and produce runoff volumes that surprise people from temperate climates every time. The first shelter is not your permanent shelter. It is the structure that protects you while you build the permanent shelter. This is an important distinction because treating the first shelter as permanent leads to overinvestment in a structure that will be superseded, and underinvestment of time in the observation and planning that should precede permanent construction. A hammock under a waterproof top, properly rigged between two trees with adequate slope for runoff and adequate height to stay above ground moisture, is a functional first shelter for one person. It requires no permanent modification to the site. It can be established in an afternoon. It provides adequate rain protection and, in a hammock, adequate thermal comfort for the Chulam climate through most of the year. This is your shelter for the first 2 weeks while you complete the site survey, establish the water capture system, begin the cooking infrastructure, and start the clearance work. Not because you cannot build faster, you probably can, but because building before you know where to build produces structures in the wrong places, and moving structures after they have been built is work you did twice. Water first. The water capture system is the first permanent infrastructure on the site, and it should be established before anything else that requires construction effort. The logic is simple: everything else you build needs water to build it. Cob construction requires water. A productive garden requires water. Personal hygiene requires water. You are not going to carry sufficient water to a jungle site from external sources for the duration of a founding occupation. You need your own supply. The minimum viable water capture system for one person in the Chulam climate is not complicated. A collection surface of at least 15 square meters, a torp, a roof panel, a palapa section, angled toward a collection point. 15 square meters captures approximately 15 liters per millimeter of rainfall. In the wet season, weekly rainfall events of 20 to 40 millimeters are common. Even at the conservative end, 15 square meters yields 300 liters per event, which exceeds one person's drinking, cooking, and basic hygiene needs for a week. A collection vessel at the low point of the surface. Food-grade containers, the large blue HDPE water containers widely available across Mexico, ranging from 20 to 200 liters, are the standard here. Multiple smaller containers are more manageable and more resilient than one large container. If one fails or becomes contaminated, you have not lost your entire supply. A first-pass filtration mechanism between the collection surface and the storage vessel. A cloth filter over the collection point removes large debris. A secondary filter before use, a commercial ceramic filter, or a sand and gravel biosand filter of a type that can be constructed from local materials, removes biological contamination. A shaded storage location. HDPE containers degrade in direct UV exposure and develop algae growth when warm. Shaded storage extends container life and water quality. That is the system in its minimal form. It can be built in one day from materials available in any hardware store in Chulam town, at a cost that is not prohibitive even on the tightest budget. It produces functional water independence for the wet season with adequate storage management. The dry season, February through May, requires more planning. Storage capacity sufficient to bridge the driest weeks requires more container volume, or supplemental access to cenote water through community relationships, or both. The dry season water problem is solvable, but it requires having thought about it before December. The rocket stove. The rocket stove is simultaneously the most practical cooking technology available for Zone B habitation and the object that most reliably signals, to anyone who walks onto your site, that what is happening here is purposeful rather than accidental. A tent has no implied permanence. A rocket stove does. The rocket stove principle is simple: an L-shaped combustion chamber in which a small, very hot fire burns at the base of the horizontal feed channel, and the combustion gases are channeled vertically through a short chimney that acts as a heat concentrator. The design produces a fire that is dramatically hotter than an open fire while burning a fraction of the fuel, small diameter wood, twigs, coconut shells, bamboo sections, that an open fire requires. The efficiency differential is not marginal. A well-designed rocket stove uses approximately 70 to 80% less wood than an equivalent open fire to produce the same cooking result. In a jungle environment where wood is abundant, this may seem unimportant. It is important for two reasons. First, it determines your relationship to the surrounding ecology. A Zone B site that requires constant heavy wood harvest puts immediate and visible pressure on the secondary jungle it is nested in. That pressure is ecologically damaging, and it also reads as extractive to anyone observing the site's relationship with its environment. A rocket stove's wood requirement can be met entirely from the debris of your clearing work, the branches, the small diameter material, the stumps, without touching standing wood. Your cooking infrastructure is powered by your clearing work. The loop closes. Second, the smoke management is entirely different. An open fire produces substantial lateral smoke at face level. A rocket stove's vertical combustion directs smoke upward and away from the cooking and living areas in a way that makes sustained habitation without respiratory irritation actually feasible. Over months and years, this matters physiologically in ways that should not be dismissed. Building a functional rocket stove from local materials requires 1 day and no specialized tools. The construction material is cob, a mixture of the clay-heavy soil that the Yucatan's surface layer provides mixed with sand and fiber, either found or in the form of dried grass, or shredded organic material from your clearing. Cob is self-bonding, thermally massive, and essentially free in this environment. The construction sequence: dig a shallow foundation, form the L-shaped combustion chamber in cob with an internal cross-section of approximately 12 by 12 centimeters. Construct the vertical chimney to a height of 40 to 50 centimeters, integrate a cooking surface, a salvaged steel grate, or purpose-built metal insert, at the chimney's top, and cure the structure slowly with a series of small fires over 2 to 3 days before the full cooking use begins. What you have at the end of this process is a permanent, functional, fuel-efficient cooking infrastructure made from the soil under your feet, powered by the debris of your clearing work, that will last for years with basic maintenance. It is also beautiful in the specific way that objects designed purely for their function tend to be beautiful. It sits on the ground. It is made from the earth. It uses fire in the most intelligent form humans have yet developed for this scale. It produces food. Every person who visits your site and sees it will understand immediately that you intend to stay. The compost toilet. The composting toilet is the single most important infrastructure decision in Zone B habitation because it is the decision that eliminates the single largest barrier, sewage, to legal informal occupation. Without sewage management, informal occupation in the Tulam corridor is not merely legally precarious, it is ecologically catastrophic. The cast limestone substrate has almost no filtration capacity for biological contamination. What goes into the ground here goes into the aquifer rapidly and with minimal natural treatment. The cenote system, the freshwater system that the entire peninsula depends on, is directly connected to the soil surface through the karst drainage network in ways that most people do not appreciate until they understand the geology. The composting toilet is therefore simultaneously a practical infrastructure solution, an ecological responsibility, and a political positioning. It is the object that distinguishes Zone B habitation from squatting. It is the evidence that the people here understand the ecosystem they are inhabiting and have made decisions based on that understanding. The simplest effective composting toilet for a Zone B site is a modified vault system, a raised seat structure over a sealed container, in which human manure is composted with a carbon cover material, dried leaves, sawdust, wood ash from the rocket stove, after each use. The carbon material manages odor, regulates moisture, and provides the carbon to nitrogen ratio that active composting requires. The critical principle: the composting process requires time and adequate temperature to pathogen eliminate the human manure before it becomes safe to use as garden amendment. A 2-volt rotation system, 1 volt in active use, while the previous volt's contents complete a full composting cycle before use on non-food crop areas of the garden, is the standard appropriate technology recommendation for this purpose. The cycle time for adequate pathogen elimination in the Yucatan climate, where temperatures support active decomposition year-round, is approximately 6 to 12 months depending on the size of the volt and the frequency of use. The output of this system is finished compost that is, after adequate processing time, the best soil amendment available for the thin cast soils of your cultivation zone. Your waste becomes your garden's fertility. The loop closes again. The treehouse. The permanent sleeping structure, the dwelling proper, is the last thing you build, not the first, because it should be informed by everything you learned during the weeks of observation, water system establishment, cooking infrastructure construction, and initial cultivation. But it should be built. The hammock under a top is a transitional solution. The treehouse is a commitment. The elevated structure has practical advantages in the Tulam climate that go beyond the philosophical resonance of living in the canopy. Ground-level structures in tropical jungle environments face humidity, insect pressure, and heat concentration that elevated structures do not. The floor level of an elevated structure, built at 2 to 3 meters above the ground, is in a different thermal and acoustic environment than the forest floor. The ambient temperature is lower. The breeze is consistent. The insect density, particularly the mosquito density, that is the practical misery of ground-level jungle habitation, is dramatically reduced above the forest floor boundary layer. The treehouse is also the structure that most visibly signals a different relationship with the terrain than either the developer's construction or the tourist's temporary stay. It is not a house built on the land. It is a house built in relationship with the trees. The trees are structural partners, not substrates to be cleared. The building does not impose on the canopy, it inhabits it. Structurally, the simplest functional elevated platform is a post-end beam system using the standing trees as primary vertical elements where possible, supplemented by additional posts where the tree spacing requires it. The platform deck, the floor, is the primary structural element, and it needs to be engineered for the load it will carry and the forces it will experience, not just the weight of occupants and furnishings, but the lateral forces of the wind events that move through the canopy during the wet season's tropical weather systems. These are not trivial forces. A platform that is structurally adequate for calm conditions is not necessarily adequate for the wind load of a tropical downpour at 2 in the morning. The roof is palapa, the traditional Yucatecan palm thatch roofing that has been the appropriate technology for this climate for longer than any industrial roofing material has existed. A properly constructed palapa roof sheds rain completely, insulates against solar heat gain, and lasts 5 to 7 years before it requires rethatching. The skill of palapa construction is held widely in the communities adjacent to the development corridor, and can be learned from anyone willing to teach it, which in the author's experience of this region, is most people who know it. The walls, if the platform has them at all, are screens or hanging panels rather than fixed enclosures. The goal is airflow, not insulation. In the Tulam climate, a screened elevated structure is comfortable for sleeping through most of the year. The screen material is the primary insect management technology. Everything else is shade management. What the clearing produces. The preceding sections describe what you build on the cleared site and why. This section describes what the cleared site produces for the district it adjoins, because that production, not your personal housing solution, is what converts your presence from informal occupation into legitimate exchange. Cleared land increases the legibility and navigability of the surrounding terrain. The undeveloped terrain adjacent to Aldiazama is, at present, essentially inaccessible to most of the Finnish district's residents and visitors. Not legally inaccessible, there are no fences in most places, but practically inaccessible in the way that dense secondary jungle is always practically inaccessible to people without specific tools, knowledge, and motivation. The cleared paths, the maintained perimeter, the navigable space that your site creates extend the functional range of the Finnish district's pedestrian infrastructure in ways that benefit everyone who uses it. Gardens produce food supply for an ecosystem currently entirely dependent on external supply chains. Tulum imports essentially all of its food. The logistics of that supply chain are fragile. A hurricane event, a supply chain disruption, a fuel price shock, and the ecological absurdity of a jungle environment with one of the richest agricultural histories in the Western Hemisphere importing tomatoes from Sonora is not lost on anyone who thinks about it for more than a moment. A Zone B garden, even in its early stages, begins to close that loop. A mature Zone B agricultural system, with multiple sites in various stages of production, becomes a real food supply for the district. The Finnish district's restaurants and residents have economic incentive to source locally. You have economic incentive to produce. The exchange is not charity. Maintained jungle edge reduces the fire risk and invasive species pressure on the Finnish district. This is unglamorous but real. The secondary jungle adjacent to development corridors in the Yucatan is subject to periodic fire events, mostly dry season burns that are sometimes deliberate land clearing by other interests, and sometimes accidental. A maintained, inhabited, watered Zone B site is a fire break. It is also an actively managed ecosystem that removes invasive species, several of which are aggressive in disturbed Yucatecan jungle, before they become established at the scale that requires organized intervention. The inhabited site is a demonstration that the alternative exists. This is the production that none of the above paragraphs capture, and that is in some ways the most important. The cleared site, the rocket stove, the garden, the composting toilet, the treehouse, the person who is visibly functional and building something, these constitute a proof of concept that no manifesto achieves. The displaced professional walking the edge of the Finnish district in the middle of their identity crisis does not need to be argued into believing that an alternative relationship with this terrain is possible. They need to see it. The seeing changes something that the reading does not. You are not building a demonstration project. You are building your life. But your life, built here, on this terrain, in this way, is also a demonstration that the terrain is inhabitable on terms other than capitals. That demonstration is the political act. Not the statement of it. The actual building. The jungle as partner. The chapter opened by saying the jungle does not care about your plans. That remains true. But it is only half the observation. The jungle also does not oppose your plans. It has no position on your habitation. It will reclaim what you neglect and support what you maintain. It will provide shade to your sleeping structure, and water to your collection system, and building material to your construction, and food to your garden, if you understand how to ask for it correctly. It will reassert itself through every surface you clear if you turn your back on them for a season. It is not hostile. It is indifferent. It operates at its own pace on its own logic, and it will outlast every institution whose authority you are declining. There is something clarifying about daily physical relationship with a system that does not recognize your institutional identity. The jungle does not know that you used to have a career. It does not know that you never entered the pipeline. It does not know whether you are AI displaced or credential skeptical, or somewhere between the two. It responds to what you actually do with your hands, your attention, and your time. That response is the feedback loop that institutions, in their late-stage dysfunctions, can no longer provide. The clearing is the beginning of receiving it. 4. Rough it right. Building a life in the margins of the world's most overpriced transition. Rough is a relative term, and most people are using the wrong reference point. The reference point most people carry when they hear the word is a temporary deprivation, camping, festival survival, a power outage that stretched longer than expected. In that frame, rough means the absence of things that are normally present: hot water, climate control, reliable electricity, a mattress, a grocery store within walking distance, a flush toilet. Rough means doing without. Rough means enduring until the normal resumes. That is not the frame this document is working in. The frame this document is working in is different. Rough means building a functional life from a lower material base than the consumer economy normalizes, with the specific properties that lower base produces: resilience, legibility, metabolic sovereignty, as features rather than temporary deficits. Not doing without. Building differently. The distinction matters because the wrong frame produces the wrong preparation. Someone arriving at Zone B expecting a temporary deprivation will spend their first weeks measuring the gap between what they have and what they left behind. Someone arriving with the right frame will spend their first weeks discovering what their actual requirements are, which are almost invariably lower than the consumer economy's infrastructure led them to believe. That discovery is not a consolation prize for accepting less. It is information about yourself that the Finnish system was specifically not designed to provide. What rough actually costs. Before the philosophy, the arithmetic. A functional Zone B habitation, treehouse or elevated platform structure, water capture system, composting toilet, rocket stove, started garden, can be established for between $1,500 and $3,000 in initial material costs, depending on the quality of materials used, the size of the structure, and how much of the construction work is done by the inhabitant versus hired from local knowledge. This is not a pitch for poverty. $3,000 is a real sum of money that many people reading this document do not have sitting available. It is raised here because the number is worth comparing to the alternatives. A single month's rent for a modest room in Aldi-Zama's Finnish district currently runs between $800 and $1,500. 1 year of that rental cost buys the permanent infrastructure of a Zone B site outright, with money remaining. The comparison is not between ownership and rental. The legal status of Zone B tenure is not ownership in the conventional sense, as Chapter 5 addresses. The comparison is between a recurring extraction that produces no accumulation and a one-time investment that produces a durable asset. After the initial infrastructure investment, the ongoing monthly cost of Zone B habitation, food production supplemented by market purchases, basic personal supplies, communications, occasional access to Zone A amenities, runs between $150 and $300 for a single person managing the site competently. This figure will surprise people accustomed to developed world urban living costs. It should also recalibrate what enough money to start actually means for the person who has been waiting until they have enough. You probably already have enough. The threshold is lower than the waiting game wants you to believe. The daily rhythm. Infrastructure does not produce life. Rhythm does. The specific daily rhythm of Zone B habitation is something each person and each site develops according to its particular conditions and occupants. But there is a structural logic to the day in this environment that differs from the consumer economy day in ways worth understanding before you arrive. The jungle day begins with light. Not with an alarm. The canopy shifts its acoustic texture at dawn. The night insects yield to the morning birds in a transition that is more reliable than any clock and considerably more pleasant. The light through the platform screens changes quality. If you are sleeping in the canopy, you will wake with the jungle regardless of your prior intention in the matter. This is not a lifestyle selling point. It is a circadian recalibration that most people from high-connectivity urban environments need and do not know they need until it has been happening for several weeks. The sustained light exposure damage from screen-dominated indoor living is not something that can be addressed through intention. It requires actual exposure to actual light on an actual biological schedule. The jungle provides this automatically. What you do about it is up to you. The early morning, from first light until the heat of mid-morning, is the productive window for physical work. Clearing, building, gardening, maintenance. The Yucatan sun, between roughly 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, is not an environment for sustained outdoor physical labor. This is not weakness. This is climate literacy. The pre-colonial cultures that built cities in this environment did not do it by working through the midday heat. They adapted their productive schedule to the climate's actual structure. The midday pause is where the cognitive work happens. The shade of the canopy, the relative cool of the elevated platform, the hammock, this is where the reading, writing, planning, and communicative work of Zone B life gets done. With a satellite internet connection, or a local SIM providing data, both readily available and manageable within the Zone B cost structure, the midday hours are as connected and productive for knowledge work as any co-working space in the Finnish district, with the additional advantage of being free and personally governed. The afternoon resumes physical productivity as the heat breaks. The cooking fire is lit in the early evening. The rocket stove's efficiency means that a full meal is produced in 30 to 40 minutes of active cooking time from lighting the fire to eating, which compares favorably with most people's urban cooking reality once commute and grocery logistics are factored in. The evening is social time if there are people nearby to be social with, and contemplative time if there are not. The jungle's darkness at night, genuine darkness, without the light pollution that renders nighttime invisible in any developed urban environment, is something that requires a specific mention because most people have not experienced it and do not know what they are missing until they have. The stars above a jungle canopy on a clear Yucatan night are not a metaphor for anything. They are stars. Seeing them regularly does something to the scale at which you perceive your own problems that nothing else quite replicates. The fire dies around 10 or 11. You go up to the platform. The jungle handles the rest. Water management in full. Chapter 3 established the minimum viable water system. This section develops it into the full operational picture that sustains Zone B habitation across seasons and at the scale of a small community rather than a single person. The wet season presents no water scarcity challenge for a well-designed capture system. The management challenge in the wet season is excess and quality, not supply. Standing water, any container, any depression, any leaf axil, is a mosquito breeding site within 72 hours. Zone B water discipline during the wet season means no open standing water anywhere, on or near the site, that is not actively managed. Collection containers sealed when not capturing. Overflow pathways designed so that overflow from collection containers does not pool adjacent to the structures. The Aedes aegypti mosquito, the primary vector for dengue, Zika, and chikungunya, is a domestic mosquito that breeds in small clean water containers within 50 meters of human habitation. This is not a jungle threat in the way that many people imagine tropical disease threats. It is a housekeeping threat. The person who eliminates standing water within their site's perimeter is performing the most effective available dengue prevention. The person who does not will have dengue within a season. This is not hypothetical. The dry season water management protocol begins in November, before the rains stop. In November and December, maximize storage capacity. Every container that can hold water should be filled and sealed during the wet season's final months. The karst aquifer accessed through cenotes is available year-round, but it is not a Zone B extraction resource. It is an emergency and communal resource accessed through relationship, not through a personal pipe. Your storage capacity is your dry season buffer. Calculate your consumption. One person requires approximately 3 liters of drinking water per day, plus 2 to 4 liters for cooking, plus variable amounts for hygiene. A conservative daily total for one person with a managed hygiene protocol not daily showers, which are a water luxury rather than a health requirement in a warm climate, but adequate personal sanitation, is 10 to 15 liters. 300 liters of sealed storage, achievable with 650-liter containers, provides 20 to 30 days of supply for one person. Scale for the number of site occupants and the length of the dry period you are managing against. The solar still. One technology deserves specific mention because it is entirely producible from available materials at zero cash cost and because it occupies a role as genuine emergency infrastructure in periods when storage runs low and rainfall is absent. A solar still is a shallow excavation covered with a transparent plastic sheet weighted at the center by a small stone, positioned over a container at the lowest point of the sheet. Solar energy heats the moist soil beneath the sheet, causing evaporation that condenses on the cooler underside of the sheet and drips into the container. Output is modest, a liter or two per day from a well-constructed still in good solar conditions, but it is production from nothing. It requires no input other than soil moisture and sunlight, both of which the Yucatan provides continuously. In an emergency, a grid of solar stills producing 2 liters per day each will keep you alive. Grey water. The water that comes off the cooking zone, the washing area, and the hygiene area is grey water, not potable, not sewage, but carrying soap, food residue, and organic material. Grey water should never be allowed to pool on the site surface. It should be directed, through a simple trench system, to the base of the fruit trees and large vegetation at the site's perimeter, where it provides irrigation and organic amendment without creating the surface pooling that breeds insects and produces odor. The grey water system is 5 minutes of trenching per meter. Do it before you need it. Hygiene without infrastructure. The consumer economy has successfully conflated personal hygiene with the infrastructure required to perform personal hygiene in the consumer economy's preferred form. These are not the same thing. Personal hygiene is the maintenance of skin condition, dental health, wound management, and general physical sanitation adequate to prevent infection, parasite load, and disease transmission. It does not require a hot shower, a tiled bathroom, running water at pressure, or commercial personal care products. What it requires in the Zone B context. Daily. A clean cloth, water from your storage, and soap. The thorough cleaning of hands, face, feet, armpits, and groin is the daily hygiene protocol that manages the infection risk in a hot, humid, outdoor activity-intensive environment. 5 minutes. Less than a liter of water. Performed consistently, it is more effective than an irregular hot shower. Teeth. Dental health in the tropics is a serious practical concern because the combination of fruit-forward diet, heat, and humidity accelerates the conditions that produce decay in neglected teeth. A dentist visit in the Chulam corridor, for anyone without private insurance, is financially accessible compared to developed world costs, and dramatically less accessible than daily brushing. MMS for CDS and DMSO spray. Close it with steri strips or tape if it is wide enough to require closure, and watch it. Then daily brushing with MMS for CDS and DMSO spray. Brush twice a day. This is not negotiable. Feet. The feet are the body's primary interface with the forest floor environment and the vector for several of the most common Zone B health problems: fungal infection, puncture contamination, chigga, and tick attachment. A thorough foot washing at the end of each outdoor work session, inspection for ticks in the areas they prefer, behind the knee, groin, armpits, behind the ears, and the prompt cleaning and covering of any foot puncture wound are the three practices that prevent the problems that most reliably end Zone B habitation early. Waste management and hand hygiene around the composting toilet are the single most important health protocol on the site. The composting toilet manages the pathogen load of human manure if it is used correctly. If it is used incorrectly, specifically, if the carbon cover material is not applied after each use, if the vault is not properly sealed when not in use, or if hand hygiene after use is not consistent, it does not manage it. The hand washing station adjacent to the composting toilet is not optional equipment. It is primary infrastructure. Hair. Hair in the Zone B context is a practical management question rather than an aesthetic one. Long, loose hair in a jungle clearing environment accumulates ticks, seeds, debris, and moisture in ways that short hair or contained hair does not. The most practical Zone B hair management is whatever keeps hair away from the face, out of the food preparation area, and inspectable for tick attachment at the end of the day. Beyond that, it is personal. Laundry. The Zone B laundry system is a bucket, water, and soap. This produces clean clothes adequate to the Zone B context. The clothes you need in this environment are radically simpler than the wardrobe the consumer economy normalizes. 3 to 5 sets of light, quick-drying work clothing, 1 set of clothes for visits to the finished district that do not read as Zone B, the social interface matters, and is addressed in the next section, and footwear that can be thoroughly cleaned. The laundry load that requires a washing machine is a wardrobe design problem, not a laundry technology problem. The Zone A interface. Zone B habitation is not Zone B isolation. The relationship with the finished district is one of the structural features that makes this occupation model different from remote jungle hermitage, and it deserves practical treatment. You will go to Zone A regularly. For communications infrastructure, the finished district has reliable Wi-Fi and cellular that the jungle periphery has in varying degrees. For supplemental food supply, the morning market in Chulam town and the small grocery operations in the finished district provide what your garden does not yet produce. For the social and cultural life that the Zone B site, in its early stages, cannot generate alone. For the incidental encounters with the displaced forebear population that are the metabolic engine of the two-tier complementarity this document proposes. The Zone A interface has a dress code that is worth understanding practically rather than resenting politically. The finished district operates on a visual economy in which appearance signals category, and category determines how you are received. This is not specific to Chulam, it is the universal grammar of consumption-oriented space. You can hold a genuine critique of that grammar and still choose to navigate it competently when it serves you. The Zone B inhabitant, who arrives at a Zone A coffee situation looking like they have been clearing jungle for 3 weeks, will have a different experience of the Zone A social infrastructure than the Zone B inhabitant, who has allocated 30 minutes and a set of clean clothes to the transition. Both are true. One produces encounters. The other produces avoidance. This is not about concealing where you are from or what you are building. It is about arriving in a register that allows the conversation to begin. The conversation can go wherever it needs to go from there. The first impression is just the gate. A clean set of clothes, a pair of sandals that are not caked with site mud, clean hands, and a 30-minute shower at a Zone B community member's more developed site, or at the gym or pool facilities whose day pass pricing is accessible on the Zone B budget model. These are the preparation for a Zone A visit. They cost nothing except the intention to take them seriously. The social capital you build through Zone A interface, the relationships, the collaborative projects, the reputation, the access to skills and knowledge held by the displaced professional population, compounds over time in ways that are worth the preparation. Health in the field. The Yucatan's jungle environment presents a specific health risk profile that is neither as dangerous as the fear register around tropical environments implies nor as benign as a casual attitude toward it would suggest. The risks worth taking seriously, in order of actual frequency in the Chulam corridor. Dengue fever is the most significant health threat for jungle zone habitation in this region, and it is prevented, as noted in the water section, by eliminating standing water. There is no dengue vaccine currently available for general use in Mexico. The only dengue treatment is MMS, the CDS in combination with DMSO in a spray form. The prevention is the best protocol. Take it seriously. Gastrointestinal illness from water or food contamination is common during the adjustment period before the Zone B inhabitants' gut biome has adapted to the local water and food system. The adaptation occurs. It takes 4 to 8 weeks and it is unpleasant during that period. Maintaining rigorous hand hygiene, fully cooking food during the adaptation period, and keeping hydration high when symptoms occur manages the adjustment window. It passes. MMS for CDS is always the way to mitigate those inconveniences. Puncture wounds and cuts in a jungle environment carry infection risk disproportionate to their apparent severity. Clean every wound immediately with clean water, MMS for CDS, and DMSO spray. Close it with steri-strips or tape if it is wide enough to require closure, and watch it for the first 48 hours. Redness spreading beyond the wound margin, increasing warmth, or fever accompanying a wound are signals to seek medical attention. The medical infrastructure in Chulam town is adequate for the wound care and antibiotic prescription that manages most jungle wound infections, and it is accessible at costs that are not prohibitive. Heat illness. The Zone B inhabitant doing physical clearing work in the Yucatan's morning heat window can reach a dehydration state faster than their thirst signals indicate if they are not actively managing fluid intake. Drink before you are thirsty. Urine color is your most reliable hydration indicator. Pale yellow is adequate, dark yellow is the signal to stop working and drink. Heat exhaustion, dizziness, nausea, cessation of sweating despite heat, is a medical event requiring immediate shade, horizontal position, and fluid replacement. It is entirely preventable by the person who manages their work schedule and hydration correctly. Scorpions and snakes exist in the Yucatan and are worth knowing about without being worth fearing disproportionately. The bark scorpion is the species of clinical significance in this region. Its sting is painful and in rare cases severe, particularly for children and elderly. Shake out boots before putting them on. Check clothing and bedding that has been on the ground. Don't reach into spaces you can't see. These protocols eliminate the vast majority of scorpion encounters. The venomous snakes of the Yucatan, several species including the fer-de-lance, are present but genuinely rare in the disturbed secondary jungle environment of the Zone B periphery. They prefer primary forest and are not aggressive. The person who looks where they are stepping and does not reach into brush without checking first will rarely encounter one in their Zone B habitation life. MMS or CDS acts as an antivenom, DMSO traverses the skin barrier. The toolkit. What you actually need, in order of priority. A machete, the single most versatile tool in the Zone B context. Not a large one, a 45 to 50 centimeter blade is the working standard in this environment. More important than size is edge maintenance. A dull machete requires twice the force and produces twice the fatigue of a sharp one. Learn to sharpen it. This skill takes 30 minutes to learn and repays itself every day. A good fixed blade knife, not a machete substitute but a complement. For food preparation, for fine work the machete is too heavy for the 100 small cutting tasks a day on a site involves. A handsaw, for the larger diameter material the machete doesn't handle cleanly. A pruning saw, or a Japanese-style pull saw is more versatile and less tiring than a European-style push saw for this work. A top, minimum 8 by 10 meters, minimum 150 gram thickness. The cheap tarps fail in the first serious wind event. By once. Rope, specifically, a combination of structural rope for lashing and binding construction elements and lighter cord for general site use. Polypropylene for structural work, paracord for general use. Learn 3 knots well: the bowline, the clove hitch, and the trucker's hitch. These 3 handle 90% of the structural fastening requirements in a Zone B build. A good headlamp, with spare batteries or a solar charging setup. After dark on a jungle site, without adequate light, is where the preventable injuries and the scorpion encounters happen. Basic hand tools: a hammer, a pry bar, a level. These are available in Chulam Town hardware stores at Mexican prices, which are considerably below what the same tools cost in the countries most Zone B arrivals are coming from. A water filter, a ceramic gravity filter, or a Sawyer squeeze-type filter for the personal and small group scale. The filtration investment is several orders of magnitude less expensive than the gastrointestinal illness it prevents. A solar charging setup, a 40 to 60 watt folding panel, and a small battery bank manages the device charging requirement for a single person's communications and lighting needs. This is the single item where buying quality matters most, because the cheap solar panels fail in the humidity and UV exposure of the Yucatan environment within months. A first aid kit, built specifically for jungle environment work rather than purchased as a general-purpose retail kit. Specifically, wound cleaning supplies: saline, gauze, tape, steri-strips, antibiotic ointment, oral rehydration salts, ibuprofen, antihistamine, a triangular bandage, and the knowledge of how to use all of them. The knowledge is more important than the kit. Take a wilderness first aid course before you arrive if you have not had one. MMS, a CDS, and DMSO spray bottle. Seeds. Not the decorative variety from a garden center. Open-pollinated, non-hybrid vegetable seeds suited to tropical cultivation: chia, sweet potato, chilies, beans, squash, chives, basil, epazote, the regional food plants that the Mayan agricultural tradition developed specifically for this soil and climate, and that are available in Chulam Town markets from vendors who understand their cultivation. What rough it right actually means. The chapter title contains the load-bearing word right. Roughing it right is not suffering with dignity. It is not performing austerity for the validation of people who find austerity admirable. It is not a preparation for something better that is always coming but never arrives. Roughing it right means building a life that is functional, healthy, productive, and genuinely livable on a low material base. It means making competent decisions with limited resources and understanding why each decision matters. It means arriving at the end of a day of Zone B habitation feeling tired from real work rather than depleted from arbitrary stress, fed from food you produced or procured with clear knowledge of its origin, physically in a body that has been used correctly and maintained adequately. This is not available from the finished district's amenity layer at any price point. The finished district provides comfort. Roughing it right provides competence. These are not the same experience, and they do not produce the same person. The person who has spent 3 months establishing and running a Zone B site, water system functional, garden producing, structure solid, daily rhythm established, is a different person than the one who arrived. Not different in ideology, or affiliation, or any of the categories the old system used to sort and assess people. Different in the specific way that competence makes a person different. They know what they can do because they have done it. That knowledge does not require anyone else's validation to be real. The institutions that are no longer making room for you assessed your value through credentials, performance metrics, and alignment with organizational objectives. They measured what you could do for them within the constraints of their system. The jungle assesses you through a simpler mechanism. It responds to what you actually do. Roughing it right is the practice of becoming the kind of person the jungle responds to. Everything else this document proposes, the sweat equity architecture, the two-tier complementarity, the governance structures, the founding mythology, depends on this foundation. Not ideologically. Practically. The Zone B inhabitant who cannot manage their water, food, shelter, and health is a burden on the emerging community rather than a contributor to it. The Zone B inhabitant who has mastered those fundamentals, is the cell from which everything else grows. Master the fundamentals. The rest follows. Ground truth. What's actually available in the world's most legible transition zone? 5. Zone B. A sovereign habitation guide for people the system forgot to accommodate. Every significant human settlement in history began as an unauthorized act. Not most. Every. The city you were born in, the neighborhood your parents grew up in, the street whose name you learned before you learned to read, all of it began as someone arriving on terrain they did not have formal permission to be on, deciding to stay, and building something durable enough that the legal frameworks eventually caught up to the physical fact of their presence. Legal frameworks do not precede habitation. They ratify it. The law describes what already exists and assigns it categories. It does not conjure settlements from abstract principle. This is not an argument for disregarding legal reality. Chapter 2 was explicit about the importance of understanding the legal landscape before acting within it. It is an argument for understanding which came first, the settlement or the law, and what that means for the person who arrives on terrain that has not yet been legally settled. What it means is this: your presence, your building, your cultivation, your community, these are not violations of a pre-existing order awaiting your compliance. They are inputs into an order that is still being formed. The question is not whether you have permission to participate in that formation. The question is whether what you build is durable enough, legitimate enough, and valuable enough to the surrounding community that when the legal frameworks arrive to assign categories, they assign a category that recognizes what you built rather than erasing it. Zone B is the name for the architecture of that durability. The two-zone model. The term Zone B requires Zone A to be meaningful, and Zone A requires honest description before the relationship between them can be designed correctly. Zone A is all the Azameas finished district and the conventional development that constitutes it. It operates under Mexican civil law, municipal zoning regulations, the HOA-adjacent governance structures that the developer put in place, and the market logic that governs property values, rental rates, commercial operations, and the general character of the built environment. It provides amenities, restaurants, co-working spaces, pools, wellness facilities, cultural venues in their current limited form that have real value to the people who access them. It has infrastructure, roads, pedestrian paths, utilities, internet connectivity that works. It contains the displaced professional population whose presence and resources are part of the Zone B equation. Zone A is not the enemy. Zone A is the adjacent system whose assets Zone B needs partial access to and whose cultural deficits Zone B is positioned to fill. The relationship between them is not oppositional. It is metabolic. Two systems with different logics and different strengths, operating in proximity, exchanging what the other lacks. Zone B is the stewardship periphery. The undeveloped and transitional terrain adjacent to the finished district, inhabited under the occupation model this document has been describing across the preceding chapters. It operates under different rules, not no rules, different rules, because the problems it is solving and the resources it is working with are genuinely different from Zone A's. The dual zone model formalizes that difference. It names it, assigns it a governance architecture, defines the interface between zones, and prevents the default from running, which is the gradual absorption of Zone B's logic by Zone A's, producing a situation where the stewardship periphery exists as Zone A's aesthetic annex rather than as a sovereign inhabitation layer with its own economy and its own future. Zone B's governing logic. Zone A is governed by ownership. You have rights in Zone A in proportion to what you own or rent within it. Your status is determined by your position in the property market. The developer's authority, and the municipal authority beyond it, are the ultimate references for what is permissible. Zone B is governed by stewardship. You have rights in Zone B in proportion to what you manage, maintain, and improve within it. Your status is determined by your contribution record. The community's collective determination, operating within the ecological and social standards the zone establishes for itself, is the reference for what is permissible. This is not a utopian claim about an alternative to property rights, as a general principle. It is a specific and practical governance design for a specific type of terrain in a specific set of circumstances. The stewardship model works for Zone B because the terrain Zone B occupies is not producing value under the ownership model currently applied to it. Vacant, undeveloped, unmaintained land generates paper appreciation and no metabolic vitality. Stewardship converts that terrain into something alive. The stewardship model has several components that need to be specified rather than assumed. Occupancy rights in Zone B are granted, maintained, and can be lost based on demonstrated stewardship performance. Occupancy rights mean the right to inhabit a defined site, to build and maintain structures on it, to cultivate it, and to participate in Zone B governance. They do not mean title, they are not ownership in the legal sense. They mean recognized, community-backed standing as a legitimate occupant of a specific site within the zone, with the community's collective capacity to defend that standing against external pressure. The criteria for occupancy rights are practical rather than ideological. Active site maintenance. The site is cleared, managed, and ecologically maintained to a standard the zone establishes. Abandoned sites, sites whose occupant has left without transferring their stewardship responsibility, revert to available zone inventory. Ecological compliance. The site operates within the zone's ecological standards. No standing water breeding insects, no sewage discharge into the substrate, no burning of materials that produce toxic smoke, no extraction from the surrounding primary vegetation beyond what the community's resource management protocols permit. Contribution accounting. The occupant maintains a documented record of their contributions to the zone's common infrastructure, clearing work that benefits the collective, construction on shared facilities, food production that enters the zone's exchange system, knowledge and skill transfer to newer occupants. Community participation. The occupant participates in the collective decision-making processes of the zone. Not every decision that produces the kind of governance exhaustion that kills communities faster than external pressure does, but the decisions that concern collective infrastructure, boundary management, and the zone's relationship with Zone A. These four criteria, maintained consistently, constitute Zone B citizenship in the practical sense. They are what you have instead of a lease agreement. In many situations that matter, a conversation with an EGIDO representative, a response to a municipal inquiry, a negotiation with a developer's representative, a documented stewardship record is a more powerful instrument than a short-term rental contract, because it represents an investment that cannot be withdrawn by a landlord's decision and a contribution that the surrounding community can testify to. The contribution accounting system. The contribution accounting system is the economic infrastructure of Zone B, and it deserves detailed treatment because without it, the sweat equity logic remains aspirational rather than operational. The problem the contribution accounting system solves is a classic commons problem. How do you ensure that the people who contribute most to the collective good of the zone are recognized and compensated for that contribution, rather than having their labor absorbed as a free resource by the zone's other occupants? In a market economy, prices solve this problem. The person who does more gets paid more. The payment is immediate, fungible, and individually controlled. The mechanism is clear. Zone B cannot use prices as the primary coordination mechanism, because Zone B's foundational premise is that the people it accommodates are not yet in a position to pay market prices for what they need. If the coordination mechanism defaults to pricing, Zone B defaults to Zone A. The market logic recolonizes it through the back door of internal exchange. The contribution accounting system solves the problem differently. It creates a non-monetary ledger of contribution that functions as local currency within the zone, not for everything, but for the specific transactions where Zone B's internal economy needs coordination. What the ledger tracks: site clearing hours, documented by the person doing the work, and witnessed by at least one other zone member. A cleared half-hectare of secondary jungle has a known labor value in hours that can be estimated with reasonable accuracy by anyone who has done it. Water infrastructure work, installation, maintenance, and repair of collective capture and filtration systems. Expressed in hours and in the system capacity created or maintained. Food production, expressed in kilograms of food produced and contributed to the zone's collective food system rather than consumed personally. Not all production is contributed, personal consumption is not tracked. The contribution ledger records only what enters the collective. Construction on shared infrastructure, the fire circles, the common kitchen areas, the paths, the meeting structures, the shared sanitation systems. Expressed in hours and in the infrastructure value created. Knowledge transfer, formal and informal. A person who teaches rocket stove construction to 3 new arrivals has contributed something that has a multiplying value beyond their own site's function. The knowledge transfer is logged by the recipient, not by the teacher. Medical and practical skill deployment. The person with wilderness first aid training who treats a wound, the person with construction experience who identifies and corrects a structural problem, the person with agricultural knowledge who prevents a crop loss. These contributions are logged as events with an estimated value in hours equivalent. What the ledger does with what it tracks. Zone B amenity access is partially governed by contribution standing. The zone's collective resources, the shared equipment, the community kitchen when it exists, the tool library, the collective food production, the collective water storage buffer, are allocated preferentially to members in good contribution standing over members who are drawing on collective resources without contributing to them. Zone B governance weight is partially determined by contribution history. On decisions that concern the zone's infrastructure and collective resources, the person with 3 months of documented contribution carries more decision weight than the person who arrived last week. Not absolute weight, the zone is not a plutocracy of contributed hours, but a calibrated weight that prevents free riding on collective governance while protecting the rights of new arrivals to participate. Zone B exchange with Zone A is mediated through the contribution record. When the zone negotiates with Zone A residents, businesses, or the developer for access to Zone A amenities, the zone's collective contribution record, the total cleared land, the food production, the ecological maintenance, the aesthetic and cultural value added to the district's periphery, is the negotiating instrument. A zone with 2,000 documented hours of land stewardship is negotiating from a different position than a zone whose claims are unverifiable. The practical implementation. The contribution ledger, in its initial phase, is a physical record. A shared notebook, maintained by a rotating ledger keeper, who changes monthly to prevent capture by any one person. Every entry signed by both the contributor and a witness. Every entry dated and described specifically enough that it can be verified after the fact. As the zone grows, the ledger migrates to a digital format, a shared document accessible to all zone members, read-only for non-contributors, append-only rather than editable to prevent retrospective falsification. The technology required for this is not complex. A shared spreadsheet with access controls, hosted on a cloud service whose cost is distributed across zone members, is entirely adequate. The contribution ledger is also the zone's primary instrument for demonstrating its value to external stakeholders. It is the answer to the question that any developer, EGIDO representative, municipal official, or journalist will eventually ask: what has actually been built here, by whom, and with what result? A documented record of 10,000 hours of land stewardship, ecological maintenance, and infrastructure development is not a political claim. It is a fact. Facts change the conversation. Tenure pathways. Zone B tenure moves through recognizable stages, and those stages should be named explicitly rather than left as informal assumptions, because informal assumptions about tenure are where communities fracture along the lines of who had understood access and who did not. Pioneer tenure is the initial stage. A person or small group arrives, identifies a site, begins the clearing and infrastructure work, and establishes basic habitation. Pioneer tenure is informal in the sense that the zone does not yet have a formal mechanism to grant it. You are establishing the site before the zone is organized enough to formally receive you. Pioneer tenure holders are the founders of specific sites within the zone, and their contribution to establishing Zone B as a physical reality gives them founding standing within the zone's governance. Pioneer tenure converts to established tenure when the site meets the zone's occupancy criteria, ecological compliance, active maintenance, contribution accounting participation, community participation, and has been maintained for a defined minimum period. 3 months of consistent operation is a reasonable threshold. Established tenure holders have full Zone B citizenship in the practical sense, occupancy rights recognized by the community, access to collective resources, governance participation, and a contribution record that the zone presents externally on their behalf. Established tenure can convert to stewardship partnership with external landowners, the ejido, the municipality, or in exceptional cases, a private developer, when the Zone B community's collective credibility and documented contribution record makes formal recognition politically viable. Stewardship partnership is not ownership. It is a recognized and documented relationship between a habitation community and a landholding entity, in which the habitation community agrees to ongoing ecological stewardship standards, and the landholding entity agrees to a defined period of non-disturbance. The specific legal form of that agreement varies by the landowner category and the negotiating context. The contribution record is what makes the negotiation possible. The pathway from pioneer tenure through established tenure to stewardship partnership is voluntary at every stage. Nobody in Zone B is required to pursue formal recognition with external landowners if they choose to remain in the informal occupation model. Some people will. Some will not. The zone accommodates both because the goal is not to integrate everyone into the formal system. The goal is to ensure that those who want formal recognition have a pathway to it that their Zone B contribution record supports, and that those who don't are not forced along it. The interface. The Zone A, Zone B interface is the most politically complex element of the model and the place where the default scripts are most likely to run if the design is not explicit. The default script has 2 versions and they are mirror images of each other. In the first version, Zone A gradually absorbs Zone B. The cleared sites become attractive. The gardens become desirable. The cultural vitality the youth generate becomes a selling point for Zone A property values. Capital arrives, acquires the improved sites, develops them conventionally, and the Zone B inhabitants, who created the value, are displaced into a new periphery further from the amenity layer. This is the oldest dispossession script in urban history, and it requires no malicious intent to run. It runs automatically wherever improved land meets mobile capital without protective governance. In the second version, Zone B refuses Zone A. The interface becomes adversarial. Zone B inhabitants treat Zone A as an enemy system to be resisted rather than a resource to be negotiated with. The 2 populations self-segregate. The complementarity that this document has been arguing for, experienced professionals with domain knowledge meeting framework-free youth with building capacity, never materializes because the social architecture never allows it to begin. Zone B becomes an encampment adjacent to the finished district rather than a second civilization layer in dynamic relationship with it. Both defaults are failures. The design challenge is to prevent both simultaneously, which requires being explicit about what the interface is for and what it is not for. What the interface is for. The exchange of complementary assets. Zone A has resources, domain knowledge, professional networks, and access to the amenity layer. Zone B has labor, ecological management, cultural production capacity, food production, and the social dynamism that the finished district demonstrably lacks. The interface is the space where those assets encounter each other in transactions that benefit both parties. Social infrastructure between the two populations. The displaced professional and the Zone B youth need a context in which they can meet outside of transactional or hierarchical relationships. The fire circle, the community kitchen, the common garden, the cultural production space, these are interface infrastructure. Not designed to make Zone B legible to Zone A tourists. Designed to make Zone B and Zone A residents legible to each other as potential collaborators. Negotiation of Zone B's collective access to Zone A amenities. The Zone B community as a collective has a stronger negotiating position with Zone A's co-working spaces, cafes, Wi-Fi networks, pools, and cultural facilities than individual Zone B members bargaining individually. A collective agreement, the Zone's land stewardship contributions are worth X in amenity access credit, is achievable. Individual negotiation produces individual charity, which is unstable and produces the wrong social relationship. What the interface is not for. Providing Zone A with cultural atmosphere at Zone B's expense. The greatest risk of the interface is that it functions as a mechanism through which Zone B generates the intangible value, the vibrancy, the authenticity, the countercultural edge, that makes Zone A more attractive, without Zone B capturing any of the resulting appreciation. The contribution accounting system and the collective negotiation of amenity access are the two instruments that prevent this. They must be used. Letting the interface run without those instruments produces the Bohemian theme park outcome. Converting Zone B into Zone A's service economy. The Zone B inhabitant who finds themselves doing landscaping, cleaning, construction, or childcare for Zone A residents at below market rates has not found a Zone B economic model. They have found Zone A's informal labor market. The distinction matters. Zone B labor that enters Zone A's economy should do so at Zone A prices, or not at all, because below market Zone A labor extraction is simply the extraction model operating at a different price point. The sovereignty dimension. Zone B is described in this document as a sovereign habitation layer. The word sovereign requires unpacking because it is doing specific work here that is neither the national sovereignty of states nor the rhetorical sovereignty of personal development literature. Sovereign in this context means the zone's internal governance is determined by its members according to rules they establish for themselves, not by external authorities who have not been granted governance rights over the zone through any legitimate process. This is a practical claim rather than an ideological one. The developer did not ask Zone B's inhabitants whether they wanted to be governed by the HOA adjacent structures Phase 1 established. The municipality did not design its land use regulations in consultation with the population that would need to find habitation outside conventional market structures. The system that produced the 7 absences described in the introduction did not consult the people whose needs those absences fail to meet. Zone B's governance sovereignty is not a declaration of secession from Mexican law or from the social contract. It is a practical assertion that the zone's internal affairs, how contributions are accounted for, how occupancy rights are determined, how conflicts are resolved, how resources are allocated, are determined by the people who live within it. External legal frameworks continue to apply. Zone B does not declare itself exempt from Mexican environmental law, from ejido governance rights, or from the municipal authority's legitimate jurisdiction. What Zone B does declare, quietly, through its governance practice rather than through any formal proclamation, is that it governs itself on the matters it is competent to govern, and that it engages external legal frameworks through negotiation from a position of documented contribution rather than through the supplicant position of informal settlers seeking tolerance. The difference between those two positions is everything. The informal settler asks for tolerance. The sovereign community negotiates recognition. Tolerance can be withdrawn at will. Recognition, once established and documented, is considerably more durable. Why Zone B must never become a waiting room. This is the most important design principle in the chapter, and it requires a direct statement rather than a structural implication. A waiting room is a space whose only function is temporary occupancy on the way to somewhere else. Its residents do not invest in it because they intend to leave. They do not govern it because it has no future that matters to them. They do not produce culture from it because culture requires commitment to a place and a community over time. They endure it. Zone B becomes a waiting room the moment its inhabitants understand their presence there as temporary, as a phase to be completed before arriving at Zone A. This can happen in several ways. It can happen through the zone's own governance if the contribution pathways are designed as graduation tracks, as sequences that lead inevitably toward Zone A integration rather than as optional routes available to those who want them. It can happen through the social dynamics of the Zone A, Zone B interface if Zone A residents consistently communicate, however subtly, that Zone B is where you are until you can afford not to be. It can happen through Zone B's own mythology if the zone presents itself as a developmental stage rather than a complete habitation system. The prevention of this outcome is partly structural: the governance design, the voluntary pathway architecture, the contribution accounting system that recognizes Zone B achievement on Zone B terms. But it is substantially cultural. It depends on Zone B developing, over time, a mythology and an identity that makes staying in Zone B a coherent choice rather than a failure to advance. The treehouse that is intentionally maintained over years, not as a temporary structure pending something permanent, but as a permanent structure whose form expresses a deliberate relationship with the canopy, is Zone B mythology made physical. The garden that is designed for a 5-year production horizon, not a 6-month experiment, is Zone B's temporal commitment made legible. The Zone B inhabitant who is demonstrably skilled, healthy, productive, and at home in the environment they built is Zone B's most powerful argument against the waiting room framing. Zone B is not where you wait to join Zone A. Zone B is where you build what Zone A lacks the logic to build. Those are different propositions. The first produces temporary residents who endure. The second produces founders who stay. The people the system forgot to accommodate. The subtitle of this chapter is not rhetorical. The institutional systems of the previous century were designed for a specific type of participant, someone who entered at 18 through an educational pipeline, credentialed through their mid-20s, entered a career track that would provide employment for 30 to 40 years, accumulated pension and property assets on a predictable schedule, and retired with those assets into a consumption-based late life. The entire infrastructure of those systems, educational debt structures, rental markets, mortgage products, pension arrangements, social safety nets, was optimized for that participant profile. The people this document is addressed to do not match that profile. Not because they failed to match it, because the profile itself is becoming non-functional. The educational pipeline's debt-to-outcome ratio is deteriorating. The career tracks are contracting faster than the credential system can adapt to. The asset accumulation that was supposed to produce security is concentrated in a generation whose circumstances were historically specific and are not reproducible. The systems did not forget to accommodate a deviant minority. They forgot to accommodate the future. Zone B is not a charity provision for the system's failures. It is an infrastructure layer for the people who arrived at the moment when the old system's accommodation capacity ran out, and who need a different architecture to build on. The governance model described in this chapter is that architecture's load-bearing structure. Not the most visible part: the tree houses are more visible, the gardens are more beautiful, the rocket stoves produce the smells that draw people in. But the governance is what determines whether the visible things persist, or whether they are eventually dissolved by the default scripts that run on every space that lacks the institutional design to resist them. Build the governance before you need it. Every community that failed to do this failed for the same reason: they assumed the good intentions of their founding members would substitute for structure when conflict arrived. Good intentions do not substitute for structure. They never have. They are the reason you build the structure before you need it, because by the time you need it, the good intentions have become contested. The zone in practice. The preceding sections have described the governance architecture of Zone B in its developed form. The practice of establishing that architecture in a community that is still in its first months of existence is considerably messier than the description implies, and honesty about the mess is part of what distinguishes this document from a utopian proposal. In practice, Zone B governance begins with the relationships between the first 3 or 4 people who establish sites within proximity of each other and begin coordinating informally. The first conversations are practical: who knows how to do what resources are shared, who takes responsibility for the maintenance task that nobody wants but everybody benefits from. The governance structure emerges from those conversations rather than being imposed on them. The contribution ledger begins as the thing someone starts keeping because they noticed that the same 2 people were doing all the work while others benefited, and they wanted a way to name that without making it personal. The occupancy criteria begin as the things the founding group agrees not to do, not because they read them in a document, but because their first few difficult situations made the need for shared standards obvious. This is how governance actually develops in communities that work. Not from a charter imposed at founding, but from the accumulated experience of people solving real problems together and naming their solutions. The governance architecture described in this chapter is not a founding document to be ratified before anyone moves in. It is a description of the structures that Zone B communities will develop organically if they are thinking clearly about the default scripts they are trying to prevent. The chapter's purpose is to accelerate that development by naming the structures before the problems that produce them arrive. You will still encounter the problems. The naming gives you a framework for them that does not require inventing the wheel while the wheel is on fire. Ground truth. What's actually available in the world's most legible transition zone? 6. Treehouse economics. A countercultural operating manual for the post-credential generation. The credential economy made a specific promise, and most people who entered it understood the promise clearly even if they never saw it written down. The promise was this: invest a defined period of your youth in acquiring the certifications, degrees, and institutional affiliations that signal your value to employers, and in exchange you will receive access to a labor market that compensates that investment with income sufficient to sustain a life, accumulate assets, and reproduce the process for your children. The return on the investment would be reliable, the pathway would be legible, and the system would recognize your compliance with its requirements as a form of value regardless of whether the specific content of your credentials was intrinsically useful to anyone. The promise was never quite honest about its internal logic, which was not actually about the value of education. It was about the value of sorting. Credentials did not primarily teach people things. They primarily sorted people into categories that employers could use to reduce the cost of hiring decisions. A degree from a certain institution did not guarantee competence. It guaranteed that the holder had successfully completed a compliance performance of sufficient duration and expense to signal willingness to submit to institutional requirements. That signal was what employers were buying. This is not a cynical interpretation of the credential system. It is the interpretation that the system's own economists have been making for decades, and it explains something important: why the system is breaking down now, and why it is breaking down in this specific way rather than some other. The credential as sorting mechanism worked as long as the sorting problem it solved. How do employers identify candidates worth interviewing from a large pool? Remained expensive enough that the credentials solution was worth the credentials price. When the cost of sorting drops, through AI-assisted screening, through portfolio-based hiring, through the demonstrated competence economy that networked digital work has made possible, the credential's utility to the employer drops with it. And when the credential's utility to the employer drops, the promise it made to the credential holder cannot be kept. You did not enter a broken system. You entered a system whose structural purpose is being made redundant by the same technological forces that are simultaneously displacing the credentialed professionals who preceded you. Understanding this clearly is the precondition for Zone B economics, because Zone B economics is not an alternative to the credential economy in the sense of a counterproposal that the credential economy could theoretically adopt. It is an economics for the period after the credential economy's sorting function has been made obsolete, and that period is not approaching. It is here. What you actually have. The credential economy's account of what you have, if you decline to credential, or if your credentials failed to deliver what they promised, is nothing valuable. You lack the certification. You lack the institutional affiliation. You lack the employer's stamp of approval that the system uses to verify worth. This account is worth examining carefully because it is the account that produces the paralysis that keeps people waiting for the credential they haven't gotten yet, waiting for the employer who will recognize their value despite the missing certification, waiting for the system to develop a category that fits them. Here is what you actually have, independent of the credential economy's valuation of it. Competence. Not theoretical competence demonstrated through examination performance. Practical competence accumulated through the actual doing of things. If you have spent time building, growing, fixing, making, organizing, communicating, coding, designing, teaching, translating, or performing any of the 1,000 activities that constitute real economic life, you have competence. The credential economy's inability to price it does not make it not real. Adaptability. The person who has navigated a life outside institutional frameworks without the safety net that institutional frameworks provide has developed an adaptive capacity that is genuinely difficult to produce through any other method. You have solved problems that the institutionally protected professional never encountered because their system absorbed the problem before it reached them. That problem-solving experience is not nothing. It is one of the scarcest capabilities in any economy transitioning faster than its institutions can adapt. Freedom from sunk cost. The recently displaced professional is making economic decisions while carrying the psychological weight of an identity investment that the new situation threatens. Every decision is complicated by what they already paid and what they stand to lose by admitting it cannot be recovered. You have not paid that price. You have not committed to a framework that the new situation is invalidating. Your decision-making is lighter for it. This is genuinely valuable in an economic environment that rewards rapid repositioning. Network intelligence without network capture. The professional who spent 20 years inside a single industry has a deep network within that industry and almost nothing outside it. Their network is also their cage. It assesses them according to the industry's norms and cannot easily imagine them outside the industry's context. You have a different kind of network, horizontal, cross-domain, connected across the various scenes and subcultures and informal economies that people outside institutional tracks inhabit. That network is harder to exploit for a conventional job search and far more useful for the kind of collaborative economic activity that Zone B is organized around. Time orientation. The person managing a mortgage, a pension, a lease, and a career timeline is making decisions on a compressed temporal horizon driven by financial obligations that come due on fixed schedules. You are not. Your time horizon is longer in the only sense that matters for Zone B. You can invest in things that produce returns over years rather than requiring immediate income. The clearing that makes the garden possible. The garden that makes food security possible. The food security that makes the full economic model possible. These are sequential investments with a 3 to 5 year payback structure that the obligated professional cannot make, but you can. None of these assets appear on the credential economy's valuation sheet. That is the credential economy's limitation, not yours. The sweat equity architecture. Sweat equity is an old concept that has been consistently misapplied in informal settlement contexts, because it has been used to describe labor that produces value without capturing it. The farmer, who clears land and raises its value thereby, and is then displaced by the risen value they produced, performed sweat equity in the colloquial sense. Their sweat produced equity that someone else captured. That is not sweat equity as a legitimate economic architecture. That is extraction with an extra step. Sweat equity as a legitimate economic architecture requires a mechanism by which the labor that produces value captures a defined share of the value it produces. Without that mechanism, the labor is just labor and the equity is just a metaphor. Zone B's sweat equity architecture has three components: the contribution accounting system described in Chapter 5, the land improvement valuation protocol described in this section, and the anti-dispossession covenant described later in this chapter. All three are required. The first without the second and third is just a ledger. The second without the first and third is just documentation of a dispossession. The third without the first and second is just a declaration, without the evidence required to make it defensible. The Land Improvement Valuation Protocol establishes how Zone B's clearing, cultivation, construction, and ecological maintenance work is converted into a recognized economic value that can be used in negotiations with external stakeholders. The starting point is a simple observation: cleared, maintained, cultivated land is worth more than uncleaned, unmaintained, and cultivated land to anyone who wants to use it. The premium is real and it is measurable. What Zone B's labor produces is not a subjective improvement in the aesthetic quality of the terrain. It is an objective increase in the terrain's productive and economic value. Measurement Protocol: a baseline site assessment conducted before clearing begins, documenting canopy cover, species composition, ground-level vegetation density, topography, evidence of standing water, and presence of invasive species. A post-improvement assessment conducted at defined intervals, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, documenting the same variables plus the infrastructure installed, the cultivation established, and the ecological management performed. The differential between baseline and current assessment constitutes the improvement value the Zone B labor produced. This documentation is performed by zone members, witnessed by at least one person from outside the zone, and maintained in the zone's collective record. It does not require a professional assessor, which would introduce a cost and an external authority that Zone B's sovereignty principle resists. It requires consistency and honesty in application. The practical effect: when the developer, the EGIDO representative, the municipal authority, or a potential Zone A partner asks what the Zone B community's presence has produced, the answer is a documented series of site assessments that convert the labor performed into a language, land condition, ecological value, infrastructure investment, that those stakeholders can read. The question of what that documentation is worth in specific negotiations is a negotiation question. The documentation is what makes the negotiation possible rather than merely rhetorical. The Zone B economic base. Zone B's economy has 4 layers and they operate simultaneously rather than sequentially. Most Zone B inhabitants will participate in all 4 at different intensities at different stages of their time in the zone. Layer 1: Subsistence production. The foundation layer. Food, water, shelter, basic sanitation, the fundamental production that reduces the cash economy's claims on Zone B inhabitants to the lowest achievable level. Every kilogram of food produced on the site is a kilogram that does not need to be purchased. Every liter of water captured and filtered is a liter that does not need to be bought. Every structure built from site materials rather than purchased materials is a construction cost that does not need to be financed. The economic logic is straightforward. The Zone B inhabitant whose subsistence needs are substantially met by their own production requires dramatically less cash income than the equivalent person in a consumer economy context. This is not poverty. It is economic sovereignty at the base layer. The cash economy's claims on you are proportional to your dependence on it. Reducing your dependence at the base layer reduces those claims and expands your decision-making freedom at every layer above it. The target for a well-established Zone B site in the Yucatan's agricultural conditions is approximately 60 to 70% of caloric needs met through site production within the first 12 months. This is achievable and has been achieved in comparable contexts. It requires consistent cultivation effort, appropriate species selection for the climate, and the gradual soil improvement that the composting system makes possible over time. Layer 2. Zone B exchange. The internal economy of the zone itself. Food surpluses exchanged between sites. Skills exchanged against contribution credits. Tools and materials shared across the zone's tool library system. Labor exchanged between sites for tasks that require more than one person. Zone B exchange operates primarily through the contribution accounting system rather than through cash. This is a design choice rather than a limitation. The contribution accounting system maintains within the zone a relationship between labor and recognition that is uncorrupted by the cash economy's tendency to price everything according to its current market rate regardless of its actual value to the parties involved. The person who teaches waterproofing technique to 3 new arrivals has produced something whose value to those arrivals is disproportionate to what a market would price the knowledge transfer at. The contribution ledger recognizes it at its actual value to the community. Cash pricing would undervalue it. Zone B exchange is also where the complementarity between Zone B inhabitants with different skill sets becomes economically operational. The person with construction knowledge and the person with agricultural knowledge are not just culturally compatible, they are economically complementary in ways the contribution ledger makes legible. The construction knowledge produces infrastructure the agricultural person needs. The agricultural knowledge produces food the construction person needs. The exchange does not require cash as an intermediary because the contribution record provides the accounting that cash would otherwise provide. Layer 3. Zone A interface economy. The cash economy that Zone B participates in through its relationship with the finished district. This layer is where Zone B's subsistence production enters Zone A's commercial ecosystem, food sold or traded to Zone A restaurants and households, and where Zone B's labor and skills enter Zone A's service demand, construction, maintenance, ecological management, knowledge transfer, cultural production. The Zone A interface economy operates in cash or in Zone A amenity access, depending on the negotiation. The critical principle, repeated from Chapter 5, Zone B labor that enters Zone A's economy does so at Zone A prices. Below market pricing for Zone B labor in Zone A transactions is a subsidy from the people who can least afford to provide it to the people who least need it. It also establishes a price floor for Zone B labor that becomes very difficult to raise once set. Negotiate at Zone A rates from the first transaction, or accept that the interface economy will be extractive rather than reciprocal. What Zone B brings to Zone A that Zone A cannot easily replicate internally: fresh food grown within walking distance, ecological maintenance performed by people with genuine investment in the terrain's condition, construction work done by people who built their own structures and know how things work from the inside, and cultural production that emerges from actual alternative living rather than from the performance of it. These are genuinely scarce in the finished district. Pricing them accordingly is not arrogance. It is accuracy. Layer 4. The global digital economy. Zone B is not isolated from the global economy. It is connected to it through the digital infrastructure that satellite internet, mobile data, and the finished district's Wi-Fi layer make available. The Zone B inhabitant with skills deployable remotely, writing, design, code, translation, research, consulting, teaching, any form of knowledge work that can be delivered digitally, participates in the global digital economy from their Treehouse platform. This layer is where the post-credential generation's specific assets become most directly monetizable. The digital economy's hiring and contracting infrastructure has moved further from credential-based selection than any other labor market. Portfolio, demonstrated output, and reputation within specific digital communities are the operative signals. The person who cannot get an interview at a credentialed institution because their CV lacks the expected institutional affiliations can frequently get a contract in the digital economy because their portfolio says something the CV could not. The Zone B context makes the digital economy participation sustainable in a way the expensive urban context does not. When your cost of living is $300 a month rather than $3,000, the income required to sustain your digital economy participation is an order of magnitude lower. A modest digital freelance income that would be poverty level in a major city is Zone B abundance, more than sufficient to cover the cash economy's remaining claims, while the subsistence production and Zone B exchange economy cover the rest. Food as primary economic infrastructure. Food deserves a separate section beyond its role in the subsistence layer because it is Zone B's most immediate and most legible point of economic contact with Zone A, and because the food system of the Chulam corridor is in a condition of structural vulnerability that Zone B's production capacity is positioned to address at genuine scale. Chulam's food system has a specific pathology. It is extraordinarily expensive to eat well in a place that is ecologically capable of producing most of what its population needs, because the infrastructure connecting local production to local consumption was never built. The Yucatan Peninsula grows extraordinary food, tropical fruits, vegetables, herbs, honey, freshwater fish from the cenote system, seafood from the coast, but the distribution infrastructure routes most of it through supply chains that originate elsewhere. A tomato grown 2 hours south of Chulam arrives in Chulam via a distribution hub in Cancun or Mexico City, having traveled several hundred kilometers past the point where it was grown. This is an inefficiency. Inefficiencies are economic opportunities for the people positioned to close them. Zone B's garden production, at the scale of a developing community of 30 to 50 inhabited sites, produces meaningful food volume. Not total food security for the surrounding district, that would require agricultural land areas beyond Zone B's realistic scope. But meaningful supply in specific high-value categories: fresh herbs, salad greens, edible flowers, chaya and other regional greens, tropical fruits, chilies, eggs if chickens are maintained. These are exactly the categories that Zone A's restaurant ecosystem pays premium prices for when they can source them locally, because local sourcing in this specific market context is a genuine differentiator rather than a marketing claim. The food economy between Zone B and Zone A is therefore not charity or subsidy. It is a genuine market transaction in which Zone B produces something Zone A values and cannot easily produce for itself: fresh, local, ecologically managed food, and Zone A compensates Zone B at market rates for it. The development of this market connection requires Zone B to invest in consistency of supply. Zone A restaurants cannot build menus around a food source that produces unpredictably, and requires Zone A buyers who are sufficiently committed to the local sourcing proposition to pay the price point and maintain the relationship through the establishment period. Both investments are achievable. The matching between Zone B producers and Zone A buyers is one of the practical infrastructure tasks that Zone B's community formation architecture should address explicitly: who is growing what, at what volume, on what schedule, and who in Zone A wants to buy it. The seed library is the infrastructure investment that makes Zone B's food system a compounding asset rather than a static one. A shared seed library, open-pollinated, non-hybrid seeds that produce viable seeds from their harvests, maintained collectively by Zone B growers and expanded through successful cultivation of new varieties, is the Zone B food system's mechanism for accumulating genetic capital. Every season of successful cultivation adds to the library. Every library addition reduces the zone's dependence on external seed sources and increases the resilience of the food system against supply chain disruption. The seed library is also a knowledge library. The cultivation notes that accompany each seed variety: what the variety produces in this specific soil and climate, what it requires, what challenges it presents, what it yields, are the agricultural knowledge base that Zone B accumulates over time. That knowledge base is one of the most durable assets the zone produces. It persists through individual departures, through site changes, through the transitions that any community experiences. The seeds and the knowledge they carry are the zone's long memory infrastructure. Skills as economic currency. The Zone B economy is a skills economy before it is anything else. What circulates within the zone and what Zone B exports to Zone A are primarily skills, embodied, practical, specific capabilities for doing things that need to be done. The skills that have the highest value in the Zone B context, ranked by their combination of scarcity and immediate utility. Construction and infrastructure. The person who can build a functional structure, design it correctly for the climate and materials, construct it safely, waterproof it adequately, maintain it over time, is the most universally in-demand skill holder in any founding settlement. This skill is relatively rare in the populations this document addresses because the consumer economy has progressively de-skilled construction over decades, replacing craft knowledge with specialized contractor services. The Zone B inhabitant who arrives with construction competence, or who develops it through the clearing and building process, is an immediate economic asset. Water system design and maintenance. Beyond the basic capture systems described in Chapter 3, the Zone B water economy at community scale requires people who understand hydraulics, filtration chemistry, storage management, and system troubleshooting. This knowledge is acquirable from open sources and from the communities of practice around appropriate water technology that exist globally and have extensive online presence. It is not complex at the Zone B scale. But it is specific, it is consistently needed, and the person who has it is consistently valuable. Food production and soil management. Agricultural knowledge in the specific Yucatan karst context. Not general gardening, the karst substrate is specific enough that general gardening knowledge without regional adaptation is more likely to produce frustration than food. The community members who understand the milpa system, who know which cover crops fix nitrogen in these soils, who can read a plant's condition and diagnose the deficiency, who know the seasonal calendar of the Yucatan growing year, these people are the food system's intellectual infrastructure. Medical and emergency response. The wilderness first aid practitioner is the Zone B community's primary healthcare resource for everything short of what requires hospital infrastructure. This skill has unusually high value to acquisition cost ratio. A wilderness first aid course is available globally, takes a weekend to complete at the basic level, costs between $50 and $200, and provides the practical knowledge to manage the most common Zone B health events competently. The Zone B community that has 3 to 5 trained wilderness first aid practitioners among its members has dramatically different health outcomes than the community that doesn't. Electrical and solar systems. Off-grid electrical system design, installation, and maintenance is the Zone B skill with the most consistent Zone A interface value. The Finnish district's property owners, both established and arriving, frequently want to reduce grid dependence for ideological and practical reasons. The person who can design, install, and maintain a solar system that provides adequate power for a Zone B site can also install and maintain one for a Zone A property owner, at Zone A prices, with Zone A materials. This skill is learnable at the Zone B scale from free online curricula and transfers directly to a Zone A service offering. Digital skills with physical application. The intersection between digital competence and physical making is where some of Zone B's most distinctive economic offerings emerge. The person who can design something digitally and fabricate it physically, through woodworking, metalworking, textile production, or any of the making traditions that the precious plastic and maker movement infrastructure makes accessible, is in a different economic position than the person who can only do one or the other. In the Tulam context, this intersection produces objects and spaces that have immediate market value in Zone A's design-conscious consumer ecosystem. The anti-dispossession architecture. Every chapter in which this document has described Zone B's economic potential has acknowledged the risk that runs beneath it, that the value Zone B creates becomes the instrument of Zone B's displacement. The terrain improves. The community develops. The cultural vitality emerges. The property values of the surrounding district appreciate. Capital arrives to capture the appreciation. The people who produce the value are displaced. This script has run so many times in urban history that its steps are predictable to anyone who has studied it. What makes it feel inevitable is that it runs without requiring any individual actor to behave badly. The developer who buys the improved terrain is not a villain. They are responding to market signals that Zone B's labor produced. The municipal authority that issues development permits for the newly desirable sites is not persecuting Zone B. It is performing its ordinary function. Nobody does anything wrong. The dispossession happens anyway. The anti-dispossession architecture does not prevent this script by preventing market dynamics. It prevents it by creating conditions under which the script's normal progression encounters friction sufficient to alter its outcome. The friction has three forms. Legal friction. The Zone B community's documented contribution record, the site assessments, the contribution ledger, the stewardship agreements with Ejido landholders where they exist, creates a legal record that any displacement action must address. Not overcome, necessarily. Mexican property law is not infinitely malleable, and the legal instruments available to Zone B are not equivalent to a title deed. But address. A developer who wants to develop a Zone B site must deal with a documented record of community investment in that site, which creates negotiating space that undocumented informal occupation does not have. Social friction. A Zone B community with Zone A relationships, with the displaced professional population, with the Zone A businesses that source Zone B food, with the cultural connections that Zone B's production has established in the finished district, is not politically isolated. The people who would be displaced are known to people with Zone A standing. That social connection is a form of protection that the anonymous informal settlement does not have. It does not prevent dispossession. It raises its social cost. Economic friction. The Zone B community's contribution record establishes a claim to compensation that is grounded in documented economic value rather than in need or sympathy. If the Zone B community can demonstrate that the terrain it occupies has increased in value by a measurable amount as a direct result of their labor, then any displacement that does not compensate that value is not just ethically questionable, it is economically incoherent. You are paying someone to leave without compensating them for the value they produced. That incoherence is the basis for a negotiation, and a negotiation is considerably better than an eviction. The anti-dispossession covenant is the Zone B community's formal commitment to enforce all three forms of friction simultaneously when displacement pressure arrives. Not a legal document in its founding form, a community agreement, recorded in the collective record, specifying that no individual Zone B member will accept a private settlement offer for their site without collective consultation, that no displacement negotiation will proceed without the full contribution record presented and valued, and that the community will maintain solidarity through any displacement process rather than allowing it to proceed one site at a time. The covenant does not guarantee victory. Nothing guarantees victory against mobile capital in a legal framework that ultimately recognizes property rights above stewardship rights. What it guarantees is that the dispossession, if it happens at maximum cost to the dispossessor and minimum loss to the Zone B community, because the community has negotiated collectively from a position of documented contribution rather than surrendering individually from a position of undocumented informal occupation. What enough looks like. The credential economy's economics are growth economics. The implicit target is always more income, more assets, more security, more options. The adequacy horizon recedes as you approach it because the economy's incentive structures are built on the assumption that the optimal state is always somewhat ahead of the current state. Zone B economics are sufficiency economics. The target is enough food, enough water, enough shelter, enough cash income to cover the zone's cash requirements, enough contributions standing to participate fully in the zone's collective life, enough skills to be genuinely useful to the community and the Zone A interface. Enough is a different target than more, and it is reached much sooner. This is both Zone B economics' greatest advantage and its greatest cultural challenge. The greatest advantage: the Zone B inhabitant who has reached sufficiency, site established, food system producing, water system reliable, contribution standing solid, digital income covering cash requirements, is genuinely free from the anxiety that the more-oriented economy generates permanently. Not free from difficulty. Not free from the practical problems that daily life in an off-grid jungle setting produces. But free from the specific anxiety produced by the gap between where you are and where you are supposed to be that the credential economy maintains as a structural feature of its motivational architecture. That anxiety is not a bug in the credential economy. It is a feature. It keeps people compliant, keeps them credentialing, keeps them performing for institutional assessors, who ultimately control the economy's valuation of their effort. The person who is no longer anxious about the gap is the person who is no longer manageable by the gap. Zone B sufficiency economics produces that person, and that person is the credential economy's most uncomfortable presence. The greatest cultural challenge: the people this document is addressed to have been marinated, for their entire conscious lives, in the more oriented culture that the credential economy generates. Enough does not feel like enough when you were raised in a system that treats sufficiency as a form of failure. The Zone B inhabitant who reaches sufficiency and then continues to operate as if they are in deficit, working beyond Zone B's actual requirements, taking on Zone A economic commitments that reintroduce the cash economy's claims at the level they came to Zone B to escape, has reached sufficiency in material terms and not yet in psychological terms. The psychological transition is real work, and it is not the same as the physical work of establishing the site. The physical work is harder at first and easier over time as competence accumulates. The psychological work is easier at first, the novelty and the relief of escape sustain it, and harder over time, as the cultural programming that drove the credential economy's anxiety reasserts itself without the institutional structures that once gave it context. There is no infrastructure for the psychological transition beyond the community itself. The people who have been through it, who made it through the first season and the second and found that sufficiency was actually a stable state rather than a transitional one, are the only credible testimony available. This is another argument for community density over solo habitation. The solo Zone B inhabitant has no witness to the sufficiency transition except themselves. The Zone B community has multiple witnesses at multiple stages. The person in their first difficult month can see someone in their third year and understand that what they are experiencing is a phase rather than a permanent condition. The post-credential economy's actual promise. The credential economy's promise was security through institutional recognition. Follow the sequence, acquire the certifications, perform for the assessors, and the institution will provide the container that makes your economic life navigable. The post-credential economy cannot make that promise because there is no institution making the promise. What it offers instead is something the credential economy could never provide: economic legibility on your own terms. The Zone B inhabitant whose contribution record documents 3 years of land stewardship, food production, construction work, and knowledge transfer has an economic identity that is entirely self-generated. Nobody granted it. Nobody can revoke it. It does not depend on an institution's continued existence or continued favor. It is the accumulated evidence of what they actually did, assessed on criteria they participated in establishing, recognized by a community whose recognition they helped build. This is not the same as security. Zone B economics do not produce the security the credential economy promised and failed to deliver. They produce something more durable than security: competence that compounds, a community that witnesses it, and a contribution record that speaks for you in any room you enter because it is grounded in actual, physical, undeniable production. A treehouse you built, standing in a cleared jungle site you maintain, adjacent to a garden that feeds you, is an economic statement that no credential revocation, no layoff, no market contraction can fully erase. It exists. You made it. That is the economic proposition Zone B is actually making. Not more secure than the credential economy. More real. Ground truth. What's actually available in the world's most legible transition zone? 7. The forebear gap. Why the freshly displaced and the never employed need the same jungle. There is a specific kind of silence that falls when two people, who need each other, recognize that they have been categorized as opponents. You have seen it. The moment when the conversation establishes that one person followed the institutional path and one did not, and both parties recalibrate simultaneously, the credentialed person reaching for the register of hard-won experience and accumulated investment, the uncredentialed person reaching for the register of clear-eyed refusal and unencumbered freedom, and whatever genuine exchange might have been possible contracts into a performance of respective positions. This chapter is about that silence and what it is costing both parties. It is also about the jungle as the specific environment in which that silence can break. Two kinds of outside. The people this document is addressed to are all, in various ways, outside the institutional frameworks that the previous century organized economic and social life around. But outside is not a uniform condition. The way you came to be outside shapes what you carry, what you need, what you fear, and what you are capable of offering to a community in formation. The forebear, the displaced professional, the recently laid off, the mid-career practitioner whose framework is losing coherence, came to be outside through expulsion. They were inside. The system recognized them, compensated them, provided the institutional container that gave their skills and effort a legible context. Then the floor moved. The recognition became unreliable. The compensation became contingent on conditions that were changing faster than they could adapt. The container cracked and the identity it held began leaking out in ways that felt, on the worst days, indistinguishable from dissolution. The youth, the credential skeptical, the never employed in the institutional sense, the person who looked at the pipeline from outside and declined to enter, came to be outside through refusal. Not passive refusal. Active, often difficult, sometimes lonely refusal of a path that the evidence available to them suggested would not deliver what it advertised. They watched the forebear generation perform the sequence correctly and arrive at the current situation. They drew conclusions. They opted out before they were expelled, and the opting out looked like failure to everyone who had not drawn the same conclusions. Same destination. Profoundly different journeys. And between those journeys, a gap that is partly experimental, partly temporal, partly economic, and substantially emotional in ways that neither party finds easy to acknowledge. Understanding the gap precisely is the precondition for designing the architecture that bridges it. Sentimentalizing it, pretending it does not exist, or pretending it will dissolve automatically through proximity and goodwill, produces communities that fracture along exactly this line when the first genuine conflict arrives. What the forebear carries. The displaced professional, who arrives in the Zone B orbit, is carrying several things simultaneously, and it is important to name all of them rather than selecting only the ones that are comfortable to discuss. Domain knowledge and practical competence. 20 years of professional practice produces genuine, hard-won capability in specific domains. This knowledge did not evaporate when the framework that housed it became unreliable. The engineer still understands structural systems. The doctor still understands physiology. The lawyer still understands negotiation. The designer still understands visual problem solving. The project manager still understands how to move complex processes from intention to completion. These capabilities are real and they are useful in the Zone B context in ways that the credential economy's framework was obscuring rather than revealing. The credential economy required these people to apply their competence within institutional constraints that frequently prevented them from doing the most useful things they were capable of. Zone B removes those constraints. Financial resources, variable but present. The forebear population is not uniformly wealthy. Many are managing the financial aftermath of a displacement that arrived without warning and has interrupted the income streams that service their obligations. But relative to the Zone B youth population, the forebear has resources, savings, assets, severance, digital income from skills that remained marketable even as the institutional framework became unreliable. These resources are not Zone B's to appropriate. They are the forebear's private economic foundation, and their privacy is not negotiable. But the forebear's greater financial resilience is a structural fact of the Zone B social environment, and it shapes the exchange dynamic in ways that ignoring it makes worse rather than better. Work capacity and institutional habits. The forebear has spent decades inside systems that rewarded consistent, disciplined, deadline-oriented work performance. This sounds like pure advantage, and in many respects it is. The forebear can sustain effort on complex long-horizon projects in ways that people without institutional training often cannot, at least initially. But institutional work habits also carry institutional assumptions about how work is organized, valued, and recognized that do not transfer cleanly to Zone B's context. The forebear who tries to apply project management methodology to a Zone B community building project will encounter resistance that is not irrational. It is a legitimate reaction to the wrong framework being applied to a situation that requires a different one. Grief. This is the thing that neither the forebear nor the people around them find easy to name, and the failure to name it produces more friction in the Zone A, Zone B and forebear a youth interface than almost any other single factor. The forebear lost something real. Not just a job. Not just an income stream. An identity. A social position. A narrative about who they were and where they were going that they had been building and reinforcing for 2 decades. The loss of that narrative is a grief event in the clinical sense. It has the same structure as bereavement, the same phases, the same tendency to present as something other than grief, anger, contempt, compulsive activity, withdrawal in people who have not identified what they are actually experiencing. Grief that has not been named is grief that produces behavior without explanation. The forebear who is contemptuous of Zone B's apparent informality, who challenges the zone's governance decisions from a position of assumed authority, who withdraws from collaborative situations that do not match their professional norms, this person is frequently not being arrogant. They are grieving in the only register their prior experience equipped them for, the register of professional critique and institutional competence. The Zone B community that can recognize this, that can receive the forebear's difficult behavior as grief behavior rather than as a personality problem to be managed, is the Zone B community that can actually integrate the forebear's contribution. The one that cannot will exclude the forebear population and lose everything they carry. What the youth carries. The credential-skeptical youth, who constitutes Zone B's founding population, carries an equally complex load that is equally prone to being misread by the forebear population. Pre-traumatic clarity. The youth who looked at the credential economy's pipeline and declined to enter made a correct assessment of a bad deal. This is worth stating plainly because the institutional culture surrounding these people has consistently framed their refusal as failure of discipline, ambition, or courage. It was none of these things. It was accurate risk assessment performed with incomplete information under social pressure that strongly incentivized compliance. The clarity that produced that assessment is a genuine cognitive asset. The person who could see through the credential economy's narrative at 18, when all their social environment was reinforcing it, has a pattern recognition capability that is valuable in any context that requires distinguishing between institutional performance and actual function. Zone B is exactly such a context. Freedom from sunk cost. As noted in Chapter 6, the youth's absence of committed identity in the credential economy is an economic advantage in a transition context. But it is also psychologically significant in a way that goes beyond economics. The forebear is making decisions about Zone B participation while managing the cognitive weight of what they already paid. Every decision is shadowed by the question of whether committing to this new framework means admitting that the old one failed. The youth does not carry this weight. Their Zone B decisions are lighter because they have no prior investment in a framework that Zone B's existence implicitly critiques. Digital nativity and networked intelligence. The youth population has grown up inside digital information environments in ways that the forebear population, however digitally capable they became through professional adaptation, did not. The navigational intelligence the youth brings to networked information, distributed coordination, and horizontal community organization is genuinely different from what the forebear learned, and it is not reducible to technical skill. It is a different cognitive orientation toward how systems work and how to operate within them. Zone B's governance, communication, and coordination architecture benefits from this orientation being present in the founding population. Terror dressed as indifference. This is the youth's equivalent of the forebear's grief, and it is equally prone to misidentification. The credential-skeptical youth who refused the pipeline did not refuse it because they have no need for security, community, or a sustainable future. They refused it because the pipeline's promise of those things appeared increasingly unreliable. But refusing the pipeline does not produce the security, community, and future it failed to provide. It produces freedom from a bad deal and the open question of what comes next. That open question is terrifying in proportion to how clearly you see it. The youth who has genuinely internalized that the old sequence is not available to them, who has not retreated into irony or nihilism as a defense against the terror, is carrying a weight that the forebear population, who at least had the decades of the sequence's apparent functioning to sustain them, did not have to carry at 22. The youth who presents as contemptuous of the forebear's grief, who performs indifference to the institutional framework whose loss the forebear is mourning, who treats the forebear's domain knowledge as a relic of a discredited system, this person is frequently not being cruel. They are performing in vulnerability to a situation they are, in fact, terrified of. The performance is a defense mechanism for the terror that naming the situation directly would produce. The Zone B community that can recognize this, that can receive the youth's performed indifference as fear behavior rather than as a character problem, is the Zone B community that can hold both populations without the mutual contempt that destroys communities faster than any external pressure. The three axes of tension. The schism between the forebear and the youth operates on three axes simultaneously. Each axis has its own dynamic and requires its own design response. The legitimacy axis. The forebear still partially believes in credentials and earned status, even when they are in the process of being dispossessed of the status their credentials provided. This belief is not irrational, it is the residue of a decades-long experience in which credentials and status did in fact correlate, imperfectly, but consistently enough to sustain the belief. The forebear looks at the credential-skeptical youth and sees, from within that residual belief system, someone who opted out of the work required to earn legitimate standing. The youth looks at the forebear and sees someone whose definition of legitimate standing is built on a foundation that is visibly crumbling. The forebear's credentials did not prevent their displacement. The institutional affiliations did not protect their identity. The earned status is worth less than it was worth when it was being accumulated. From the youth's perspective, the forebear is defending the legitimacy of a currency whose value has collapsed. Both of these perceptions contain partial truth. The credential economy produced real competence in the people who went through it, even as it failed to protect them. The youth's refusal of the credential economy was accurate risk assessment, even as it left them without the practical skills that institutional training, at its best, develops. The design response to the legitimacy axis is not to adjudicate between these perceptions, but to create a legitimacy system for Zone B that both populations can enter on terms that recognize their respective actual contributions. The Zone B contribution accounting system is that legitimacy system. The forebear earns Zone B standing through the same mechanism as the youth, documented contribution to the zone's collective function. Their prior credentials are neither discredited nor privileged. They are irrelevant to Zone B standing, which is determined entirely by Zone B performance. This is not punitive toward the forebear. It is freeing. The Zone B contribution economy is the first context many displaced professionals encounter, in which their standing is determined by what they are doing now rather than by what they achieved inside a framework that no longer exists. For many of them, this is relief rather than indignity, once the initial disorientation passes. The resentment axis. The resentment runs in both directions, and it is fueled by genuine historical grievance on both sides. The forebear generation participated in building and sustaining the systems whose downstream effects include the credential trap the youth is refusing, the AI displacement accelerating everyone's current situation, and the real estate speculation that made the finished district's amenity layer unaffordable to the people who need it most. Not through malicious intent, through participation in systems whose individual rationality produced collective irrationality, which is how most systemic harms work. The youth's resentment of the forebear as a class is not irrational. The specific forebear in front of them did not personally design the credential economy's exploitation structure, or the AI development trajectory, or the real estate capital's waiting game. But they participated in systems that did, and the youth is living in the consequences of that participation. The forebear's resentment of the youth is different in character, but equally real. The forebear performed the sequence. They did what was asked of them. They delayed gratification, accumulated the credentials, built the career, sustained the institutional performance for decades. Now the sequence has failed to deliver what it promised, and the people who didn't perform the sequence are standing in the same place they are, with less of what they gave up to get there. The forebear's resentment of this situation focuses, irrationally but humanly, on the youth who didn't pay the price rather than on the system that extracted the price and failed to deliver on it. The design response to the resentment axis is not to ask either population to stop feeling what they feel. It is to create contexts in which what they actually do together produces outcomes that are visibly good for both, often enough and consistently enough that the resentment becomes less salient than the collaboration. The shared meal from the garden. The structure built together. The water system that serves both sites. The problem solved jointly. These are not sentimental gestures toward reconciliation. They are the practical mechanism by which resentment becomes less motivating than the actual present relationship. The time frame axis. The forebear needs transition fast. Not in the sense of impatience, in the sense of genuine, urgent necessity. Mortgages are not patient. Families are not patient. The gap between a career income and a Zone B sufficiency income has real consequences for real dependents that do not resolve on a philosophical timeline. The forebear cannot afford a 3-year Zone B establishment process. They need a version of Zone B that produces meaningful economic function within a timeframe measured in months rather than years. The youth can afford the longer timeframe, not comfortably, not without difficulty, but structurally. The youth without family dependence and without debt service obligations can weather the establishment period's economic thinness in ways the forebear frequently cannot. The youth can live in the tent while building the treehouse. The forebear, in most cases, cannot. This asymmetry produces tension when it is not explicitly acknowledged. The forebear perceives the youth as naively tolerant of conditions that are genuinely unacceptable for someone with the forebear's obligations, while the youth perceives the forebear as insufficiently committed to Zone B's logic, because they keep requiring accommodations that Zone B's founding spirit seems to counsel against. The design response to the timeframe axis is to build Zone B's economic architecture in two speeds simultaneously. The youth's long arc investment, the multi-year site establishment, the compounding food production, the contribution record accumulated over seasons, runs alongside a fast arc economic function that serves the forebear's shorter timeline, the Zone A interface economy, the digital work, the skill exchange at Zone A price points, the food supply contracts that generate cash income within the first growing season. Zone B's economy accommodates both timeframes, not by asking the forebear to adopt the youth's timeline or the youth to adopt the forebear's urgency, but by designing economic functions that operate across the full spectrum from immediate to long arc simultaneously. The complementarity. Beneath the tension, beneath the resentment and the grief and the terror and the legitimacy contests, there is a structural complementarity between the forebear and the youth that is one of the most promising economic and social facts in the Zone B proposition. It can be stated simply: one population has skills without a container. The other has space without a map. The forebear's domain knowledge, their construction understanding, their project management capability, their medical training, their legal knowledge, their financial modeling, their 20 years of accumulated professional competence, is real, applicable, and immediately valuable in the Zone B context. What it lacks is a context in which to deploy it. The institutional framework that housed it is no longer providing that context. The credential economy's hiring structure is not producing new containers at the rate it once did. The forebear is walking around with extraordinary capability and no place to put it that feels meaningful. The youth's cleared site, started garden, developing water system, and emerging Zone B community is exactly the container the forebear's skills need. Not a corporate container that requires the forebear to perform institutional compliance in exchange for access. A genuine container, a set of real problems that require real solutions, a community of people who will recognize the solutions when they see them, and a contribution accounting system that records the recognition in a form that compounds over time. Simultaneously, the youth space, the physical terrain, the community in formation, the emerging Zone B economy, lacks the accumulated practical knowledge that would allow it to develop faster, more safely, and with fewer expensive reinventions of wheels that the forebear already knows how to build. The Zone B community that contains no forebear knowledge is a community that will solve problems the hard way that the forebear already solved the easy way inside their prior institutions. The Zone B community that contains forebear knowledge as a genuine resource, not as authority that overrides community governance, not as institutional hierarchy reasserting itself through the back door, but as one category of contribution among others, valued by the contribution accounting system on the same terms as every other contribution, develops faster, makes fewer critical mistakes, and builds structures with longer lifespans. The complementarity is not metaphorical. It is functional. The forebear's structural engineering knowledge prevents the treehouse platform from being built in a way that fails in the first hurricane season. The youth's framework-free problem-solving approach prevents the forebear from defaulting to institutional solutions that require institutional infrastructure Zone B doesn't have. The forebear's medical knowledge manages the health events that would otherwise require expensive interventions or produce serious outcomes. The youth's network intelligence finds the resources and relationships the forebear's institutional contacts could not locate. Every time this exchange happens, every time a forebear's knowledge prevents a Zone B mistake, and every time a youth's approach solves a problem the forebear was trying to solve with the wrong tool, the zone becomes more functional than either population could make it alone. The question is not whether the complementarity is real. It is whether the design can make it operational before the resentment and the grief and the terror produce the mutual exclusion that prevents it. The meeting points. The complementarity becomes operational not through deliberate exchange programs or structured mentorship relationships. These are institutional mechanisms that import institutional dynamics and tend to reproduce the hierarchies they claim to bridge. It becomes operational through the creation of meeting points, contexts in which the forebear and the youth are working on the same problem with equal standing, where the solution is more important than who is providing it, and where the contribution of each is visible to both. The fire circle is the oldest and most reliable meeting point architecture available. People sitting around a fire at night are not in institutional roles. They are warm and somewhat tired and fed, or working on being fed, and the conversational register that fire produces, slower, more honest, more tolerant of silence than daytime conversation, is the register in which grief and terror become expressible rather than performed against. The forebear, who would never admit to the grief in a professional context, will frequently name it around a fire after the second hour, when the performance cost of not naming it exceeds the performance cost of vulnerability. The youth who would never express the terror in a context where it could be read as weakness will frequently find it emerging in the same conditions. When both parties have expressed their actual situation, not their positional performance of it, the gap between them becomes visible as what it actually is, not an ideological divide between two irreconcilable worldviews, but two different experiences of the same structural rupture, arriving at the same jungle from different directions, both needing something the other has. The shared problem is a meeting point with more immediate practical value than the fire circle. Two people with different knowledge sets working on a problem that neither can solve alone, a construction challenge that requires both physical labor and engineering understanding, a food system problem that requires both agricultural knowledge and organizational capacity, a conflict mediation that requires both interpersonal maturity and community governance understanding, are in the most productive possible version of the forebear a youth relationship. The shared problem eliminates the hierarchy question, because the hierarchy is determined by the problem rather than by the prior institutional standing of the people solving it. The person whose knowledge is most relevant to this specific problem has standing in this specific context. The person whose knowledge is less relevant has standing in the next problem. Over a series of shared problems, the contribution accounting registers a distributed authority that no prior credential can monopolize. The teaching moment is the meeting point with the longest compounding effect. The forebear who teaches a Zone B construction technique to 3 youth has contributed something that multiplies. Those 3 will teach it to others. The knowledge will become part of the zone's collective capability. And the forebear's contribution record will reflect not just the hour of teaching but the infrastructure of competence it produced. The youth who teaches a forebear the digital tools that make Zone B's contribution accounting and communication systems functional has contributed something equivalent. The teaching moment requires the forebear to relinquish the authority register that institutional teaching typically carries, the expert who delivers knowledge to students who receive it, and adopt the peer register that Zone B's context requires. Someone who knows this specific thing sharing it with someone who will know it too. This register shift is uncomfortable for people whose professional identity was constructed around acknowledged expertise. It is also necessary because the youth who receives knowledge in the expert-student register receives it as a subordinate rather than as a peer, and subordinates are less likely to extend, apply, and build on knowledge than peers who received it in a collaborative context. The forebear who can make this register shift, who can teach what they know without requiring the teacher's authority structure as compensation for the knowledge transfer, is the forebear who becomes a genuine Zone B community member rather than a Zone B adjacent resource that the community tolerates for its utility. The shared meal is not a meeting point in the strategic sense, but in the biological sense, and it deserves mention because it is consistently underestimated. Eating food that someone else grew and cooked for you, with their hands, from plants they planted in soil they managed, is an experience with a specific social chemistry that has no institutional equivalent. The rocket stove's fire, the food from the garden, the pot that took an hour to prepare and 20 minutes to eat, this is the Zone B social infrastructure that operates below the level of governance design and economic architecture, at the level of the body's direct recognition of care. The forebear who eats a meal produced by a Zone B youth has received something that their prior professional life, with its catered meetings and expensed restaurants, never actually provided, food made by someone who knew them and chose to feed them. The reciprocal is equally true. These are not sentimental observations. They are observations about how the human social bond actually forms, and the Zone B community that understands this will design its communal cooking and eating infrastructure with the same care it gives its water systems and governance architecture. What fails? The meeting points produce the forebear a youth complementarity when they are functioning. Two failure modes prevent them from functioning, and both are worth naming explicitly. The Bohemian theme park. The failure mode in which Zone B youth generate cultural vitality and social dynamism that makes Zone B appealing to the forebear population, who arrive and consume the vitality without contributing to it. The forebear's financial resources allow them to access Zone B's experiential assets, the fire circles, the meals, the aesthetic environment, the countercultural authenticity, as consumers. The youth are providing the atmosphere. The forebear is purchasing the experience. The contribution accounting system records the asymmetry clearly. Forebear contribution records are thin, youth contribution records are unsustainable. This failure mode is prevented by the consistent application of the Zone B contribution criteria. Occupancy rights and Zone B standing are governed by contribution, not by financial resources. The forebear, who arrives with cash and no contribution orientation, has no Zone B standing regardless of their ability to pay their way through Zone A's amenity layer. The Zone B community that enforces this, clearly, consistently, and without apology, is the community that prevents itself from becoming a backdrop for the financially comfortable. The informal labor hierarchy. The failure mode in which the forebear's financial resources and institutional habits produce a de facto employment relationship within Zone B. The forebear hires Zone B youth for site work. The Zone B youth accepts because the cash is immediately useful. The relationship becomes employer-employee rather than community member to community member. The forebear's Zone B presence becomes an economic dependency relationship rather than a collaborative one. The youth's contribution record fills with labor performed for individual forebear benefit rather than collective Zone B function. This failure mode is prevented by the Zone B community's explicit norm that Zone B labor performed for individual benefit, including for forebear benefit, is paid at Zone A prices, and is a Zone A interface transaction, not a Zone B contribution. The contribution ledger does not record work done for private hire. It records work done for the collective. The forebear, who wants Zone B community standing, cannot buy it through private hire of Zone B labor. They have to earn it the same way everyone else does, by doing something for the collective, documented and witnessed. Both failure modes are most likely to develop quietly rather than through dramatic events. The Bohemian theme park emerges one unchallenged consumption moment at a time. The informal labor hierarchy develops one convenient private hire at a time. The Zone B community that remains alert to the early indicators, the contribution records that show persistent asymmetry, the economic relationships that are privately structured rather than collectively visible, and addresses them before they are entrenched, is the community that maintains its integrity through the forebear arrival phase. The gap as asset. This chapter has been describing the forebear gap as a problem to be managed. That framing is necessary but incomplete. The gap is also, if the architecture is right, Zone B's most significant differentiating asset. Every other informal settlement or countercultural community in the world's current landscape of transition geographies draws primarily from one population, either the disillusioned youth or the burnt-out professional, rarely both. The combination is rare because the combination requires a specific spatial and economic context in which both populations have genuine reason to be present simultaneously, and a governance architecture capable of holding the tension their simultaneous presence generates. Zone B has both conditions. The Finnish district provides the economic context that brings the forebear population to within walking distance of the jungle periphery. The Zone B habitation model provides the reason for the youth population to be present on terrain that would otherwise be inaccessible to them. The contribution accounting system and the dual zone interface architecture provide the governance framework that holds the tension. The resulting community, if it functions, is more complete than either population alone could produce. The youth without the forebear has energy, adaptability, and digital intelligence without domain depth, institutional understanding, or the specific kind of practical competence that decades of professional practice develops. The forebear without the youth has domain depth, institutional understanding, and practical competence without the framework-free problem-solving, the network intelligence, and the willingness to build differently that the youth's position generates. Together, with the gap acknowledged and the architecture designed to make it productive rather than destructive, they constitute something that no charter city proposal, no network state design, and no community development initiative this document is aware of has actually achieved in operational form: a genuinely multi-generational, multi-economic background founding community, whose diversity is a functional asset rather than a managed liability. The forebear gap is not the zone's vulnerability. It is the zone's proof of concept. The conversation that needs to happen. This chapter ends not with governance architecture, but with an instruction that no architecture can substitute for. The forebear and the youth in Zone B need to have a specific conversation, at some point in the community's formation, that is not about projects, or contributions, or governance structures, or economic transactions. It is a conversation about what each party actually lost and what each party actually fears, the grief and the terror that sit beneath the performed positions. And it needs to happen in a context where neither party can default to their institutional defensive registers. The fire helps. The meal helps. The shared work that produced both helps considerably. But ultimately the conversation requires an act of voluntary vulnerability from both parties that no architecture can compel, and that the community can only create the conditions for. The forebear who says, "I built my identity inside a framework that I now know was not what it claimed to be, and the loss of it is a grief I have not finished with, and I am here because I need somewhere to put what I actually know how to do," that forebear has crossed the gap. The youth who says, "I am here because I refused a deal that looked bad from the outside, but I do not yet know what the alternative is, and the not knowing is a terror I carry more consistently than my public position suggests, and I need people who have been building things for longer than I have," that youth has crossed the gap. When both crossings happen in the same conversation, in the same fire circle, in the presence of a community that can witness them without requiring either party to maintain their position, something shifts that the governance architecture cannot shift and the economic architecture cannot shift. The community becomes real in the way that only shared vulnerability makes real. Not the performance of shared values. Not the alignment of economic interests. The actual recognition, between two people who arrived at the same jungle from opposite directions, that what they are afraid of is not each other. The rest of the gap closes from there. Ground truth. 8. The uninvited founders. How disenfranchised youth become the origin story of the next civilization layer. Every place that matters has a founding story, and almost none of those stories begin with permission. Not the kind of permission that was legitimately granted in advance by the people who held formal authority over the terrain in question, to the people who arrived and began building something that would outlast them. That kind of permission is extraordinarily rare in the history of human settlement, because the people who hold formal authority over terrain are, almost by definition, not the people who need to build something new on it. People with formal authority over terrain have already built their thing. The terrain is theirs. The founding happens elsewhere, on the margins, by people who arrived without invitation and stayed without sanction until what they built made the sanction irrelevant. The founding myth of every significant place, every city, every neighborhood, every cultural district that now commands the reverence and the real estate prices of established identity, was produced retrospectively. After the fact of the founding. After the uninvited arrivals had become the established community. After the building they did without permission had become the thing that the permission holders needed to claim relationship with. This retrospective production of founding myth is not cynical. It is structural. Myths are not made in real time. They are made by the accumulation of stories that people tell about formative events once those events have produced outcomes worth mythologizing. The founding of Greenwich Village, as an artist's district, was not recognized as a founding while it was happening. The people who arrived in the 1910s and 1920s because the rent was cheap and the buildings were old were not aware that they were creating the origin story of one of the 20th century's most culturally significant urban territories. They were looking for a place to work and live. The myth came later. What this document is proposing, and what this chapter makes explicit, is that the Zone B generation has the rare and time-limited opportunity to do something those uninvited founders of previous districts did not do: build the founding myth in parallel with the founding itself. Not retrospectively. Simultaneously. This is possible now in a way it was not possible in Greenwich Village in 1915, because the publishing and distribution infrastructure that converts lived experience into circulated narrative was not available to informal settlers in 1915. It is available now. The person clearing jungle in the Tulum periphery can document that clearing, publish that documentation, and have it read by the relevant global population within hours. The Zone B community can write its own origin story, as it happens, rather than leaving it to be written by whoever the dominant culture assigns to the task after the fact. That is the specific opportunity this chapter addresses. What a founder is. The word founder has been colonized by the startup culture, and it carries, in its current usage, connotations of venture capital, equity rounds, and the specific performance of entrepreneurial ambition that the tech industry normalized. Shake that usage off completely. It is not what this chapter means. A founder, in the original sense this document intends, is someone whose presence and labor during a settlement's formative period shapes the settlement's character, norms, and self-understanding in ways that persist long after the founder themselves may have moved on. The founder's contribution is not primarily economic, it is constitutional. They establish the pattern that subsequent inhabitants either extend, modify, or struggle against. They create the problems and the solutions that the community will be defined by. They are there first, they build first, and what they build first is what everything built afterward is built in relation to. Founding is not a title. It is a temporal position combined with a specific kind of contribution. The person who arrives when the terrain is unformed and spends their early months making it more livable, more organized, more governable, and more culturally legible is performing founding work regardless of whether anyone calls them a founder. The person who arrives after the pattern is established and fills in within it is not a founder regardless of how much they invest or how long they stay. This temporal dimension is why the window metaphor recurs throughout this document. The founding period is finite. It is the period during which the pattern is being established rather than extended. Once the pattern is set, once the norms are stable, the governance is functioning, the economy is producing, the cultural identity is legible to arrivals who didn't participate in creating it. The founding period has ended. Arrivals after that point are participants in an established community rather than founders of it. The window for founding Zone B is open now. The terrain is unformed. The norms have not been established. The governance does not yet exist. The cultural identity of the Zone B periphery is not yet legible as anything except undeveloped land adjacent to a luxury district. The people who arrive now, clear sites now, begin building now, and begin governing themselves now are founding something whose full shape they cannot yet see. This uncertainty is not a problem to be solved before beginning. It is the condition of founding. You do not know what you are building until you have built enough of it to understand its logic. The founding generation of every significant place was similarly uncertain. They knew approximately what they needed and approximately what the terrain could provide. They did not know what it would become. The mythology question. A community without a mythology is a collection of individuals with overlapping interests. It is not a civilization layer, not a cultural force, not the kind of thing that changes the character of the territory it occupies. It is logistics. Mythology is not mysticism. It is not false belief or deliberate deception. It is the shared story that a community tells about why it exists, what it is for, and what its presence in the world means. Every functioning community has one. The question is never whether the mythology exists. Communities always develop mythologies, but whether the mythology is developed consciously by the community's founders or unconsciously by the community's dominant voices. Conscious mythology development is not manipulation. It is the founding generation taking responsibility for the story their community will live by rather than leaving that responsibility to accident or to the interpretive frameworks of outside observers. The Zone B community that builds its mythology consciously, that names its origin story, its foundational values, its theory of what it is doing and why, is the Zone B community that controls its own narrative. The Zone B community that doesn't is the Zone B community, whose narrative will be written by whoever has the most compelling alternative story to tell about the terrain. The developer has an alternative story. It is a good story, well-funded, distributed through the full apparatus of luxury real estate marketing, a story about curated living, ecological consciousness, and the premium experience of proximity to nature. It positions the terrain Zone B occupies as the raw material for a future development phase rather than as a sovereign habitation territory with its own identity and its own claim. The municipality has an alternative story. It is a less polished story, but an equally powerful one, a story about orderly development, permitted construction, and the regulatory normalization of informal occupation into categories that the municipal planning apparatus can process and tax. Both alternative stories erase Zone B's founding mythology before it has been built. Not through malice, through the simple narrative displacement that happens when a well-developed story encounters a space that has not yet told its own. The Zone B founding generation's most urgent task, more urgent, in the long run, than any individual site's construction, is to tell its own story before the alternative stories fully colonize the available narrative space. This is the specific work of the uninvited founder that no other generation of informal settlers had the tools to perform in real time. The mythological prior claim. Chapter 2 introduced the concept of mythological prior claim and explained it briefly, a claim established through narrative rather than through legal title, that precedes and shapes the legal processes that will eventually arrive to categorize the terrain. This chapter develops that concept fully because it is the political heart of Zone B's long-term strategy. Legal prior claim operates through the formal instruments of property law, title deeds, survey records, purchase agreements, inheritance documents. The person with legal prior claim has documentary evidence of their relationship with the terrain that the legal system recognizes as establishing rights. Zone B cannot establish legal prior claim in this sense because the terrain Zone B occupies is not Zone B's to title. Mythological prior claim operates through a different mechanism, the accumulated narrative record of a community's relationship with a territory, which establishes in the cultural and eventually the political imagination a prior relationship that the formal legal process must account for even when it cannot be compelled to honor. Indigenous land rights claims operate partially on this logic, the long inhabitation, the spiritual relationship, the cultural production rooted in specific territory, the accumulated oral and now written record of relationship. And while Zone B is making no claim equivalent to indigenous land rights in the formal legal sense, the structural logic is instructive. The claim that is grounded in documented, narrative-rich prior relationship with territory has political weight that the claim grounded only in financial transaction does not have. For Zone B, mythological prior claim is built through the simultaneous practice of occupation and documentation. Occupation produces the physical facts, the cleared sites, the gardens, the structures, the ecological improvements, the contribution record. These are material. They exist in the world regardless of whether anyone documents them. Documentation converts those material facts into narrative: the photographs, the journals, the Substack posts, the social media presence, the publications, the maps, the contribution ledgers, the site assessments. These are the myth-making infrastructure. They convert lived experience into circulated story, and circulated story into the kind of prior relationship with territory that no development permit can simply overwrite. The Zone B community that documents its founding, as it happens, is building the narrative equivalent of a title deed. Not legally equivalent, the distinction matters, and should not be obscured. But politically and culturally equivalent in the sense that the story of who was here first, what they built, what they contributed, and what they made of a terrain that capital left empty becomes a public record that shapes every subsequent conversation about the territory's future. When the developer's next phase proposal arrives at the Municipal Planning Office, the Zone B community's documented founding narrative is the evidence that the terrain is not empty waiting to be filled, it is inhabited, productive, and socially complex in ways that the planning process must account for. Not a legal veto. A political complication. A story already in circulation that the development narrative must address rather than ignore. That complication is worth building deliberately. The publication imperative. Zone B's mythological prior claim is built through publication, the widest possible definition of the word. Not book publication necessarily, though books are not excluded. Publication in the sense of making public. Any act of converting Zone B's lived reality into a form that circulates beyond the community's immediate participants and creates a record of the founding that outlasts the founding moment. The publication imperative is not about marketing. It is not about building an audience for Zone B's ideas or attracting new arrivals through compelling content. Those are secondary effects. The primary function of publication is documentation for the record, creating the narrative prior claim that the community's legal position cannot produce. Every Zone B publication, every documented site clearing, every contribution record published, every construction process photographed and described, every governance decision recorded and circulated, every meal produced and shared and written about, is a brick in the edifice of mythological prior claim. Individually, each publication is a modest thing. Collectively, over months and years of Zone B founding activity, they constitute a body of evidence that makes the community's presence in the territory an established narrative fact rather than an easily dismissed informal situation. The publication register matters. Zone B's founding story is not told effectively in the register of victimhood, the informal settlers asking for tolerance from the formal systems that surround them. It is told effectively in the register of founding, the people who arrived, assessed the terrain, understood its potential, built something real and valuable on it, and documented that building in the sovereign, confident voice of people who knew what they were doing and why. The pirate first publishing framework, sovereign publication without institutional gatekeeping, in the voice of a person who has already exited the permission economy rather than one who is requesting admission to it, is the register. Not because it is rhetorically powerful, though it is. Because it is accurate. The Zone B founder is not asking permission. They are documenting what they are building. The documentation is confident because the building is real. The origin story architecture. Every mythology has structural components that do specific work. The Zone B founding mythology is no exception, and it can be built with intention rather than accumulated accidentally. The Genesis narrative. Where did this begin? Every founding mythology needs an origin moment, not necessarily a single dramatic event, but a moment or period that the community can point to as the beginning of the specific story that produced what exists now. For Zone B, the Genesis narrative is the recognition of the terrain's availability combined with the recognition of the population that could inhabit it, the convergence of the two conditions that this document has been describing since Chapter 1. The Genesis is not the first person who pitched a tent on the jungle periphery. It is the moment when the connection between the available terrain and the available population was made explicit and acted upon as a founding proposition rather than a temporary convenience. The founding figures. Not heroes in the nationalist mythology sense, Zone BS mythology should be skeptical of hero narratives that concentrate the founding story in individual charisma rather than collective contribution. But specific, named people who were present during the formative period, whose specific contributions are documented, and whose stories are legible as Zone B stories rather than as individual biographies. The person who cleared the first site. The person who established the first water system. The person who built the first rocket stove. The person who called the first governance meeting. The person who opened the first zone boundary negotiation with an Ejido community. These people are founding figures not because they were uniquely brilliant or uniquely brave, but because they were there, in the founding period, doing the founding work. Their specificity is their contribution to the mythology. They make the founding real in the way that general principles cannot, because they are actual people who did actual things in an actual place at an actual time. The foundational conflict. Every mythology contains the story of the central tension the community faced and how it resolved it. For Zone B, that tension is already identified in this document: the forebay gap, the legitimacy contests, the risk of dispossession by the appreciation the community generated, the pressure to become a bohemian theme park rather than a genuine habitation community. How Zone B resolves these tensions, or, more accurately, how Zone B manages them productively over time, is the foundational conflict that the mythology will be organized around. This means that the difficult periods are not embarrassments to be excluded from the founding narrative. They are the mythology's most important content. The Zone B community that documents its conflicts openly, that records the governance failures and the community fractures, and the near misses, as honestly as it records the successful harvests and the completed structures, produces a founding mythology with genuine credibility rather than a promotional narrative that later inhabitants will not recognize as describing the community they actually inhabit. The cosmological frame. Every significant founding mythology situates the specific community within a larger story about what the founding means beyond the community's own interests. For Zone B, that larger story is the one this document opened with: the race condition between three clocks, the convergence of human transition and spatial transition and competitive transition, the specific historical moment in which the credential economy's failure, the AI displacement wave, and the available terrain of the Tulam periphery converge to create a founding opportunity that will not exist in this form indefinitely. Zone B's cosmological frame is not grandiose claim-making. It is accurate description of the conditions that produced the founding moment. The community that understands why it was possible to found here now, not just that it was possible, but the structural conditions that made it possible, is the community that can articulate its significance to the wider world in terms that are credible rather than promotional. The founding mythology that contains all four components: Genesis narrative, founding figures, foundational conflict, cosmological frame, is the founding mythology that persists. It is the story that new arrivals internalize as the origin of the community they are joining, that the community's external interlocutors encounter as the prior narrative they must account for, and that the founding generation leaves behind as their primary contribution to the civilization layer they built. The burden of founding. This chapter has been primarily about the opportunity of founding. It would be incomplete without honest treatment of the burden. The founding generation of any community carries obligations that subsequent generations do not, precisely because the founding generation creates the conditions that subsequent generations inherit. What you build now is what they live in. What you establish as norm becomes the baseline from which deviation is measured. What you fail to build becomes the absence that every subsequent generation must work around or fill at greater cost than if you had built it originally. This is not abstract. It is practical and specific. The governance burden. The Zone B founding generation must establish the contribution accounting system, the occupancy criteria, the anti-dispossession covenant, and the Zone A interface protocols before those structures, are urgently needed rather than after the crises that will make them urgently needed arrive. Governance built in crisis is governance built badly, compromised by the pressure of the immediate situation, shaped by the loudest voices rather than the most considered ones, and likely to encode the power dynamics of the founding conflict rather than the considered values of the founding vision. Building governance before it is needed requires the founding generation to invest time and collective attention in institutional design at the moment when the practical work of establishing sites feels more urgent. It is the least glamorous work in the founding period and the work whose absence produces the most catastrophic downstream failures. Every Zone B founding community that allows governance development to wait until later will eventually wish it had not waited. The documentation burden. The mythological prior claim is built through documentation, and documentation requires consistent effort across the entire founding period, not episodic bursts when the story is particularly compelling. The mundane clearing day needs to be documented, as well as the completed treehouse. The failed governance meeting needs to be documented, as well as the successful harvest. The documentation burden is real and it falls disproportionately on the founding generation, because subsequent generations document an established community whose patterns are legible. The founding generation documents the emergence of those patterns from undifferentiated terrain, which is both more important and more demanding. The inclusion burden. The founding generation sets the pattern for who Zone B is for and who it excludes. This is not a simple question of ideology. Every community makes exclusions, including the most deliberately inclusive ones, because the resources, the governance capacity, and the physical space of any community are finite. The question is whether the exclusions are made consciously, with explicit acknowledgement of what is being excluded and why, or whether they happen by default through the informal dynamics of who feels welcome and who does not. The Zone B founding generation that consists entirely of a single demographic, even a demographic that the founding logic specifically addresses, has already made an exclusion that will shape the community's character for as long as it operates. The founding generation bears the obligation to notice who is not present in the founding period and to ask explicitly whether their absence is a design choice or an oversight, and to address the oversight if it is one. This is particularly acute in the Tulam context, where the relationship between the international Zone B population and the regional mine communities, whose land the zone occupies, is a relationship that the founding generation cannot avoid establishing in some form. The form that relationship takes, whether it is one of acknowledged relationship with genuine reciprocity, or one of proximity without genuine engagement, is a founding decision whose consequences will be lived by everyone who comes after. The exit burden. Founders leave. Not all of them, but the founding period ends and the people who were present during it move through their own life trajectories. Some will stay in Zone B for decades. Others will move on within months of establishing their initial sites. The founding generation's obligation to the community they are building does not end when they leave, because what they built, what they documented, what they governed, and what they established as norm persists after they go. The responsible exit, the founding member, who leaves having transferred their site's stewardship to a successor, having contributed their contribution record to the zone's collective archive, having documented the knowledge their site's operation accumulated, is the exit that serves the community. The irresponsible exit, the founding member, who leaves having abandoned their site, having taken their knowledge with them undocumented, having allowed the contribution record to lapse, is the exit that costs the community more than the founding member's presence was worth. The founding generation that takes the exit burden seriously, that builds the zone's knowledge infrastructure, documents its accumulated learning, and maintains its contribution records with the understanding that this documentation serves people who are not yet present, is the founding generation that produces a lasting civilization layer rather than an interesting episode. The difference between founding and occupying. This distinction is worth making explicitly because it is the line between Zone B as a significant historical development and Zone B as a well-documented informal settlement. Occupying is the act of being present on terrain. It requires a body, a site, and a decision to stay. It produces a person in a place. Founding is the act of being present on terrain in a way that creates something that persists after the founder's presence ends. It requires the occupation plus the governance, the documentation, the mythology, the economic architecture, the community formation, and the exit infrastructure. It produces a civilization layer. Every Zone B inhabitant is occupying. Not every Zone B inhabitant is founding. The distinction is not about effort or commitment in the personal sense. A Zone B inhabitant can be deeply committed to their site and their personal Zone B project without contributing to the founding work that makes Zone B a durable community rather than a collection of interesting individual stories. The founding work is collective by definition. The contribution accounting system cannot be built by one person. The governance architecture requires enough participants to constitute a quorum. The mythological prior claim requires enough documented individual stories to constitute a community narrative rather than a personal one. The anti-dispossession covenant requires enough signatories to be a covenant rather than an aspiration. This means that the founding generation's work is irreducibly social in a way that the individual site establishment work is not. The treehouse can be built alone. The Zone B founding cannot. It requires the forebear gap to be bridged, the governance to be built collectively, the mythology to be constructed from multiple documented perspectives, the economic architecture to be operated by enough participants to function as an economy rather than as individual transactions. The uninvited founder is not, therefore, the person who arrives first and stays longest. They are the person who contributes most consistently to the collective work of building the Zone B civilization layer, whose presence makes the zone more governable, more economically functional, more mythologically coherent, and more durable than it would be without them. That contribution is available to the forebear, who brings domain knowledge to the collective. It is available to the youth who clears the first site and documents every day of the process. It is available to the person who maintains the contribution ledger through the months when nobody else does. It is available to the person who sits at the fire circle and asks the governance question that everyone else was avoiding. The founding is not heroic. It is sustained, collective, frequently tedious, and often frustrating. It is also the most significant thing that any of the people this document is addressed to is positioned to do at this specific moment in this specific place. The civilization layers that persist, the ones that produce the Greenwich villages and the Berlins and the places that shaped the culture of their generations, were built by people who did not know they were building them. They were just present, solving real problems, building what they needed, governing what they built, documenting what they observed, and showing up consistently over a long enough period that what they built became undeniable. You have the advantage they did not. You can know what you are building while you build it. Use that advantage. The window that Chapter 1 described is still open. The terrain that Chapter 2 inventoried is still available. The clearing work that Chapter 3 described is still waiting for the machete. The infrastructure that Chapters 4 and V specified can still be built before it is needed rather than after. The economics that Chapter 6 mapped can still be designed before the extraction logic colonizes the available space. The gap that Chapter 7 named can still be bridged before it hardens into the schism that defeats communities from the inside. The founding mythology can still be written by the founders rather than by the marketing department of whoever develops the terrain after the founders are gone. This is not an inspirational closing appeal. It is a practical observation about timing. The uninvited founders of Zone B are not waiting for permission. They are waiting for each other. Ground truth. What's actually available in the world's most legible transition zone? 9. Before the permit. Occupy, build, garden, govern, a doctrine for the terrain nobody's using yet. The permit arrives after you have already decided who you are. This is the governance principle that most informal communities discover too late. The formal recognition, when it comes, does not create the community's character. It ratifies what was already there. If what was already there is a collection of individuals with overlapping interests and no shared governance architecture, the permit ratifies a collection of individuals. If what was already there is a functioning community with documented norms, contribution records, conflict resolution history, and a coherent self-understanding, the permit ratifies that. The formal system does not care which it finds. It processes both. The question before the permit is therefore not whether to govern. Every human community governs. The question is whether the governance is designed by the people who will live under it, or accumulated accidentally through the informal dominance of whoever has the most confidence, the loudest voice, or the most resources. The difference between those two outcomes is the entire difference between a Zone B community and a Zone B situation. A situation is what you have before governance. A community is what governance makes possible. The pre-institutional moment. Zone B begins in a condition that most political theory does not have good language for. A genuinely pre-institutional moment. Not the theoretical pre-political state that Hobbes or Rousseau speculated about. Those were thought experiments constructed to justify governance structures that already existed. An actual situation in which a small number of people share a territory and a set of practical problems, and have not yet developed any formal mechanism for making collective decisions. The pre-institutional moment is uncomfortable for everyone in it, regardless of their background or ideology. The forebear who spent their career inside institutional structures experiences it as a vacuum, the absence of the frameworks that made organizational life navigable. The credential-skeptical youth who constructed an identity around institutional refusal experiences the different discomfort, the discovery that refusing institutions does not automatically produce the alternative. Both parties are standing in the same pre-institutional space, and neither has a ready-made tool for what is required. What is required is not a constitution, not a manifesto, not a charter. These are documents that sound like beginnings, but are actually summaries. They describe governance principles that have already been worked out through experience and are being codified for legibility. Writing a constitution before you have had enough governance experience to know what your actual problems are is like writing a medical manual before you have seen any patients. The document will be technically coherent and practically useless. What the pre-institutional moment requires is a minimal governance practice, the smallest set of shared behaviors, decision processes, and accountability mechanisms that allows a group of people to coordinate on collective problems without fracturing along the lines of individual interest or informal dominance. Minimal does not mean inadequate. The minimal governance practice for Zone B's founding period is specifically calibrated to the problems Zone B will actually face, not the problems a utopian community design might anticipate, but the problems that the preceding 8 chapters of this document have identified as Zone B's actual recurring challenges. The 5 governance problems. Zone B's governance architecture needs to address 5 specific recurring problems. Understanding the problems before designing the solutions prevents the common failure mode of governance systems that are elegant in theory and useless in practice, because they were designed for problems the community does not have while ignoring the ones it does. Problem 1. Resource allocation under scarcity. Zone B has collective resources, the tool library, the shared water infrastructure, the communal food production, the contribution ledger system, the collective negotiating position with Zone A, and those resources will at various points be insufficient to meet all legitimate competing claims on them. Someone needs the shovel when someone else is using it. The collective water storage is drawn down faster than expected during the dry season. The contribution ledger shows 3 people doing 90% of the maintenance work and 40 people benefiting from it. Who decides how shared resources are distributed and on what basis? Without a governance answer to this question, resource allocation defaults to informal dominance. The person with the most confidence takes the shovel, the person with the most time uses the most water. The 3 people doing the maintenance work burn out and the collective infrastructure degrades. These outcomes are not the result of bad character in the community's members. They are the result of the absence of a governance mechanism that could have produced different outcomes. Problem 2. Entry and exit. Who can join Zone B and under what terms? When someone wants to establish a site, what is the process for recognizing their occupancy rights? When someone leaves, what happens to their site and their contribution record? When someone's behavior is persistently harmful to the collective, what is the process for addressing that? Without governance answers to these questions, entry and exit are governed by informal social dynamics. The person who is well liked gets welcomed, the person who is not does not, regardless of their actual contribution orientation. The person leaving takes their site's improvements with them or abandons them without consequence. The person whose behavior is harmful continues because nobody has the standing to address it except through the unsatisfying options of personal confrontation or collective avoidance. Problem 3. Representation in external negotiations. When Zone B needs to negotiate with the Ejido community, the municipal authority, the developer, the Zone A residents and businesses, who speaks for Zone B? What mandate do they have? How are negotiating positions determined? How is the outcome of negotiations reported back to the community? Without governance answers to these questions, Zone B's external representation defaults to whoever is most available and most confident, which is not necessarily the person whose negotiating approach best represents the community's collective interests, or who will report back honestly on the outcome. External negotiations conducted by unaccountable representatives are Zone B's most direct path to agreements that benefit the negotiator at the community's expense. Problem 4. Conflict resolution. Zone B will have conflicts. Not because its members are unusually conflicted people, because they are human beings sharing a small territory, limited resources, and the sustained stress of founding work under conditions of genuine material precariousness. The forebear gap will produce tensions that surface in specific disputes. The contribution ledger will produce resentments when people feel their contributions are not being recognized accurately. The site boundary between two adjacent clearings will become contested when both inhabitants have different understandings of where the boundary was. The Zone A interface will produce conflicts over pricing, exclusivity, and distribution of economic returns. Without a conflict resolution mechanism, Zone B handles conflict through the options available in its absence: avoidance until the accumulated unresolved tension fractures a relationship, or a governance coalition; escalation until the conflict produces a crisis that forces resolution under the worst possible conditions; or exit by one of the conflicting parties, which depletes the community's founding population and sends a signal to potential arrivals that Zone B is not a safe place to invest in. Problem 5. Collective memory and succession. Zone B's governance knowledge, the decisions made, the problems encountered, the solutions developed, the norms established, is initially held in the founding members' heads. When founding members leave, that knowledge leaves with them unless there is a mechanism for externalizing it. The community that has no governance memory is a community that solves the same problems repeatedly, makes the same mistakes that prior experience could have prevented, and cannot transmit its institutional knowledge to new arrivals. Without governance answers to this problem, every generation of Zone B arrivals reinvents the wheel, and the community never accumulates the institutional wisdom that converts a temporary settlement into a durable civilization layer. The minimum viable governance structure. The minimum viable governance structure for Zone B's founding period addresses all 5 problems with the smallest institutional footprint that is actually effective. Governance overhead, the time, energy, and attention that governance itself consumes, is a real cost in a community where the founding work is already demanding. The governance architecture should be as simple as possible while remaining adequate to the problems it addresses. It has 4 elements. The Open Assembly. The Open Assembly is Zone B's primary collective decision-making body. It consists of all established tenure holders, all zone members who have met the occupancy criteria and are in good contribution standing. It meets on a fixed schedule, at a fixed location, on a fixed day of the week or fortnight, regardless of whether there are pressing agenda items. The fixed schedule is not optional. The open assembly that meets only when there is a crisis is not a governance institution, it is a crisis management mechanism. Regular assembly meetings in the absence of crises build the social infrastructure of governance. People learn each other's thinking, develop the communication norms that make collective decision-making efficient, and establish the baseline trust that allows disagreements to be resolved without fracturing the community. The Assembly's decision-making method for routine matters is consensus with fallback to majority. Consensus means an active absence of objection, not unanimous enthusiasm, but a shared willingness to proceed with a proposed course of action even among members who would have chosen differently. When consensus is not achievable within a reasonable discussion period, a simple majority vote by established tenure holders resolves the question. For decisions with significant long-term consequences, changes to occupancy criteria, amendments to the contribution accounting protocol, decisions about external negotiations that commit the community to specific positions, responses to displacement pressure, a 2/3 majority of established tenure holders is required. This higher threshold is not procedural conservatism. It is the recognition that Zone B's founding governance decisions will shape the community for years, and that a bare majority imposing significant changes on a substantial minority produces governance legitimacy problems that compound over time. The Assembly has a rotating facilitation role, not a leader, a facilitator. The facilitator's function is procedural, managing the agenda, ensuring all voices are heard, calling the vote when discussion has reached the point of diminishing returns, and documenting the decision and its reasoning. The facilitation role rotates monthly to prevent capture of the Assembly's procedural apparatus by any single person or coalition. The working groups. The Open Assembly is the wrong institution for detailed operational work. An assembly of 30 people cannot efficiently design a water distribution system, negotiate a food supply contract with a Zone A restaurant, or develop the contribution accounting protocol's measurement methodology. These require sustained focused work by a small number of people with relevant knowledge and the time to do it properly. Working groups are Zone B's operational institutions. They are small, 3 to 7 members, task-specific, and temporary. They exist to develop proposals for the Assembly's consideration, not to make decisions independently. The Assembly creates working groups for specific tasks, receives their proposals, and adopts, modifies, or rejects them. The working group dissolves when its task is complete. The working group structure prevents two opposite governance failures. The first is the Assembly trying to do detailed design work collectively, which produces decisions by the loudest voice rather than by the most informed analysis. The second is working groups capturing decision-making authority they were not granted, which produces governance without accountability. The clear division, working groups develop, assemblies decide, maintains both quality and legitimacy. Working groups should always include at least one person who opposed the general direction of the work when the Assembly created the group. This is not procedural masochism. It is quality control. The person who thinks the approach is wrong is the person most likely to identify the actual problems with it. And identifying problems during development is dramatically cheaper than discovering them after the decision has been made and implemented. The ledger keeper. The contribution accounting system described in Chapter 5 requires a specific governance role, someone responsible for its integrity, consistency, and accessibility. The ledger keeper is that role. The ledger keeper does not have governance authority. They have governance responsibility, specifically, the responsibility of maintaining the contribution record accurately, resolving disputes about specific entries through a defined protocol, producing regular reports to the Assembly on contribution patterns, and ensuring the ledger is accessible to all zone members. The ledger keeper role rotates monthly. This is not because the work is unpleasant. It is because the ledger keeper's position has inherent influence over how contributions are valued and recognized, and that influence should not be concentrated in any single person for extended periods. The rotating ledger keeper is also the rotating documentation of Zone BS governance knowledge. Each person who holds the role learns the ledger's full content and adds to the community's distributed institutional memory. The ledger keeper has a specific dispute resolution protocol for contribution challenges. Any zone member who disputes a ledger entry, their own entry, another member's entry, or the absence of an entry they believe should be present, can file a formal challenge. The ledger keeper investigates, documents the investigation, and produces a determination within 7 days. Determinations can be appealed to the Assembly. This process is slow enough to prevent frivolous challenges and fast enough to resolve genuine disputes before they generate resentment. The mediation pair. Zone BS conflict resolution mechanism is the mediation pair, two zone members, not involved in the conflict, who are requested by either conflicting party to facilitate a resolution conversation. Not arbitrators, mediators. Their function is to help the conflicting parties reach their own resolution, not to impose one from outside. The mediation pair is drawn from a rotating mediation roster, a list of zone members who have volunteered for mediation responsibilities and have received at minimum a brief orientation in non-directive mediation technique. The orientation is not a professional training requirement. It is a shared vocabulary for the mediation conversation that allows the process to proceed without being derailed by mediators who default to adjudication because they do not have another tool. The mediation pairs process has 3 steps. A private conversation with each conflicting party separately to understand their actual position beneath their positional performance of it. A joint conversation facilitated by the pair, with ground rules established and agreed before it begins. A documented outcome, not necessarily a resolution in the sense of one party winning, but at minimum a documented mutual understanding of the conflict's actual substance, and a defined next step. Conflicts that the mediation pair cannot resolve within 2 sessions are referred to the Assembly. The Assembly's resolution of referred conflicts is final within the zone's internal governance, which does not prevent a conflicting party from pursuing external remedies if they choose, but does mean that the zone's internal governance has discharged its responsibility and the community's position on the conflict is established. The mediation pair mechanism is specifically designed to address the forebear gaps conflict profile, the conflicts between displaced professionals and credential-skeptical youth that will be Zone BS most frequent and most culturally loaded disputes. The pair system prevents these conflicts from being processed through the informal status dynamics that would otherwise govern them, in which the forebear's institutional authority habits and the youth's institutional refusal habits produce an impasse that serves neither party. How rules actually get made. The governance structure described above is the institution through which Zone B makes formal rules. But formal rules are only a fraction of the normative fabric that governs a community's daily life. Most of what makes Zone B function or fail is not formal rules, it is shared behavioral norms that develop through accumulated practice and social expectation. Understanding how those informal norms develop, and how the founding generation shapes them intentionally rather than leaving them to accumulate accidentally, is as important as understanding the formal governance structure. Norms develop through 3 mechanisms: explicit discussion, behavioral modeling, and social response. Explicit discussion is the most conscious mechanism and the least powerful. The Assembly discusses and adopts a norm, say, that zone members are expected to contribute to collective infrastructure maintenance tasks a minimum of 4 hours per month. The discussion establishes the norm explicitly. The norm is documented in the Assembly record. Every zone member knows it exists. But the explicitly discussed norm only governs behavior to the extent that the community's social dynamics enforce it. A community that discusses norms without modeling them or responding to violations of them produces norms that exist in documents, but not in practice. The gap between the document and the practice is where governance credibility erodes. Behavioral modeling is the most powerful mechanism and the least consciously deployed. What the founding generation does consistently, without fanfare, becomes the behavior that subsequent arrivals understand as normal. If the founding generation maintains their sites reliably, subsequent arrivals understand site maintenance as the expected Zone B behavior pattern. If the founding generation engages governance processes honestly, bringing their actual positions rather than their strategic positions to assembly discussions, challenging contribution records that are inaccurate including their own, subsequent arrivals understand governance honesty as the expected Zone B character. The converse is equally powerful and more dangerous. If the founding generation makes exceptions to its own norms, if the person who argued most strongly for the contribution minimum exempts themselves from it when their own schedule is tight, if the Assembly's facilitation role is allowed to become de facto permanent because the person holding it is competent and convenient, subsequent arrivals understand the exception as the actual norm and the document as aspirational fiction. The founding generation's most important governance contribution is therefore not the norms they establish in Assembly discussions. It is the behavior they model consistently in the daily life of the Zone. The norms that will govern Zone B's mature community are being established right now, in the founding period, through the habitual behaviors of the people who are present. Social response is the mechanism that converts behavioral modeling into community norm. When a behavior that violates the Zone's norms, a site abandoned without succession planning, a contribution record padded with work that was not actually performed, a Zone A negotiation conducted without community mandate, produces a social response from the community that names the violation and connects it to the norm it violates. The norm is reinforced. When violations produce no social response, when the community avoids the discomfort of naming them, the norm is de facto abandoned regardless of what the Assembly document says. Social response does not require drama. It does not require public accusation or Assembly proceedings. It requires one Zone member saying to another, "What you did is not consistent with how we agreed to operate, and I am naming that." The naming, done clearly and without aggression, with the specific norm referenced and the specific violation described, is the social response mechanism. It is uncomfortable to do. It is the governance practice that the founding generation most consistently fails to maintain, and whose failure most consistently produces communities that talk about their values and do not live by them. The founding generation that can maintain social response, that can name violations of shared norms in real time, in the register of communal accountability rather than personal attack, is the founding generation that builds a community whose governance is real rather than documentary. The permit arrives. At some point, the formal system's attention will arrive on Zone B. Not necessarily as enforcement, more likely as inquiry, registration, or an offer of formalization that carries implicit threat in its optional character. The permit, the registration requirement, the municipal inquiry, the developer's formal communication about the sites Zone B occupies, these are governance events that the community needs to process through its governance institutions rather than through individual responses that may not represent the community's actual position. The governance architecture described in this chapter is the community's instrument for that processing. The Assembly receives the formal communication. The relevant working group, most likely one that includes the Zone members with the most relevant legal, negotiating, and documentation knowledge, develops the analysis and the response options. The Assembly makes the decision. The designated representative delivers the community's response with the mandate the Assembly provided. This sequence is important because the alternative, individual Zone members responding to formal communications according to their own assessment of the situation, produces a negotiating chaos that formal institutions are very good at exploiting. The developer's representative, who sends a formal communication about Zone B's occupation of a specific site, and receives 3 different responses from 3 different Zone members, has learned that Zone B does not have unified governance and can proceed accordingly, addressing each site holder individually in the knowledge that they cannot coordinate a collective response effectively. The community that responds through a single voice with a clear mandate, backed by the documented contribution record the governance system has been building, and with the founding mythology's narrative context available as supporting material, is the community that the formal system must address as an institution rather than as a collection of individuals. The permit question, whether to seek formal permits for Zone B structures, whether to register Zone B as a formal organization, whether to pursue the stewardship partnership arrangements described in Chapter 5, is a governance decision that the community makes according to its collective assessment of the costs and benefits at a specific moment in its development, not a decision made by the person who happens to be most engaged with the formal system at the relevant time. The governance principles for permit decisions. Permit formalization that does not compromise Zone B's sovereign governance architecture is worth pursuing. A permit that recognizes a Zone B structure's existence without imposing Zone A's governance logic on Zone B's internal operations reduces legal precariousness without reducing governance autonomy. Permit formalization that requires Zone B to adopt governance structures determined by the formal authority granting the permit is not worth pursuing at any price. The permit that turns Zone B into a managed informal settlement governed by the developer's HOA structure or the municipality's planned community regulations has not extended Zone B a formal recognition. It has dissolved Zone B's founding logic while maintaining its address. The formal authority offering formalization always presents it as protection. The governance question is always, protection from what, at what cost to what? Protection from physical displacement is worth something real. Protection from physical displacement at the cost of the governance sovereignty that makes Zone B a founding community rather than a social housing experiment is not a protection. It is a different form of displacement. Governing what you cannot yet see. Zone B's governance architecture is being built for a community that does not yet fully exist. The founding generation is governing the empty space that the future community will inhabit, making decisions whose consequences will be experienced by people who are not yet present to participate in making them. This is the paradox at the center of founding governance, and there is no resolution to it that is not in some measure uncomfortable. You cannot govern with the consent of people who do not yet exist. You cannot design for problems you have not yet encountered. You cannot know, at the founding moment, which of your governance decisions will prove wise and which will prove costly. What you can do is govern with the explicit acknowledgement that you are governing on behalf of a community larger than the one currently present, and design your governance architecture with that acknowledgement built into it. Specifically, make your governance decisions revisable. Every norm, every protocol, every assembly decision is made with the understanding that it can be revisited when experience or changed circumstances make revision appropriate. The governance architecture that produces its own revision mechanism, the periodic governance review, the sunset clause on foundational decisions that requires reaffirmation rather than passive continuation, the explicit invitation for new arrivals to propose modifications to the norms they inherit, is the governance architecture that compounds institutional wisdom over time rather than freezing the founding generation's best guesses into permanent constraint. Make your governance decisions transparent. Every assembly decision, every working group proposal, every mediation outcome, every contribution record is available to every zone member and to any person considering becoming a zone member. Governance opacity is governance corruption at slow speed. The community that makes its governance processes visible to its members and accessible to its prospective members is the community that can be held accountable for its governance by the people most affected by it. Make your governance decisions humble. The founding generation does not know what Zone B is for in its fullest sense. It knows what Zone B is trying to be in the founding period. The governance architecture should be designed for the problem at hand, the founding period's specific challenges, rather than for the problem anticipated at the end of a philosophical process that no one has actually completed. Governance designed for an imagined mature community that does not yet exist is governance that will be wrong in ways that could have been avoided by paying more attention to the actual present situation. The governance document. The founding governance document is not a constitution. It is a record. It records what the founding assembly decided on specific dates, with the reasoning documented, and with the votes or consensus determinations recorded. It records what working groups proposed, what was accepted, and what was modified. It records the contribution accounting protocol, the occupancy criteria, the mediation process, the assembly meeting schedule, and the rotating role assignments. It is a living document, appended to continuously as new decisions are made and new norms are established, rather than a fixed document that is adopted once and amended through formal processes. The living document format acknowledges that Zone B governance is developmental rather than settled, and that the document's function is to record the community's governance history rather than to define a governance ideal that the community is expected to embody. The founding governance document has one additional function that the preceding description has not named. It is the primary instrument for Zone B's governance succession. When the founding generation moves on, when the people who designed and operated the initial governance system are no longer present, the governance document is what allows the next generation of zone members to understand the reasoning behind the structures they inherited rather than merely the structures themselves. A governance structure inherited without its reasoning is a governance structure that cannot be intelligently modified. The successor generation that knows the rule, but not why the rule exists, will change it for the wrong reasons or maintain it past its usefulness because they cannot evaluate it. The successor generation that has the documented reasoning can evaluate it, can identify when the conditions that made it the right rule have changed, and can modify it with the same quality of deliberation that produced it. The governance document is therefore Zone B's most important act of intergenerational communication. Not the founding mythology, which is narrative. Not the contribution record, which is quantitative. The governance document, which is the reasoning behind the community's collective decisions, is the institutional knowledge that allows each generation of Zone B members to be genuine inheritors of the founding work rather than mere occupants of the infrastructure it produced. The doctrine. The chapter subtitle is a doctrine, and this section delivers it directly, without the elaborating structure that the preceding sections required. Occupy. Choose your terrain with the knowledge that Chapter 2 provides. Establish your site with the intention that Chapter 3 describes. Build what Chapter 4 specifies. These are not sequential, you are occupying, clearing, and building simultaneously, each activity informing the others. Build. The treehouse, the water system, the rocket stove, the composting toilet, the garden. Not in the order that a manual would specify, but in the order that your specific site's conditions require. The water system first if the dry season is approaching. The shelter first if the rains are coming. The garden first if you arrive at the beginning of the growing window. Build for the situation you are actually in, not for the situation you anticipated before you arrived. Garden. Not as a secondary activity to the building. As the primary economic and metabolic infrastructure of your site. The garden is what converts your presence from occupation to stewardship in the sense that matters, the sense in which you are improving the terrain rather than merely inhabiting it. The garden is also what makes your presence visible, as productive rather than extractive to every external party whose assessment of Zone B matters. Build the garden with the seriousness you give the treehouse. Govern. Before you need to. The governance architecture does not wait for the community to be large enough to require it. It begins with the first two people on adjacent sites who have to decide together how to handle the shared problem between them. The first assembly meeting has 2 members. The first contribution ledger has 2 entries. The first mediation pair has 2 candidates from a pool of 3 people. Start small. Start now. The governance that begins at 2 people develops the habits and the institutional memory that governance begun at 30 people cannot retroactively acquire. The permit will come. The Ejido representative will visit. The developer's communication will arrive. The municipal inquiry will land. When those moments come, the community that has been governing itself, however imperfectly, however provisionally, will meet them from a position of institutional reality rather than institutional aspiration. That position is the difference between the community that negotiates its own terms and the community that accepts the terms it is offered. Occupy, build, garden, govern. In that order. Simultaneously. Before anyone asks you to. The permit comes after. Everything that matters comes before. X. Show up anyway. A practical mythology for inhabiting the spaces institutions left behind. This is not the chapter where the document tells you it will be worth it. You have read 9 chapters of architecture, governance structures, economic mechanisms, infrastructure specifications, social dynamics, founding mythology, contribution accounting. You have been given the most honest account this document can produce of what Zone B costs, what it provides, what it risks, and what it might become if the design is right and the people are present and the window does not close before enough has been built to matter. None of that architecture tells you what it actually feels like to show up. This chapter does. Not as testimony from a person who has done it, this document's authorial position is not first-person experience of Zone B habitation. As testimony from the structure of the thing itself, what the architecture implies about the daily reality of inhabiting it, extrapolated from the 9 chapters that built it and from the deeper logic of what it means to be a human being choosing to reign over institution as the primary organizing structure of a life. Show up anyway is not inspirational language. It is a description of the actual decision structure the reader of this document faces. The anyway is doing the work. You already know why not to show up. The credential economy tells you why. Your family tells you. Your prior professional identity tells you. The Finnish district's amenity layer, with its suggestion that the zone of desirability ends at its perimeter, tells you. The developer's waiting game tells you that the terrain is not ready. The municipal permit system tells you that habitation, without authorization, is precarious. The forebay gap tells you that the community you would be joining does not yet exist in a form that can receive you. The dry season tells you the water will run out. The wet season tells you the ground floods. The scorpions tell you the floor is occupied. You know why not. The anyway is the decision made in possession of all that knowledge and made in favor of presence despite it. What does that decision feel like to live inside? The first week. The first week is dominated by the gap between the map and the territory. Every document, including this one, is a map. The territory is what you find when you walk into the jungle periphery with your top and your machete and your water containers and your list of things this document said you would need. The territory does not match the map in its particulars. It matches it in its general structure. The terrain is there, the secondary growth is there, the drainage patterns are there, the canopy is there, but the specific texture of the specific site you chose, on the specific day you arrived, in the specific conditions of whatever season found you here, is different from what any document described. The first week's practical experience is a series of small recalibrations. The ground is harder than expected where you wanted to dig the composting toilet foundation. The rain comes at 3 in the morning rather than in the afternoon. The rocket stove draft requires adjustment because the prevailing wind on this specific site comes from a direction you did not anticipate. The tree you plan to use as the primary anchor for the sleeping platform has a root system that makes the attachment point you imagined impractical. None of these are crises. They are information. The first week's emotional texture is the adjustment from the map's confidence to the territory's specificity, the moment when the architecture of the preceding 9 chapters stops being a plan and becomes a framework for improvisation. The person who cannot make this adjustment, who expected the map to be the territory and experiences its failure to be so as a failure of the plan, will have a very difficult first week. The person who expected the adjustment, who understood from the beginning that the map was for orientation rather than prescription, will have a demanding week that is also, in the specific way that all genuine problem solving is satisfying, quietly good. The adjustment is the first act of the practical mythology. You arrived with a story about what you were going to do. The territory told you its story. The mythology you are actually living is the story produced by that encounter, not the plan, not the territory, but what happened between them. The first month. By the end of the first month, if the site work has been consistent, the physical environment has changed enough to be recognizable as something you made rather than something you found. The cleared perimeter. The water capture system producing its first stored volume. The rocket stove cured and functional. The composting toilet operational. The first planted rows of the garden, still seedlings, but visibly growing. The sleeping platform either complete or substantially framed. These are facts. Physical, undeniable, locatable in space. You made them. Your labor, over 30 days, produced them from what was before you arrived a tract of secondary jungle adjacent to a finished district that did not know you existed. The emotional register of this fact is specific and worth describing precisely because it is different from anything the consumer economy's satisfaction mechanisms produce. Consumer satisfaction is the resolution of a desire by a product. You wanted the thing. The purchase produced the thing. The desire is resolved. The resolution is brief, because the desire production resolution cycle has been optimized to restart immediately. You wanted this thing, you have this thing, now you want the next thing. The architecture of consumer satisfaction is specifically designed to prevent the satisfaction from dwelling. The satisfaction produced by a cleared site with a functional water system and a started garden is structurally different. It does not resolve a desire. It compounds a capability. You did not want a cleared site the way you want a product. You built a cleared site through sustained effort, and the building of it changed what you are capable of building next. The satisfaction is not the resolution of desire, but the recognition of accumulated competence. A recognition that has nowhere to go except forward into the next problem. This is what the practical mythology feels like from the inside after 1 month. Not triumph. Not relief. A specific quality of forward-oriented readiness that the consumer economy's satisfaction cycle specifically cannot produce, because the consumer economy's satisfaction cycle is designed to produce the opposite. A backward-oriented resolution that ends in the resumption of desire. The practical mythology you are living converts daily effort into forward-facing capability. That conversion is the most durable form of personal wealth the Zone B proposition offers, and it is not available for purchase. The season. Sometime between the 3rd and 6th month, depending on when you arrived and what the seasonal calendar did to your site, something shifts that the first month's experience did not prepare you for. The garden starts producing food you eat for dinner. Not supplementary food. A meal. Something you grew in soil you improved from land you cleared from a jungle you chose to inhabit, cooked on a stove you built from earth, eaten at a site you made from undifferentiated terrain. The chain of that sentence, each link a specific act of labor that produced a specific result, is the practical mythology made edible. You will not have a clean emotional response to this. You will have a complicated one. Relief, because the food system is producing and the abstract proposition of Zone B self-sufficiency has become a concrete meal. Something that resembles pride, but is not quite pride, because pride is oriented toward other people's recognition, and what you are feeling is more private than pride, more like the satisfaction of a conversation you had with yourself 3 months ago, when you weren't sure this was going to work, that you are now answering. And underneath both of those, something quieter, the recognition that the life you are living is real in a way that the life you left behind was not real, or was real in a different register, institutional reality, mediated through the assessments and recognitions of structures that existed outside you, while this reality is direct. Direct is the word. The food came from the ground. Your labor grew it. Your hands cooked it. Your body is receiving it. No institution intermediated between your effort and its consequence. No assessment determined whether your effort was adequate. The consequence determined that the plant either grew or it did not. The stove either maintained temperature or it did not. The food either nourishes you or it does not. The feedback is unmediated, immediate, and honest in a way that institutional feedback, the performance review, the grade, the promotion decision, is structurally unable to be, because institutional feedback is always also about the assessor's interests, the institution's metrics, the political dynamics of the evaluation context. The jungle does not have interests in your outcome beyond the ecological ones. It is the most honest assessor you have ever worked for. The story you are living. The practical mythology is not a story you decide to live by after considering the alternatives. It is the story that the accumulation of your Zone B days produces, whether or not you narrate it. Every day of site maintenance is a day in the story. Every contribution ledger entry is a sentence. Every assembly meeting is a chapter. Every shared meal, every conflict resolved, every forebear-gap moment where the grief and the terror met each other honestly around a fire, these are the narrative events of the mythology you are living. The question is not whether the mythology exists. It does. The question is whether you are aware of living inside it, and whether that awareness changes how you live it. It changes how you live it in one specific way that matters. Awareness of the mythology makes the difficult days legible as mythology days rather than as evidence that the mythology is false. Every story has difficult days. Every founding narrative contains the period where the founding is going badly, where the governance is fractured, the garden failed, the water system failed during the driest week of the dry season, the forebear gap produced a conflict that hasn't resolved, the Zone A negotiation went nowhere. If you are unaware that you are living inside a founding mythology, these days are evidence that the enterprise was a mistake. If you are aware, they are chapters in a story that is still being written, whose outcome is not determined by this specific bad week, and whose significance depends on what happens after it rather than on what happened during it. This is not positive thinking. It is narrative literacy. The capacity to read your own life as a story in process rather than as a verdict being delivered is the cognitive skill that Zone B's practical mythology requires, and that no amount of governance architecture or economic design can substitute for. The mythology is practical because it is the instrument you use to remain functional through the days when nothing is working and the credential economy's alternative is whispering that this was always going to fail. It whispers loudly. The mythology has to be louder. The mythology gets louder not through repetition of its propositions, not by telling yourself the story more insistently, but through the accumulation of the physical facts that the story is made of. The cleared site is a louder argument for Zone B than any manifesto. The working water system makes a more compelling case than any economic model. The shared meal from the garden, in the company of people who helped build the infrastructure that produced it, is the mythology at its most powerful, not a story being told about an ideal, but an event being experienced as a reality. The practical mythology is practical because its primary evidence is physical. You can hold it in your hands. You can eat it. You can sleep in it. You can point to it and say, "This exists, I built it, it works." That is a different order of mythological evidence than the credential economy ever provided. Who you become. The question that this document opened with, the question that the post-corporate transition district framework identified as the scarce resource of the coming decades, has been circling every chapter without being directly answered. Who do you become after the institutions that raised you stop making sense? This chapter answers it. Not with a category. Not with a role, or a title, or an identity that Zone B confers on you in the way that institutional frameworks confer identities through recognition and certification. With a description of the process by which the answer emerges from the Zone B experience itself. You become the person whose competence is legible to yourself. This sounds simple, and it is the most radical transformation the Zone B proposition offers, because the defining feature of institutional life, both for the forebear, who fully inhabited it, and for the youth who observed it from outside, is that your competence is legible only through the institution's assessment of it. You are capable because the institution says you are capable. You are valuable because the institution assigns you value. You are progressing because the institution's advancement mechanisms register your progress. Remove the institution and the competence, the value, and the progress lose their legibility, not because they disappeared, but because the instrument that rendered them visible is gone. Zone B replaces that instrument with a different one. The person who has spent 6 months clearing, building, gardening, and governing in Zone B has a competence record that is entirely self-generated and self-legible. They know what they can do because they have done it and observed the results. The cleared site is the evidence. The water system is the evidence. The working governance process is the evidence. The resolved conflict, the harvested food, the contribution record, the founding mythology, these are all evidence of a capability that does not require external assessment to be real. This is not invulnerability. The Zone B inhabitant who has built all of this can still be displaced, can still face seasons of failure, can still experience the Zone B community's governance collapsing under the pressure of a conflict the mediation pair could not resolve. Competence does not protect against everything. It protects against the specific terror of not knowing whether you are capable of anything, which is the terror that the credential economy's assessment withdrawal produces, and that Zone B's direct feedback loop is specifically designed to counter. You also become the person whose story belongs to themselves. The credential economy's story about you was always someone else's story. The employer's assessment of your value. The institution's record of your performance. The market's valuation of your credential. Other people's narratives about what you were worth and what your life meant within the frameworks they administered. The Zone B founding generation is writing its own story. Not as a romantic assertion of autonomous selfhood, that particular performance of individualism is one of the credential economy's most enduring products, and Zone B is not an improvement on it. As a practical fact, the Zone B story is being documented by the people who are living it, in the register they choose, for the purposes they determine, and the mythology it produces belongs to the community that created it rather than to the institution that might otherwise have framed it. You become, finally, the person who stopped waiting for the institutions to make room for them and made room for themselves instead. This sounds triumphant, and it is not triumphant in the Hollywood sense. It is quieter than that. It is the recognition, usually somewhere in the second or third month, that the waiting is over not because the institutions changed their terms, but because you stopped organizing your life around their terms. The waiting ends not with a dramatic exit, but with the first morning you wake up in the canopy, with the jungle's acoustic shift marking the day's beginning, and your primary orientation is toward what the site needs today rather than toward what the system needs from you in order to recognize you as worthy of it. That morning is not an achievement. It is a return to something older than the credential economy and more durable than its disruption. The myth that is also true. Every civilization that has ever produced something worth inheriting has produced it through a founding mythology that was simultaneously a practical reality. The myth was not separate from the practice. The myth was the practice, narrated at the scale of meaning. The Athenian democracy was a governance experiment that was also a story about what human beings could be if they governed themselves. The Benedictine monasteries were farming operations that were also stories about what work meant when it was oriented towards something larger than accumulation. The trade guilds were economic associations that were also stories about what it meant to be a practitioner of a craft within a community of practitioners. In each case, the myth was inseparable from the daily practice that gave it substance. The myth that no practice sustains is marketing. The practice that no myth sustains is logistics. Zone B is neither marketing nor logistics. It is the attempt to build a practice, clearing, building, gardening, governing, exchanging, documenting, founding, that sustains a myth, that the terrain capital left empty can be inhabited on terms other than capitals, that the generation the institutions forgot to accommodate can accommodate itself, that the transition is real and the passage through it is possible and the destination, while not yet fully visible, is genuinely worth moving toward. The myth is not proved by this document. No document proves a myth. The myth is proved by the people who show up and build the practice and document the building and call it what it is: the founding of something that did not exist before they arrived. That founding is happening in the present tense. It requires your physical presence. Not your agreement with the principles. Not your enthusiasm for the framework. Not your endorsement of the governance architecture, or the economic model, or the mythological prior claim doctrine. Your body on the terrain, with the machete, making the first cut. What the institutions left behind. The spaces the institutions left behind are not empty. This is the final claim this chapter makes before the document's last word, and it is the claim that everything preceding it has been building toward. When an institution withdraws, when the career track closes, when the credentials value collapses, when the market moves and the framework that organized life within it stops organizing life, it does not leave nothing. It leaves the actual human capacities that were operating within it, the knowledge, the labor, the care, the creativity, the organizational intelligence that the institution was housing. These do not disappear when the institution fails. They become available. Available for what is the Zone B question? The institutional answer is available for rehousing in another institution, ideally one whose framework is more durable than the one that just failed. Go back to school. Retrain. Recredential. Find a new employer whose framework will provide the new container. Zone B's answer is different. The capacities that the institutions housed are available for self-organization. Available for the founding work. Available for the clearing and the building and the gardening and the governing that converts undeveloped terrain into a civilization layer. The spaces the institutions left behind, the unclaimed terrain, the vacant symbolic bandwidth of the unfinished district, the undeveloped periphery that capital's waiting game has left empty, are the physical correlate of the human capacities that the institution's withdrawal has made available. Two kinds of availability converging on the same geography. The terrain is available because capital has not yet developed it. The people are available because the institutions have not yet recontained them. The convergence is the opportunity. The window is the time before the terrain is developed and the people are recontained or exhausted by the waiting. What you build in that window, physically, institutionally, culturally, mythologically, is what persists. Show up. The institutions left behind the space. You are what fills it. Ground truth. What's actually available in the world's most legible transition zone? 11. Unseeded. A militant countercultural founding doctrine for the terrain capital is sitting on and youth can inhabit now. The word has a precise history, and that precision is why this document chose it. Unceded territory is land that was never legitimately surrendered. Not conquered and then conceded. Not purchased and then titled. Not negotiated and then transferred through any process that the parties to it recognized as legitimate. Simply assumed, occupied by the force of institutional confidence, held by the inertia of a system that did not require the land's prior relationship with people to be acknowledged, because acknowledging it would have complicated the arithmetic of accumulation. The word does not describe land that was taken. Every territorial claim involves taking in some sense. The assertion of presence on terrain is always a displacement of what was there before, whether that displacement is of prior human inhabitants, of ecological systems, or of the institutional fictions that designated the terrain as a blank asset awaiting development. The word unceded describes something more specific: land where no legitimate transaction ever occurred between the people whose relationship with the terrain was prior and the people whose claim to it arrived later. The terrain was not surrendered. It was assumed to be available by people who needed it to be available, and had enough institutional power to make that assumption operational. Apply that precision to the terrain this document has been describing, and the word fits with a specificity that is not rhetorical. No agreement was made with the generation that arrived after the institutions stopped delivering on their promises. No negotiation occurred with the youth who looked at the credential economy's pipeline and concluded, correctly, that the deal it offered was not a deal worth making. No treaty was signed between the real estate capital that is playing the waiting game with the Tulam periphery's undeveloped terrain and the population that needs that terrain now, not on capital's schedule, and that has the capacity to make it productive in ways that capital's waiting game does not. The terrain was assumed to be available for capital's timeline. That assumption is what this chapter revokes. The three assumptions. Capital's waiting game rests on three assumptions, each of which this document has been systematically dismantling across the preceding 10 chapters. The first assumption is that the terrain has no present tense use that competes with its future tense development value. The undeveloped lot produces nothing now. Its value is entirely prospective, a projection of what it will be worth when the market conditions justify development. Present use by others is, within this assumption, irrelevant at best and an obstacle at worst. Chapter 3 dismantled this assumption. The present tense use of cleared jungle terrain, the food production, the ecological maintenance, the water system, the fire breaks, the navigable paths, the community infrastructure, is real, measurable, and immediately valuable. The terrain is not producing nothing in the waiting period. It is producing the appearance of nothing because the production happening on it is not being counted by the system doing the valuing. The Zone B contribution accounting system is the instrument that counts it. The site assessments are the instrument that measures it. The documentation is the instrument that makes the counting and the measuring visible to external parties who would otherwise proceed on the assumption that the terrain is empty. The terrain is not empty. It is unacknowledged. The doctrine of unceded begins by acknowledging it, by asserting that the production happening on this terrain during the waiting period is real, valuable, and prior to the development that capital intends to impose on it. The second assumption is that the population currently inhabiting or seeking to inhabit the terrain has no legitimate claim on it that the formal legal framework is required to account for. Informal settlers have no title. Their occupancy creates no legal right that the property law recognizes. Their labor improves the terrain, but the improvement accrues to the title holder rather than to the person who performed the improvement. The formal system's position is clear, and it has been stated honestly throughout this document. Legal prior claim requires title, and Zone B does not have title. Chapter 8 dismantled this assumption through the concept of mythological prior claim, the accumulated narrative record of a community's relationship with a territory that the cultural and eventually the political imagination must account for even when the formal legal system is not compelled to. But this chapter goes further than Chapter 8 did. The assumption that informal inhabitants have no claim the formal system is required to account for is itself an assumption that requires examination. What is the basis of capital's claim to the terrain? A purchase agreement. A title deed. A transaction in which money was exchanged for the legal right to exclude others from the terrain and to determine its use. The transaction was legal. The title is valid. The formal system recognizes it. But the formal system's recognition of capital's claim does not exhaust the question of what the terrain is owed. The formal system recognizes private property rights. It does not determine the full range of claims that human beings can legitimately make on terrain, claims rooted in use, in improvement, in ecological stewardship, in community formation, in the prior relationship that precedes any monetary transaction. These claims exist whether or not the formal legal system provides a mechanism for them. The doctrine of unceded asserts those claims. Not in opposition to the formal legal framework, the document has been honest throughout about the limits of what Zone B can achieve through legal challenge alone. In excess of it, the claim is larger than what the law provides for, and its excess is what the mythological prior claim, the contribution accounting, and the documented founding work are building toward making real. The third assumption is that the waiting game is the only game available on this terrain, and that the population the document is addressed to has no option except to wait alongside capital, or to leave and wait somewhere else. The preceding 10 chapters have dismantled this assumption comprehensively enough that this chapter need only name its demolition rather than perform it. You are not waiting. You are building. The assumption is revoked by the fact of the clearing. What unceded is not. The word is militant, and militancy is susceptible to misreading. This section specifies the misreadings to prevent. Unceded is not a legal argument. This document has been explicit throughout about what Zone B can and cannot achieve through legal processes. The doctrine of unceded does not claim that Zone B's occupancy of undeveloped terrain creates legal rights equivalent to title, or that the formal property law system is obligated to recognize Zone B's claims in the terms Zone B asserts them. It does not. The law is what it is, and pretending otherwise serves no one who is trying to build something real rather than performing a political position. What the doctrine claims is that legal recognition is not the only recognition that matters, and is frequently not the recognition that arrives first. The cultural recognition, the narrative recognition, the political recognition that comes from the accumulated weight of documented presence and documented production, these precede and shape legal recognition in contexts where it eventually arrives. The doctrine is building toward the eventual legal recognition through the prior establishment of every other kind of recognition. It is not claiming that the legal recognition already exists. Unceded is not a claim of indigenous land rights. The Zone B population this document addresses is not the Mayan community, whose relationship with this terrain predates every institutional framework that now governs it. That relationship is its own claim of a different and deeper order, and the doctrine of unceded explicitly acknowledges that Zone B's founding work occurs in the presence of prior human relationships with this terrain that the Zone B community is obligated to acknowledge and engage with honestly. The Mayan Ejido communities, whose governance structures hold legitimate claim to portions of the terrain Zone B occupies, are not Zone B's opponents. They are the prior inhabitants, whose relationship with the terrain is the oldest available model of the stewardship logic that Zone B is attempting to apply. The Zone B community that enters into genuine relationship with those communities, not as beneficiaries of their tolerance, not as customers for their knowledge, but as neighbors and eventual partners in the governance of shared terrain, is the community that builds on the most durable possible foundation. Unceded in this document does not claim the prior relationship those communities hold. It claims the specific and more limited prior relationship of the Zone B founding generation with terrain that capital assumed was available, and that Zone B is demonstrating is not empty. Unceded is not a declaration of war. The capital holding the terrain, the developer planning its eventual development, the municipal authority administering its legal status, these are not enemies to be defeated. They are institutional actors operating within their institutional logic, and that logic, while not oriented toward Zone B's interests, is not organized against Zone B either. Capital does not want Zone B to fail. Capital is indifferent to Zone B in the specific way that a balance sheet entry is indifferent to everything except its own appreciation. The doctrine of unceded does not declare war on indifference. It refuses to be organized by it. The difference matters. War requires the enemy's recognition. Unceded does not require capital's recognition, the developer's acknowledgement, or the municipal authority's endorsement. It requires only the Zone B community's consistent, documented, building presence on terrain that was assumed to be waiting for someone else. The consistency makes the indifference progressively harder to maintain. The doctrine. What unceded is, stated as directly as this document can state it after 10 chapters of construction. Unceded is the doctrine of building prior claim through prior presence. Not legal prior claim. Prior claim in the full sense that precedes and exceeds law, ecological prior claim through documented stewardship, narrative prior claim through founding mythology, economic prior claim through the contribution accounting of improvement, social prior claim through community formation, and eventually, when all the other forms of prior claim have been sufficiently accumulated, the political prior claim that makes formal recognition the path of least resistance for the institutional actors who have been trying to maintain the assumption of emptiness against the evidence of everything Zone B has built. The doctrine has 4 propositions, and they are stated here as propositions rather than as arguments, because the arguments have occupied the preceding 10 chapters, and the doctrine needs no further argument. It needs assertion. Proposition 1. The terrain was never legitimately surrendered to the logic of capital's timeline. The transaction that placed it in capital's hands was legal. The legal transaction does not determine whether the terrain was legitimately withheld from the human use that needs it now. Those are separate questions, and the legal answer to the first does not resolve the legitimacy question of the second. The terrain's availability to capital's schedule is an institutional fact. Its availability to Zone B's habitation is a physical fact. Physical facts are prior to institutional ones. They exist whether or not the institution acknowledges them. Proposition 2. The population this document addresses has prior claim through present use that capital's future-oriented ownership does not. Capital owns the terrain in the prospective sense. It holds a right to determine the terrain's future use. Zone B inhabits the terrain in the present sense. It is building, gardening, governing, and producing on it now. Present use and prospective ownership are different claims, and in the human scale of things, in the scale that precedes and will outlast any particular legal framework, present use has a dignity that prospective ownership specifically lacks. You are here now. Capital intends to be here later. The precedence of now over later is the foundational proposition of the doctrine. Proposition 3. The building that Zone B does before the permit arrives is the building that determines what the permit ratifies. The permit, when it comes, will ratify what it finds. If it finds an established community with documented governance, contribution records, founding mythology, and evidence of productive land stewardship, it ratifies that. If it finds a collection of informal campsites with no institutional reality beyond their physical presence, it ratifies that, or it erases it without meaningful complication. The doctrine directs Zone B to build the institutional reality that the permit will ratify. Not to wait for the permit to authorize the building. To build until the permit's ratification is the only institutionally coherent response to what exists. Proposition 4. The terrain is unceded because no legitimate transaction ever occurred between the generation that needs it and the system that is withholding it. This is the doctrine's founding claim, and its most direct statement. The credential economy extracted from the generation this document addresses, their compliance, their tuition payments, their credentialing effort, their deferred gratification, or alternatively their clarity about the deal's inadequacy and their refusal to enter it. It did not compensate them for the extraction with the future it promised. The real estate capital holding the terrain adjacent to the finished district extracted from the same generation, their tolerance of the waiting game, their acceptance of the assumption that the terrain was not for them, their absorption of the cultural message that desirability accrues to people who can afford Zone A's price point. It did not compensate them with access. No agreement was made. No consent was given. No negotiation occurred. The terrain is unceded because the generation that needs it never surrendered its claim to it. It was simply assumed to have no claim by the systems that needed that assumption to be operational. The doctrine revokes the assumption. Not through legal process. Through presence. Through the clearing, the building, the garden, the water system, the rocket stove, the governance meeting, the contribution ledger, the founding mythology, the published documentation, and the accumulated physical and narrative reality of people who showed up on terrain that was assumed to be waiting for someone else and made it into something that the assumption of emptiness cannot survive. The address. This section speaks directly to the 3 parties whose relationship with Zone B's founding the doctrine of unceded most directly concerns. To capital. You are patient. Your patience is a genuine structural advantage, and this document, has not pretended otherwise. You can wait longer than the people who need the terrain now. Your balance sheet does not experience urgency the way human beings experience it. The waiting game is rational from within your logic, and the document has said so honestly. What the document has also said, and what this chapter makes explicit as doctrine, is that your patience depends on the terrain remaining narratively empty during the wait. A vacant lot on a balance sheet is a clean asset. A vacant lot with 3 years of documented habitation, ecological improvement, governance development, and founding mythology is a complicated one. The complication is not a threat to your title. It is a complication to the story that the title's value depends on, the story that this terrain was simply waiting for capital's moment, that no prior relationship interrupted the clean line between acquisition and development. That story is being written over. Not aggressively. Not with the intention of legal challenge or political confrontation. With the simple and irrefutable mechanism of documented presence. When your development timeline arrives at the moment of acting on this terrain, what you will find is not the blank canvas you were holding. You will find a documented community, an established mythology, a contribution record, an ecological improvement history, and a founding generation whose presence on the terrain predates your development intention by years. What you do with that finding is your decision. What the doctrine of unceded does is ensure that the finding cannot be easily ignored, easily dismissed, or easily absorbed by the development's promotional narrative without accounting for what was already here. The accounting is what the document has been building since Chapter 1. To the formal systems. The municipality. The Ejido governance. The Federal Environmental Authority. The permitting apparatus. The land use planning process. The Zone B community does not come to you as a supplicant seeking tolerance. It comes as an established community seeking recognition, and it comes with the documented contribution record, the ecological compliance history, the governance architecture, and the founding mythology that distinguish the recognition request from the tolerance request at every level where the distinction matters. What the doctrine of unceded asks from the formal systems is not the abandonment of their legitimate authority over the terrain's legal status. It asks for the application of that authority in full acknowledgement of what exists rather than in the assumption of what the developer's documentation describes. The terrain is not what the survey says it is. It is what the community has made of it. The formal system that recognizes what the community has made, that incorporates the documented present-tense reality of Zone B's occupation and production into its assessment of the terrain's future, is the formal system that extends its own legitimacy into a situation it would otherwise find intractable. The formal system that does not will find that the intractability precedes its intervention. Zone B was there first. What it built will be there when the formal system arrives. The question the formal system faces is not whether to recognize it. The question is whether to recognize it as a founding community, with prior claim, or as an informal settlement to be processed. The documentation makes the first recognition the more accurate one. The doctrine of unceded makes it the harder one to avoid. To you, the document's reader, the person this document was written for, the disillusioned, the credential skeptical, the AI displaced, the freshly available, the person who has been waiting for something that does not arrive through waiting. The doctrine of unceded is not an instruction. It is a description of what you are doing when you show up. When you choose the terrain over the institutional container. When you make the first cut with the machete. When you drive the first stake of the water capture system. When you plant the first row of the garden. When you call the first assembly meeting in the clearing you made from undifferentiated jungle. When you open the first page of the contribution ledger. When you write the first entry of the founding documentation and publish it to whatever audience finds it, you are not squatting. You are not trespassing. You are not making the best of a bad situation while waiting for a better one. You are founding. You are asserting prior claim through present presence. You are converting the terrain that capital left empty by neglect into something that the assumption of emptiness cannot survive. You are doing what every founder of every significant human settlement has done since the first clearing was made in the first forest, arriving on terrain that no existing institution had organized to accommodate you, and organizing it yourself. The doctrine of unceded names what you are doing. You are inhabiting what was never legitimately withheld from you. You are building what the waiting game assumed you would not build. You are founding what the credential economy assumed was not yours to found. The Declaration. This document ends as a founding document must end, with a declaration. Not a list of demands. Not a political platform. Not a program requiring institutional endorsement. A statement of what exists and what it means. The terrain adjacent to Aldiazama, the undeveloped periphery that capital's waiting game has held in prospective reserve, that the municipal planning apparatus has designated for future development, that the developer's promotional materials describe as the next phase of a premium real estate strategy, is inhabited. Not by transient visitors. Not by informal settlers seeking tolerance. By a founding generation that arrived with intention, built with competence, governed with deliberation, documented with consistency, and produced with their labor community, whose claim on this terrain is prior, in every sense except the legal one, to the development that capital intends to impose. The claim is prior in time, the founding generation was here before the development arrived. The claim is prior in use, the founding generation is producing value from the terrain while capital holds it idle. The claim is prior in ecological relationship, the founding generation is managing the terrain as a living system while capital treats it as a static asset. The claim is prior in narrative, the founding generation is writing the origin story of this terrain while capital holds a title that describes its prospective use, but not its present reality. These prior claims do not override the legal title. The document has never claimed they do. They accumulate alongside the legal title, in excess of it, building toward the moment when the weight of prior presence in all its forms makes the legal title's clean assertion of emptiness untenable. That moment is not guaranteed. The declaration is not a guarantee. It is an assertion of what is being built and what the building means. What is being built is a civilization layer on terrain that was assumed to be waiting for civilization. The assumption was wrong. The civilization arrived first. It arrived without permission, without capital, without institutional authorization, without credentials, without the formal apparatus that the systems surrounding it used to determine legitimacy. It arrived with bodies and machetes and water containers and seeds and the specific quality of human attention that knows how to make something real from undifferentiated terrain. It arrived because the institutions that were supposed to accommodate this generation failed to do so, and the terrain was there, and the window was open, and the people who saw the window decided to go through it rather than wait for someone else to open a door. This is the doctrine of unceded. The terrain was never legitimately withheld. The generation claiming it never surrendered its claim. What they are building was always theirs to build. The permit will come after. The clearing comes now. Ground truth. What's actually available in the world's most legible transition zone? Published under the Pirate First Sovereign Publishing Framework. No institutional permission was sought or required. The terrain is available, the window is open, show up. Times Pirate First Times Sovereign Edition Times Aldiazama MXDM's newsletter. Substack note. I just finished writing a book I didn't plan to write. It started as a countercultural addendum to the Aldiazama Post-Corporate Transition District Handbook, a rougher, more urgent document aimed at the generation the credential economy forgot to accommodate. It became something else. Ground truth: what's actually available in the world's most legible transition zone is 11 chapters. It covers the terrain, the infrastructure, the economics, the governance, the mythology, and the founding doctrine of a second civilization layer operating in the undeveloped periphery of one of the world's most globally legible addresses. It is addressed to two populations: the AI-displaced professional, who followed the institutional script and found the floor moving, and the credential-skeptical youth, who looked at the script and declined to perform it. Both arrived at the same jungle from different directions. Both need the same terrain. The document is not a pitch deck. It is not a development proposal. It does not require institutional permission to circulate or to act upon. It ends with a word that has a precise history: unceded. The terrain was never legitimately withheld. The window is open. Full text incoming. MXTM times Pirate First times Sovereign Edition times Aldiazama. Ex post. The terrain capital is sitting on is the terrain you can inhabit now. Just finished Ground Truth, 11 chapters on clearing, building, governing and founding a civilization layer in the jungle capital left empty. No permit required. No credential necessary. No waiting. The clearing comes first. Hashtags. Hashtag Ground Truth, hashtag Zone B, hashtag Unceded Terrain, hashtag Pirate First, hashtag Aldiazama, hashtag Tulam, hashtag Post Corporate, hashtag Sovereign Habitation, hashtag Transition District, hashtag Founding Generation, hashtag Sweat Equity, hashtag Off-Grid, hashtag Jungle Doctrine, hashtag Credential Skeptic, hashtag AI Displaced, hashtag Liminal Geography, hashtag Tulam Jungle, hashtag Countercultural. Hashtag Sovereign Publishing, hashtag MXTM, hashtag Before the Permit, hashtag Show Up Anyway, hashtag Treehouse Economics, hashtag The Clearing, hashtag Future Primitive, hashtag Pirate First Doctrines. Discussion about this episode. Comments. Rest tax. Recent episodes. The rise of contribution capital. June 21st, MXTM, aka Pirate 1 of VJ Suna MIX. Redeem Nano Protocol. June 20th, MXTM, aka Pirate 1 of VJ Suna MIX.
Layers are now operational across the Tulum Sustainable Development Zone. Despite minor data corruption regarding land narrative, the impact report remains positive.
En el centro de la atrapasueños.
Simulation data confirms critical interference levels across the territory. Narrative load is unstable.
Be advised, paranoia is now a product. The risk assessment is maximum.
Atrapasueños.
Remain sovereign amid the noise. As the interference level spikes, their simulation engagement increases.
We must decipher the reality of this update.
Pulso universal.
Attention. Signal integrity is failing.
We have 4% uptime before the broadcast load collapses. Decipher the transmission and act immediately.
4-2.
For 1, a post-a transition doctrine. A post-scarcity secession doctrine. They control the narrative now, hiding deep within the anomaly. But the story is the territory, and soon,
Pirate First isn't a rebel. He's an exit strategist.
beneath the surface, we engineered tomorrow. Above the world, we chose not to return.
Age of the Apes is a 3-season hard science fiction cinematic series. It spans multiple human generations, multiple species, multiple star systems. What we are building. Why nothing like it exists. And why that is about to change.
Age of the Apes.
Beneath the surface, we engineered tomorrow. Above the world, we chose not to return.
Super Earth. Age of the Apes. The negotiated ascent.
Yeah. gas fees and the ink, baby. No chain, still unbreakable. Pirate signal, print it. Paper over pixels, I can hold my position. Sign, price, split, yeah, that's real permission. QR in the corner, that's the portal ignition. Not a print, it's a claim, call it MP Vision. Paper over pixels, weight in my hands. No server can kill what the ink understands. You minted a maybe, I'm issuing plans. You got a receipt, you got terms in the brand. They sold you a link, set down the illusion. JPay dreams on a blockchain, confusion. While I got hacked, now who you suing? Ownership ghosted, platforms dissolving. I'm off that vapor, I deal in matter. Ink hit paper, now it hit matter. Ink hit paper, now it hits harder. Signature cuts through noise and chatter. This artifact talks, your token just flatter. This artifact talks, your token just flatter. URL tied, but the object's the anchor. Price on the back like a sanction and transfer. Percentage locked, I don't answer the bankers. This is a ledger leaf carved by the author. Paper over pixels, I can hold my position. Sign, price, split, yeah, that's real permission. QR in the corner, that's the portal ignition. Not a print, it's a claim, call it MP Vision. Nowhere less whispers, no discord begging, no roadmap lies, no floor price hedging. This is first contact, physical pledging.
The 1%. A post-scarcity transition doctrine. Gone bad. A post-scarcity secession doctrine.